sounds echo as our hero, Fang Yi, struggles to regain consciousness. His friends call out his name in panic. Fang Yi introduces himself as an 18-year-old Taoist priest. He wryly notes that despite being the protagonist, he seems to have just died. His friends, Fatty and Bumpkin, stand over his bleeding body, horrified. Bumpkin realizes Fang Yi isn't going to make it. One friend, a former trooper, checks his pulse and is relieved to find he's still alive. He snaps at the driver who hit them to do something. Fang Yi's spirit floats above the scene, unable to be heard by his grieving friends. He tries to remember what happened. The story flashes back to 10 hours earlier at the Fangshan Mountain Reservoir, where an explosion rocks the water. Fang Yi and his friends are gleefully blast fishing. Fatty yells for Bro to bring the boat as he catches a huge fish. Fatty congratulates Bumpkin on his amazing homemade bombs, while Fang Yi notes the high quality of the fish. Their celebration is cut short by the reservoir watchguard, who has finally caught them in the act. As they flee, Fang Yi instructs Fatty to use the fish as a distraction. Fatty obliges, tossing it at the guard. Fang Yi leaps from above, smashing a pot over the guard's head, allowing them to escape as the guard curses after them. The three friends make their escape, running deep into the woods. Safely away, the trio cooks their catch over a fire, praising the taste of the fish and Bro's monkey wine. Fang Yi mentions his plans to go down the mountain in 2 days, but his friends suggest leaving today instead. Fang Yi hesitates, recalling his master's warning of a great tragedy if he leaves before the 26th. His friends dismiss it as superstition, and they decide to leave immediately. Fang Yi worries about his Taoist robes, but Bumpkin reveals he's already brought a change of clothes for him. Fang Yi changes into the modern clothes, impressing his friends with his new look. Fatty suggests he remove the creepy necklace, but Fang Yi refuses, explaining it's a coppola made from a sage's bones meant to ward off evil. He adds that his master found him with it, so he can't part with it, much to his friend's skepticism. With their goals set, the three friends shout in unison, ready to head to the city of Jinling. After a long trek, Fatty collapses from exhaustion, unable to walk any further. Bumpkin scolds Fatty for drinking so much, revealing they missed the last bus and are still far from Jinling. Fatty gives up walking and tries to hitch a ride, just as a van approaches. The driver is celebrating, having just acquired what he believes is a valuable Tang Bohu fan. The driver boasts about his 80,000 profit as Fatty flags him down. As the van brakes, Fang Yi spots danger. He shoves Fatty out of the way, taking the full impact of the van himself. Back in his spirit form, Fang Yi's memory returns. He remembers being hit by the car. He wonders if this is the great tragedy his master warned him about. He looks down at his friends, desperately trying to save his body. Suddenly, a bright light erupts from his neck. The coppola has cracked, and a powerful force begins to pull his spirit in. Fang Yi is unable to resist as his spirit is violently sucked into the cracked coppola. Fang Yi groans, waking up in an unfamiliar bed. A voice next to him remarks that he's finally awake. An elderly man with round glasses smiles at him from the next bed, welcoming him to the hospital. Fang Yi looks around the room, confirming he is indeed in a hospital. His friends burst in, overjoyed. Fatty reminds him he was hit by a car, but Fang Yi shocks them by asking who they are. Fatty, realizing Fang Yi has amnesia, flies into a rage and attacks the driver, who protests his innocence. The scene turns to laughter as it's revealed Fang Yi was just pulling a prank on his friends. Fang Yi asks for his coppola, but his friends haven't seen it. He laments that it was the only clue to his past. A nurse enters and scolds them for being loud. The nurse kicks his friends out. The old man in the next bed asks if they were his friends. The old man remarks on their close friendship, and Fang Yi confirms they're like brothers. Fang Yi notices the old man's leg is in a cast and asks what happened. The old man explains he tripped, but says he doesn't need rest, as his master taught him a meditation technique for healing. Fang Yi, also a disciple, sits up, recalling his own master's teachings about controlling his breath in a state of consciousness. The old man is intrigued as Fang Yi begins to meditate, reciting ancient Taoist scriptures. He continues to recite the scriptures, his energy flowing as he delves deeper into his meditation. A powerful aura begins to radiate from his body. Fang Yi's hair floats as he feels himself being pulled into his own inner consciousness. He is shocked, wondering what is happening to his inner consciousness. He realizes he's been sucked into the deepest part of his consciousness, a danger his master had warned him about. He searches for a way to escape. Mystical voices echo around him, questioning the nature of his existence and purity. A surge of energy pierces through the darkness, and Fang Yi's eyes snap open. He awakens, feeling that escaping his inner consciousness was easier than his master had led him to believe. He is suddenly surrounded by doctors and his friends. His friends are relieved, while the doctors hold defibrillators, looking stunned. Fang Yi asks what's happening, and a doctor explains he was completely unresponsive for over 10 hours, leading them to believe he had died. The old man asks Fang Yi if he's suffering from psychosis after his meditation. Fang Yi denies it, explaining he was trying to gain special powers, as his master taught. He laments that his cultivation attempt seems to have failed, which only makes the old man, Jun, more worried about his mental state. Fang Yi finally notices the name on the old man's patient record, Sun Lianda. He's stunned to realize he's sharing a room with the famous former curator of the Jinling Museum. Fang Yi, overjoyed, bows respectfully to Master Sun, declaring himself a humble student. Fatty asks who the old man is, and Jun, the driver, explains that Master Sun is a famous curator. Jun elaborates, calling Master Sun a world-class expert and a member of the National Appraisal Committee, much to Fatty's mild surprise. Jun introduces himself, hoping to gain guidance from the expert. Master Sun politely deflects the praise. Master Sun asks about Fang Yi's origins. Fang Yi explains their goal to make a mark in Jinling, which Master Sun encourages. Master Sun's eyes fall on the bracelet Fang Yi is wearing. He asks to see it and immediately recognizes it as a high-quality, 100-year-old agarwood bracelet. Master Sun delivers a shocking appraisal. The bracelet was likely owned by royalty, possibly even the Kangxi Emperor himself. Jun immediately offers 500,000 for it, but Fang Yi, despite his friend's excitement, respectfully declines, explaining it was a gift from his late master. Master Sun ups the offer to include a house, just as his son, Sun Chao, a renowned artist, walks in. Jun eagerly shakes Sun Chao's hand, recognizing him as a famous oil painter with a studio in Nanjing. Master Sun asks Fang Yi to reconsider the offer, but Fang Yi stands firm, refusing to sell an item of such sentimental value. Master Sun respects his decision and asks what the three friends plan to do now in Jinling. Master Sun suggests they try the antiques business, starting small with trinkets like walnuts, gourds, and bracelets, which have a low cost of entry. Fang Yi gratefully accepts the advice. Jun, seeing an opportunity to connect with Master Sun, offers to house the three friends and help them get started. The friends accept the offer. Jun inwardly celebrates, believing his connection to Fang Yi will be his ticket to success in the antiques industry. The scene opens on the city of Jinling, as the group drives to Jun's place. In the van, Fang Yi thanks Jun for his generosity. Jun insists he's the one who should be thankful, as meeting Fang Yi led him to Master Sun. Fatty asks what kind of house they're staying at. Jun boasts that it's a luxury villa. They arrive at a rundown, ominous-looking building, complete with cobwebs, rats, and snakes. Bumpkin explodes, asking if this dump is the luxury villa. Jun nervously admits the place has been empty for a few years. As Jun offers to buy Insect Killer, Fang Yi steps in, declaring that his humble self will handle the pests. Fang Yi pulls out a stack of yellow paper talismans from his bag, much to Jun's confusion. Jun asks what the scraps of paper are for. Fatty scoffs, correcting him that they are talismans. Jun remains skeptical, so Fang Yi decides to give him a demonstration. Fang Yi infuses the talisman with his qi, drawing a complex symbol as energy swirls around him. He recites an incantation, and the talisman bursts into flames, stunning Jun. He slaps the activated talisman onto the wall, and nearby insects and spiders immediately begin to scurry. All the pests in the house flee in terror from the talisman's power. The house is instantly cleansed. Jun is completely dumbfounded by how effective the talisman was. Fang Yi notes the power seems stronger than before, likely due to his time in his inner consciousness. Man Jun asks for more talismans, but Fang Yi says he can't. Fatty explains that the talismans require qi, which Fang Yi has in limited supply. Man Jun laments they can't be mass-produced for profit. The next day, Man Jun takes the three friends to the local antiques market. Fang Yi is amazed by the size of the market. He spots the Jinling Museum nearby and asks if that's where Master Sun works. Man Jun clarifies that Master Sun is retired, but advises Fang Yi to keep in contact with him, as connections are vital. Fang Yi feels he's not important enough to bother the master. Man Jun is greeted by other vendors. He introduces the trio, asking the other vendors to look out for them. After some pleasantries, Fatty asks where their stall is. Man Jun points dramatically. He gestures to a completely empty, tiny, rundown shack. The three friends stare in disbelief at the dilapidated shack Man Jun has provided for them. Bumpkin asks if this is a joke. Man Jun, trying to save face, claims that appearances can be deceiving. Man Jun opens a large crate, revealing their starting inventory. The box is filled with low-quality trinkets, cheap bracelets, cricket gourds, and snuff bottles, all priced incredibly low. Despite the cheap quality, Fatty and Bumpkin are excited and start trying on the bracelets. Man Jun stops them, saying he has one more piece of advice to give. He tells them that to succeed in the antiques business, they need two things: thick skin and keen eyes. Fatty and Bumpkin eagerly repeat the mantra. Man Jun points them to his main store and leaves them to set up. Fatty immediately gets to work, shouting at the top of his lungs like a street vendor. He loudly advertises their 100 yen bracelets, drawing confused stares. Other vendors mock them, wondering who the idiot is treating the antiques market like a farmer's market. Fang Yi notices that no one else is shouting. He quietly tells Fatty to keep the noise down, as he's embarrassing them. Fatty quiets down. Fang Yi, meanwhile, contemplates his own Agarwood bracelet, noting it has a special aura that these new ones lack. He wonders why there is such a difference between them, questioning what it all means. As he ponders, a young woman approaches the stall, drawn in by one of the bracelets. Fatty is thrilled to have their first potential customer and eagerly asks if she's looking for anything in particular. The woman says she wants a nice bracelet for her uncle. Fatty, seeing Fang Yi wearing an impressive one, immediately points to him as the expert. Fang Yi, attempting to be polite, greets her as Little Miss. The woman explodes in anger, and Bumpkin explains to him that the term is now slang for a sex worker. Fatty tries to recover, addressing her as ma'am instead, which only makes her angrier. After calming down, she explains she needs a high-quality gift. Fang Yi, recovering, recommends fragrant rosewood. He warns her that such a bracelet would cost several thousand yuan, but she confidently states that money is not a problem, piquing their interest. As the woman flashes her cash, a nearby thief spots an easy target. In an instant, the thief snatches her wallet and bolts. The woman cries out in shock. Fang Yi immediately gives chase, shouting for the thief to stop. With incredible speed, Fang Yi leaps through the air, closing the distance in an instant. The thief is stunned by Fang Yi's speed, unable to believe he was caught so quickly. Fang Yi grabs the thief and applies a pressure point, incapacitating him as a crowd gathers. The woman and Fang Yi's friends catch up, checking to see if he's all right. Fang Yi, still struggling with modern titles, awkwardly returns the wallet to the woman, who stares at him, impressed. The woman's gratitude quickly turns to rage as she delivers a powerful kick to the downed thief. She continues to beat the thief, who begs for mercy. An older vendor steps in, telling them to stop making a mess. Man Jun suggests letting the thief go, but the woman refuses, insisting on reporting him to the police. Man Jun suddenly becomes very nervous, urging the friends to pack up and leave. He warns them that reporting the thief will cause trouble, just as a group of thugs pushes through the crowd. Man Jun curses as the thugs, led by a large man, shove people aside and demand to know what's happening. The leader of the thugs accuses the group of beating up an innocent person. The thief, seeing his backup, tries to flee but is caught by the woman. He begs his big bro for help. The thug leader seethes with anger. The woman defiantly retorts that they were just catching a thief. Fang Yi steps forward, calmly asking the group if they happen to be friends with the thief. Enraged at being called out, the leader swings a weapon at Fang Yi. Fatty and Bumpkin step up, standing with Fang Yi against the thugs. The thug leader gives the order, and his entire gang charges at the three friends. The fight begins. The woman encourages Fang Yi to show the thugs what he's made of. Fang Yi easily dodges an attack and lands a powerful blow, sending one of the thugs flying. The other thugs are shocked as their leader is taken down in a single hit. With the leader defeated, Fang Yi steps back, leaving the rest of the gang to Fatty and Bumpkin, who eagerly crack their knuckles. A chaotic brawl erupts as Fatty and Bumpkin take on the remaining thugs. Bumpkin smashes a thug with a brick, while Fatty looks on. Bumpkin reveals his dirty trick. He's pouring super glue down a thug's pants. Fang Yi chuckles at his friend's devious tactics, as the woman asks if he plans to join in. Fang Yi confidently states his friends can handle it. He then notices the woman is still holding his hand. She quickly lets go, blushing and apologizing, claiming she forgot she was holding it. The fight is over, with the thugs all beaten and groaning on the ground. A security officer finally arrives at the scene, demanding to know what all the fighting was about. Fatty explains they were performing a citizen's arrest. The officer is skeptical and demands evidence. The woman steps forward, flashing a badge. She introduces herself as Bai Chuxia, a police cadet, and confirms the man tried to steal her wallet. The officer verifies her credentials and, outraged that the thieves targeted a police cadet, orders his men to arrest the entire gang. Bai Chuxia asks Fang Yi to come to the station to file a report, but he declines, needing to watch the stall. She extends her hand, thanking him for his help. Fang Yi takes her hand, accepting her thanks. She asks for his name, and he introduces himself as Fang Yi. Bai Chuxia realizes it's late and has to leave, promising to return another time to buy the bracelet for her uncle. As she leaves, Manjun approaches Fang Yi, looking grim. He tells him he's gotten himself into a lot of trouble. Fang Yi is confused by the warning. Manjun asks why Fang Yi thinks that gang has been able to operate freely for so long. Fang Yi points out they were just arrested. Manjun explains they were only arrested because a report was filed. He warns that they could easily be released by that very night. Fang Yi is shocked. Manjun implies the thieves don't keep all the money for themselves. He warns that the thieves must have connections to the people who manage the market, and that the friends have messed up. Fang Yi, however, remains calm. He tells Manjun not to worry, as he will use his divination skills to find the truth. Manjun is amazed, asking if Fang Yi can see the future. Fang Yi corrects him, stating it's divination, not simple fortune-telling. He pulls out his 3 coins and tells Manjun to watch closely. Fang Yi tosses the coins and performs his divination ritual. After tossing the coins, Fang Yi stares intently at the result. Manjun nervously asks what it says. Fang Yi analyzes the toss, identifying it as the limping hexagram from the Book of Changes. Fatty and Bumpkin are clueless as to what this means. Fang Yi smiles, explaining it simply. A benefactor will soon arrive to help them. Manjun looks around, confused, searching for this supposed benefactor. Instead of a benefactor, a new group arrives, led by an imposing old man. The man is identified as Gu Guoguang, the head manager of the market. He lights a cigarette, remarking he heard there was a fight. Fatty immediately interjects, declaring that they were only fighting thieves. Manjun tries to smooth things over, but head manager Gu grabs him, reminding him that he should know the rules. Gu declares that the boys broke the rules by causing a commotion, and troublemakers must be punished. Gu delegates the task to his subordinate, who orders the 3 friends to close their stall and come to the office for punishment. Fang Yi steps forward, calmly challenging the head manager to explain why they are being punished. Gu claims causing a ruckus is reason enough. Fang Yi cleverly counters, asking if the management office now considers itself above the law, especially since the police let them go. Gu is taken aback. Fang Yi presses his advantage, stating that police cadet Bai Chuxia can verify their story. Manjun tries to de-escalate, appealing to the crowd as witnesses, but Gu threatens him for taking their side. The crowd, however, rallies behind Manjun, speaking up and agreeing that the thieves are the real problem. One vendor boldly accuses the head manager of being in league with the thieves, which leaves Gu speechless. Enraged by the rebellion, Gu threatens to terminate the business license of every vendor who spoke up. Fang Yi suddenly appears directly in front of Gu, demanding to know if he will punish them even though the police sided with them. He stares Gu down, asking him point-blank if he has any regard for the law. Head manager Gu, cornered and furious, simply cackles maniacally. Fatty prepares to fight, but a new voice cuts in, mocking Gu's proclamation that he is the law. The crowd parts to reveal Master Sun, accompanied by another man. He finishes Gu's sentence, noting he had no idea Gu made the laws. Gu's face drains of color, recognizing the powerful curator. Fang Yi smiles. His benefactor has arrived, just as his divination predicted. Head manager Gu stammers in shock, recognizing both Master Sun and the current curator, Zhao Hongtao. Master Sun greets Fang Yi warmly. Curator Zhao asks his master if he knows the young man. Fang Yi and Master Sun exchange pleasantries, with Sun noting he didn't expect to see Fang Yi again so soon. Master Sun formally introduces his student, Zhao Hongtao, the current curator of the Jinling Museum. Manjun eagerly introduces himself, while head manager Gu watches from the side, realizing he's in a bad position. Gu tries to slip away, but Manjun calls him out. Trapped, head manager Gu puts on a fake smile and greets the two powerful men. Master Sun states they saw the entire incident, and that Fang Yi was clearly in the right. Gu immediately backpedals and bows an apology. Curator Zhao sternly warns him about his attitude. Zhao threatens his job, forcing Gu to beg for another chance. Zhao reprimands him, reminding him that his job is to serve the vendors, not bully them. He orders Gu to bow to Fang Yi's group. Gu apologizes to the group. Fang Yi accepts, warning him not to punish the innocent again. Gu seethes internally, furious that these peasants have connections. Curator Zhao dismisses Gu, ordering a full report of the incident on his desk by the next morning. Master Sun hopes Gu learned his lesson. Manjun thanks them, excitedly noting that Fang Yi's divination about a benefactor came true. Manjun worries Gu might retaliate later, but Fang Yi confidently assures him that Gu won't be a problem for much longer. Fang Yi explains that he observed Gu's face and saw all the signs of impending doom: a green tinge, a lifeless gray nose, and a dark, sinister chi. He concludes that Gu will be too busy with his own extreme misfortune to worry about them. Master Sun is impressed, identifying the skill as chi observation. Bumpkin pulls Fang Yi aside, reminding him of their master's warning against using his divination skills too often. Curator Zhao overhears their talk of misfortune and defends Gu, stating that while arrogant, he isn't the type to do anything illegal. Master Sun, however, seems to trust Fang Yi's prediction and tells his student to simply wait and see. Master Sun changes the subject, asking how their new business is going. Fang Yi sheepishly admits they haven't made any sales yet. Bumpkin interrupts, fanning out a thick wad of cash. Fatty is shocked. Bumpkin proudly explains he sold the desert poplar guanine statue from Manjun's inventory for 1,000 yuan. They celebrate their first sale, but Manjun suddenly looks panicked. Manjun frantically states that he didn't bring the valuable desert poplar statue to the stall. Bumpkin is confused. Manjun clarifies that the statue he sold was a cheap boxwood replica, worth only 50 yuan. Fatty realizes they made a 950 yuan profit. He starts to celebrate, but Fang Yi cuts him off. Fang Yi takes the money from Bumpkin, stating firmly that they cannot keep it. Fatty agrees, saying it would be impossible to find the buyer now. But Fang Yi is resolute, declaring that their first profit cannot be dirty money. Master Sun, watching the exchange, beams with approval, agreeing with Fang Yi's honorable stance. Shamed by Fang Yi's integrity, Bumpkin takes the money and runs into the crowd, determined to find the buyer and return the cash. Fang Yi calls after him, reinforcing the order. Master Sun looks on, smiling, deeply impressed by the young man's character. The scene shifts to Manjun's home, where he is hosting Master Sun and Curator Zhao. He is ecstatic, thanking Fang Yi for the opportunity. Fang Yi politely thanks Manjun for his help with the trinkets business. Manjun presents a huge, home-cooked feast, humbly hoping his guests enjoy it. Curator Zhao tells Fang Yi to be less formal, and Fang Yi makes a toast to Mr. Zhao. As they eat, Curator Zhao's phone rings. He excuses himself to take the call. Zhao suddenly shouts into the phone, shocked. Master Sun asks his student what's wrong. Curator Zhao returns, stunned. He reports that Fang Yi's prediction came true. Head manager Gu Guoguang has just been apprehended for accepting bribes from gangs. Master Sun is amazed by Fang Yi's accuracy. Fang Yi remains humble, but Fatty proudly boasts that his friend can do even more. Man Jun is immensely relieved. Realizing Gu's arrest means they are now safe from his retaliation. Master Sun takes the opportunity to lecture his student, Curator Zhao, about being more careful in choosing employees in the future. Master Sun changes the subject, turning his full attention to Fang Yi. He asks Fang Yi about his future plans. Fang Yi states his intention to learn more about antiques, leading Master Sun to make a stunning offer, to become his apprentice. Everyone in the room is completely shocked by the offer. Fang Yi stammers in disbelief. Man Jun inwardly notes that Master Sun has had many students, but never a true apprentice, signifying how highly he thinks of Fang Yi. Fang Yi contemplates the weight of the word apprentice. Master Sun smiles, formally asking if Fang Yi is interested in learning from him. Fang Yi beams and accepts the offer, immediately kneeling before his new master. He formally begins the tea ceremony, addressing Sun as his teacher. Fang Yi swears an oath of loyalty, offering a cup of wine. Master Sun accepts, telling him to stand. Later, the group sits down for tea to formalize the arrangement. Master Sun tells Fang Yi that as his new master, he must give him a gift. He presents a beautiful, intricate green jade pendant. Man Jun recognizes the pendant as Master Sun's family heirloom. Fang Yi is stunned and tries to refuse such a valuable gift. Master Sun confirms it's an heirloom meant to bless a business, but since his family is no longer in the trade, he gifts it to Fang Yi. Fang Yi, moved, gratefully accepts. Curator Zhao, as Fang Yi's new senior, also offers a gift, a fragrant rosewood bead bracelet. Master Sun teases his student, wondering if Fang Yi can appreciate its value. Zhao protests, explaining its high quality, 3 centimeters beads, and perfect patina make it priceless. Master Sun just smiles mysteriously and suggests Zhao take a look at the bracelet Fang Yi is already wearing first. Fang Yi, confused, hands his own agarwood bracelet to Curator Zhao for inspection. Curator Zhao's jaw drops as he inspects it, his eyes widening in total shock. He screams, identifying it as a priceless, 100-year-old agarwood bracelet. Curator Zhao examines Fang Yi's agarwood bracelet, declaring it's of the greatest quality and a historical artifact from the early Qing dynasty. Master Sun teases Zhao about his own rosewood bracelet. Zhao humbly admits that his is a mere antique, while Fang Yi's is a true artifact, and the two are simply incomparable. Zhao continues his self-critique, estimating that Fang Yi's bracelet could have a starting auction price as high as 300,000 yuan. Master Sun knowingly states that Fang Yi wouldn't sell his bracelet even for over 1 million, a fact that clearly shocks Curator Zhao. Master Sun praises Fang Yi for his strong principles and not being tempted by money, saying it's a lesson that both he and his own son need to learn. Zhao agrees with his master's assessment. Master Sun then explains the nuance, stating that while Zhao's rosewood has quality, it lacks the age and collected value of Fang Yi's artifact. Zhao, as Fang Yi's new senior, generously offers to teach him about miscellaneous antiques and invites him to visit the museum anytime. Master Sun instructs Zhao to give Fang Yi and his friends their first proper lesson on trinkets, since they jumped into the business with no knowledge. Zhao calls Fatty and Bumpkin over to join the lesson, explaining that even this small part of trinkets is a large and complex subject. He begins by explaining the cultural importance of appreciation, the process of handling and using trinkets, which allows them to gain patina and spirit over time. Zhao poses a hypothetical question to his new students. Which is more valuable, a bracelet appreciated for 10 years or one simply kept on display for the same amount of time? Fatty correctly answers, the bracelet that has been appreciated, of course. Zhao confirms this, adding that the amount of time spent appreciating also yields different results. Zhao explains the personal benefits of appreciation, such as its calming effect and the sense of accomplishment one gets from watching a piece slowly patinate, and become more beautiful. He quotes an industry saying, "A bracelet in hand is a lot like repeating sutras. Though their efforts may not lead to enlightenment, at the very least their beads will one day turn red." Zhao smiles, concluding that no matter the type of bead, as long as one appreciates it, they will one day see the results of their efforts. He then gives the trio their first homework assignment. Each of them is to appreciate a Rudraksh bracelet and a Rattan seed bracelet. Zhao instructs them to carefully record any and all changes they observe in the beads as they appreciate them. He begins teaching them the proper techniques, starting with Rudraksh, which relies heavily on proper brushing to clean all the nooks and crannies of dust and dirt. In contrast, he explains, the most important appreciation method for Rattan seed is play, simply rolling and twisting the beads by hand. Zhao offers to recite a traditional industry rhyme that contains many different appreciation methods, and the trio eagerly accepts the offer. Zhao recites a long, poetic rhyme detailing the specific and unique appreciation methods for various materials, such as rattan seed is for rubbing, Rudraksh is for brushing, and amber is for rolling, turquoise is for fiddling. The complex rhyme continues, covering fans, bones, ivory, coral, and more, ending with each generation is always better than the last. Man Jun claps enthusiastically, calling the lesson amazing, while Fatty and Bumpkin are left looking somewhat dazed by the sheer amount of information. Zhao ends the lesson for the day to let them digest everything. Master Sun and Zhao then prepare to leave. As they depart, Master Sun reminds Fang Yi not to forget the assignment his new senior, Zhao, has given him. Later that night, Fang Yi sits on his bed under the full moon, contemplating his new homework. He notes the high quality of the bracelets and decides to combine his homework with his meditation and begins to roll the Rattan seed bracelet. As Fang Yi meditates, reciting Taoist scripture, a golden wisp of energy flows from his body into the bracelet in his hand. The Rattan seed bracelet begins to glow and buzz as it absorbs the spiritual energy from Fang Yi's meditation. The next day, Fang Yi arrives at the impressive, modern exterior of the Jinling Museum for his lesson with Curator Zhao. Fang Yi and Curator Zhao sit opposite each other in Zhao's office, surrounded by an awkward, heavy silence. Zhao, pouring tea, notices Fang Yi's troubled expression and asks if he feels uncomfortable coming for the lessons. Fang Yi quickly denies it, explaining that his mind is on something else. A flashback shows him leaving the market stall to his friends. In the flashback, Fatty had stopped him, revealing that Miss Bai, the police cadet by Chuxia, had a job for him, to find an antique bracelet or necklace at least 20 years old. Fang Yi was annoyed that Fatty had accepted the difficult request on his behalf, but Fatty just grins, saying he'll leave it to Fang Yi and his new senior to solve. Back in the present, Fang Yi relays the awkward request. Zhao jokes that 20 years is easy, but finding a 200-year-old item on demand would be the real challenge. Fang Yi laments his friend's foolishness, and Zhao has to hide his amusement at the situation. As Fang Yi complains, his eyes suddenly widen as he looks down at his own wrist, noticing something. He stares in absolute shock at the rattan seed necklace he had meditated with the previous night. Zhao notices Fang Yi's stare and asks to see the necklace. As he takes it, his professional demeanor changes to one of shock. Zhao hands it back, telling Fang Yi to look closer. Fang Yi sees what he thought were cracks are actually crazing, a sign, as Zhao confirms, of at least 20 years of clean hand appreciation. Fang Yi is baffled, knowing he's only had the necklace for a few days. He also notices it's emanating an aura, just like his ancient agarwood bracelet. Zhao confirms the aura, comparing it to the Buddhist spiritual instruments in the museum's collection, leaving Fang Yi deep in thought. Later, back in his room, Fang Yi contemplates the rattan necklace, realizing his meditation has somehow turned it into a spiritual instrument. He compares his master's bracelet, which took decades to gain its spiritual aura, to his own rattan necklace, which transformed in just a few days. He concludes this new power must be a result of his deep meditation and decides to run an experiment, taking a cheap Rudraksh bracelet to test his theory. Fang Yi once again enters a deep meditative state, reciting scripture as a golden aura envelopes him and the new bracelet. A montage shows the passage of time, with a clock face overlaid on his meditative form, implying a long duration. When he opens his eyes, he looks at the newly transformed Rudraksh bracelet and exclaims in delight, "It really happened again." He comes to a stunning and profound realization. He possesses a supernatural power to increase the age of objects. He is ecstatic, theorizing this new ability must have awakened when he entered his inner consciousness at the hospital, and he scrambles to find more things to test. The newly aged bracelets, one Rattan seed and one Rudraksh, rest on his desk as morning light streams in through the window. Fang Yi reflects on the saying, "Time is a treasure," realizing that his new ability to infuse objects with time makes them incredibly valuable. He decides on a fitting name for his new power, Treasured Time. At his shop, Oguzai, Manjun waves goodbye to two men who have just made a purchase. He cheerfully wishes them well. "Please come again next time." Just as Fang Yi arrives at the storefront, Fang Yi stares intently at the two departing men, a look of deep concern and recognition on his face. Manjun greets Fang Yi, who is there to restock, and invites him in for tea, mentioning there's something he wants to discuss. A quiet montage shows the detailed and varied collection of antiques, from pottery to ornate window lattices, inside Manjun's store. Over tea, Manjun congratulates Fang Yi on their stall's recent success, but notices Fang Yi seems distracted. Fang Yi warns Manjun that the two men who just left were full of negative energies and advises him to keep his distance from them. Manjun, intrigued, asks why. Fang Yi guesses it's from frequent contact with the dead. Manjun confirms this, whispering that they are groundsmen, tomb raiders. Manjun explains that the tomb raiders are planning an underground auction in Nanjing to sell their illicit stocks. Fang Yi's interest is piqued, asking if high-quality goods will be sold. Manjun says yes, but the real test is having the eye to spot them. Manjun warns him that for underground auctions, the ratio of genuine items to fakes is approximately 2 to 10, meaning many fakes. However, he adds that the opening prices are incredibly low, so there's always a chance to find a real treasure for really cheap. Manjun reveals the starting bids are as low as 1,000 yuan. Fang Yi is thrilled, realizing he might be able to afford to participate. Manjun offers Fang Yi a cup of rice wine and makes a proposition. "Why don't the two of us go together?" Fang Yi is hesitant, suggesting Manjun should take an expert. Manjun insists, saying the auction is a secret and he trusts Fang Yi. He frames it as a good learning opportunity for Fang Yi's career in antiques. Fang Yi gratefully accepts and rushes off to prepare. Manjun drives them to the auction, pulling up to a modern, 5-star hotel. Fang Yi is stunned by the lavish location for an underground auction. Dressed in matching black suits, Manjun and Fang Yi head towards the hotel entrance, Fang Yi clutching a small purple money bag. Inside, Fang Yi admits he was expecting a dingy underground room, not such a fancy, professional setup. Manjun explains that times have changed and everything is a lot more commercialized now, even illegal auctions. Manjun teases Fang Yi about his East meets West outfit, a tuxedo borrowed from Bumpkin, accessorized with his humble money bag. Fang Yi explains the bag holds their entire earnings of 25,000 yuan. Manjun, trying to impress, whispers that he brought 350,000. Fang Yi is impressed by the large sum. The elevator dings, and the doors open. Both Manjun and Fang Yi are visibly surprised by the people already inside the elevator. Manjun fawns over one of the passengers, Director Su, who clearly does not remember him at first. After Manjun reminds him, Director Su politely shakes his hand, while Fang Yi's attention is focused elsewhere. Fang Yi and the woman with Director Su, dressed in a business suit, stare at each other in awkward silence. The woman is revealed to be Bai Chuxia, the police cadet, now in a sharp business suit, clearly in disguise. The group, including Bai Chuxia, ride the elevator in silence, Bai Chuxia holding her briefcase professionally. As the elevator dings again, Manjun whispers to Fang Yi, telling him not to stare at the lady Director Su brought. The doors open, and Director Su politely steps aside for an elderly man, Master Yu, to exit first. Manjun is starstruck, recognizing the man as the legendary Yu Xian from Manon. Manjun whispers to Fang Yi that Master Yu is the top of the top in antique sundries, even above Curator Zhao, and a master seal carver who made the president's personal seal. Fang Yi, however, is preoccupied, his mind racing as he processes the revelation. That was her, wasn't it? Manjun and Fang Yi arrive at the auction's registration table, which is set up in the hotel corridor. The woman at the registration desk, Bai Chuxiao, professionally verifies their invitation and money, handing them their bidder card without any sign of recognition. As they walk away, Fang Yi ponders her deep-cover disguise. She was a police officer before, and now she's a white-collar worker? Manjun excitedly points out their lucky bidder number, 28, as they head into the auction hall. A sign at the entrance gives the event a benign name, Ancient and Classical Art Exchange. Fang Yi questions the innocuous name, and Manjun sarcastically asks if he expected a sign that said, Auctioning Tomb-Rated Treasures? The two of them, looking serious in their suits, walk towards the entrance of the main auction room. Fang Yi is impressed by the large, professional theater-style auction room, which is already filling with well-dressed attendees. An usher greets Manjun and Fang Yi, offering to show them to their seats as they take in the stage full of antiques. As the usher leads them to their row, Fang Yi is shocked to realize it's her. Bai Chuxia is seated just one seat away. Manjun suddenly lets out a gasp, having spotted someone important in the row ahead of them. He eagerly greets Master Yu and Director Su, who are seated directly in front of them, and they nod in acknowledgement. Manjun continues to laugh and fawn over the important men, while Fang Yi and Bai Chuxia sit side by side in stony, awkward silence. A rival antiques trader, Xie Qingyang, appears and claps Manjun on the shoulder, greeting him. Xie teases Manjun, saying he couldn't let him run off with all the good stuff by himself. Manjun nervously asks if Xie is trying to pick a fight, but Xie replies that auctions are more fun with an opponent. Xie smirks, saying he's happy to oblige Manjun if he wants a fight, and they both agree to wait and see, establishing their rivalry. Fang Yi asks who the man is, and Manjun identifies his rival, Xie Qingyang. Manjun warns Fang Yi to be careful, claiming Xie is unscrupulous and will do absolutely anything to make a profit. The auctioneer takes the stage and announces the first part of the event, the pre-auction inspection and appraisal of the items. Manjun and Fang Yi queue up with other bidders to go on stage and examine the auction lots. Manjun is immediately overwhelmed by the beautiful vases and fans, exclaiming, Holy Mother, it's so beautiful. To be more efficient, Manjun tells Fang Yi he'll look at the paintings and calligraphy while Fang Yi inspects the trinkets and sundries. Fang Yi walks over to the table displaying the smaller, miscellaneous items, including gourds and snuff bottles. As Fang Yi browses, Master Yu and Director Su approach him, asking if he has an interest in sundries. Fang Yi humbly replies that he's still in the process of learning, and gestures for the expert to look first. Master Yu is charmed by the polite youth. Suddenly, Master Yu picks up a carved cricket gourd, exclaiming in shock, How did this end up here? He urgently tells Director Su that this item once belonged to his former teacher and that Su must win it for him, no matter the cost. Director Su immediately agrees, but asks who the teacher was that owned it. Master Yu reveals it was Master Wang. Director Su, stunned, clarifies, as in Wang Shixiang. He then hardens his resolve and vows to win it. Fang Yi, overhearing, asks who Wang Shixiang is. Master Yu, surprised he doesn't know, dismisses him, saying there's nothing else worthy of attention here. As Master Yu walks away, Fang Yi realizes the expert's implication. Of all the items on the table, only the cricket gourd is real. Fang Yi picks up the gourd, wondering what's so special about it, and is immediately hit with a powerful aura and a vision. Fang Yi gasps, reeling from the sudden flash of images, and realizes he is experiencing a vision from the cricket gourd. He wonders if his treasured time ability also grants him psychometry, the power to see an object's past. He is ecstatic, realizing he could use this to authenticate all the items. He quickly tries touching other objects, but feels no reaction. He moves down the line, placing his hands on a vase, a statue, and a bronze vessel, but gets nothing from each of them. He begins to doubt himself, wondering if everything else is a counterfeit or if the gourd was just a one-time coincidence. His eyes land on a thick, unassuming book in the corner of the display, labeled Yongle Encyclopedia. He finds it strange, as cheap copies of this book are common, and wonders why it would be in a high-stakes auction. He cautiously places his hand on the book's cover, and his heart begins to pound as a powerful vision surges into him. He smiles, convinced. That vision was stronger than the one before. A genuine good. An announcer calls 1 minute remaining for inspection. Fang Yi heads back to his seat, exhilarated, believing that winning the encyclopedia alone will make the auction worthwhile. As he walks, he passes a display of other items, including a cracked, greenish jade ring that seems to be overlooked. Noticing no one else is looking at it, he decides to quickly test the jade ring as well. The moment he touches it, he is hit with an intense, overwhelming vision of a primitive tribe in a rocky canyon, holding the jade ring. The vision shifts, and he suddenly finds himself standing on a high, precarious cliff edge next to a waterfall. The vision is so overpowering that he cries out in pain as the cliff edge in his vision begins to crack beneath his feet. He screams as he plunges into a dark abyss, the terrifying vision completely overwhelming his senses. Fang Yi snaps back to reality, nearly collapsing. Manjun rushes to his side, steadying him and asking if he's all right. Manjun explains that Fang Yi was just standing there and suddenly looked like he was about to fall over. Fang Yi apologizes and straightens up, realizing that using his treasured time ability repeatedly drains his mental energy, and he must be more careful. As he returns to his seat, the woman in front, Bai Chuxia, glances back, telling him, "There's no need to be so rash, young man." Fang Yi sits down to recover, breathing heavily, as Bai Chuxia and Master Yu watch him from the row in front. Master Yu looks at Fang Yi with a calculating, intrigued expression, thinking to himself, this young man might be fairly interesting. As Fang Yi meditates in his seat to regain his strength, he overhears the quiet, professional conversation between Master Yu and Bai Chuxia. He listens as Bai Chuxia asks Master Yu if any of the items on stage were excavated, tomb-rated. Master Yu confirms that a few were. Master Yu, however, dismisses them as useless. Bai Chuxia sounds frustrated, asking if he means they can't be used as evidence. He clarifies that the items are too ordinary to be of any real use. Bai Chuxia laments that her first undercover operation was a waste of time. Master Yu consoles her, telling her to be patient and just treat the day as a learning experience. Fang Yi, still feigning meditation, processes this new information and has a sudden realization. She was a spy. The auction begins. The auctioneer calls out a bid of 50,000 from bidder 27, who is revealed to be Bai Chuxia. Manjun checks on Fang Yi, who has recovered from his dizzy spell, and assures Manjun that he's fine now. Manjun gets excited as the item he's been waiting for is next, a painting by Zhu Yurue. Fang Yi impresses Manjun by identifying Zhu Yurue by his more common pseudonym, Badashanren. Fang Yi then recites a detailed biography of the painter, explaining he was a Ming dynasty prince who became a monk. Manjun is confused, asking how a Taoist priest like Fang Yi knows so much about a Buddhist monk. Fang Yi reveals the obscure historical fact that Zhu De, Badashanren, actually became a Taoist later in life. Master Yu and Bai Chuxia, overhearing, are both impressed. The Badashanren painting is brought on stage, and Manjun readies his paddle, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The bidding opens at 50,000. Manjun immediately makes a knockout bid, shouting 300,000. The crowd is shocked into silence by the aggressive bid. Fang Yi congratulates Manjun on scaring off all competition, which was his plan. However, Xie Qingyang, sitting in the row behind, calmly bids 310,000, mockingly apologizing to Manjun. Manjun is enraged, as he knows Xie doesn't even deal in paintings and is only bidding to spite him. He angrily bids 350,000. The auctioneer calls 350,000, going once. Manjun suddenly realizes, to his horror, that this is all the money he brought. Just as the auctioneer calls going twice, Xie Qingyang, with a smirk, calmly bids 360,000. Defeated, Manjun lowers his paddle, declining Fang Yi's offer to lend him money, saying what's gone is gone. The gavel falls, and the auctioneer declares the painting sold to Xie for 360,000. Xie turns around in his seat and waves, mockingly offering his condolences to a fuming Manjun. Manjun seethes, cursing that he hopes Xie bought a counterfeit. Fang Yi tries to console him, but Manjun is fixated on the Yongle encyclopedia he saw. Manjun dismisses the encyclopedia, saying cheap copies are available at any stall, but Fang Yi's interest is piqued. Master Yu leans back and warns them that authentic copies of the encyclopedia are exceedingly rare. Just then, the auctioneer announces the next lot. The Yongle encyclopedia is brought on stage, but is presented as a book of notes from the Qing dynasty scholar Cai Xian, starting at 20,000. Master Yu, recognizing the scholar's name, immediately bids 20,000, showing his interest in the item. Manjun is shocked as Fang Yi, holding his empty hand up as if it's a paddle, bids 22,000. Manjun asks what he's doing. Fang Yi, his eyes wide with certainty, replies, I just have a feeling that Yongle encyclopedia is real. The auctioneer calls out the 22,000 bid from bidder number 28. Manjun tries to grab the bidder paddle from Fang Yi, but Xie taunts him from behind. Since when have you been such a meek person, man? Xie then bids 24,000, clearly just to provoke Manjun. Fang Yi panics, as 24,000 is almost all the money he has. Manjun, however, is now furious at Xie's insults and snaps. Driven by pride and anger at Xie, Manjun grabs the paddle and bids a whopping 40,000. Xie Qingyang, seeing Manjun's reckless bid, smirks and asks if he really thinks he can beat that. Xie laughs, saying the book isn't even worth 30,000 and magnanimously withdraws, saying he won't get in your way on this fake. The auctioneer makes the final call for 40,000, with no other offers from the stunned crowd. The gavel slams down, selling the lot to bidder 28 for 40,000 yuan. Fang Yi celebrates their win, but Manjun immediately slumps in his seat, filled with buyer's remorse and groaning. Ugh, I may have been too rash. Manjun turns to Fang Yi, his voice filled with dread, and asks, Fang Yi, do you really think that copy of the Yongle encyclopedia is real? Fang Yi, brimming with confidence from his vision, reassures him with a bright smile. I'm sure of it, Mr. Man. Master Yu leans over and shatters their hopes, stating that authentic copies have never been found among the general populace, not once since the founding of the Republic. Manjun is devastated, putting his head in his hands and crying that he's lost 40,000 on scrap paper. Fang Yi weakly offers, maybe we'll get lucky. The auction continues with the next item, the cracked jade ring from Fang Yi's vision, starting at 5,000 yuan. Master Yu notices Fang Yi's keen interest in the jade. Fang Yi, remembering his powerful vision, enthusiastically confirms he's interested. Master Yu smiles and warns him that it's an excavated item and likely contains curses and extremely negative energy, advising him not to buy it thoughtlessly. Fang Yi thanks him for the advice, but inwardly he believes his Taoist powers can nullify negative energies no matter how powerful. He asks Manjun for the bidder card and, ignoring his friend's confusion, places a bid for 5,000. An old man with a long beard also bids on the jade, saying he'll see if I can appreciate it. Manjun is aghast that someone would bid on a broken piece of jade. Fang Yi immediately raises the bid to 6,000. The old man counters with 7,000, his interest now piqued. Fang Yi, determined to get the item from his vision, bids 10,000. This shocks Manjun, who yells, Have you gone crazy, Fang Yi? 10,000 for a dirty, tainted piece of broken jade. Xie Qingyang, from the row behind, bursts out laughing, mocking Manjun's friend for spending 10,000 on a tainted piece of junk like this. Hearing the item is tainted, the old man immediately withdraws his interest. The item is sold to Fang Yi for 10,000. Fang Yi smiles, we got it. Manjun, however, is furious, grabbing his head and accusing Fang Yi of wasting all our money. Fang Yi calmly replies, who knows, we might get lucky. Master Yu gives Fang Yi a parting lecture, advising him to seriously study rather than relying on something like luck and fate. The auction concludes, and the auctioneer invites everyone to a complimentary buffet. Manjun, fuming over his big loss, insists they eat to get their money's worth. As they head to the buffet, Master Yu stops them, asking for a moment with both Manjun and young Fang. Fang Yi asks if Master Yu is leaving with Director Su. Master Yu replies that Su and Officer Bai have already left ahead of him. Manjun is confused, but Master Yu explains he has a small matter to discuss with Fang Yi. Manjun, ever the opportunist, suggests they eat while we talk, and Master Yu agrees. The three are shown sitting together at a table in the hotel's buffet restaurant. Manjun and Master Yu are discussing the legendary Wang Shixiang, the grandfather of sundries, with Manjun admitting he's learned a lot. Master Yu offers to introduce Fang Yi to the 90-year-old Master Wang. Just then, Xie Qingyang approaches their table, snapping at Manjun for having an appetite. Manjun asks his rival, Xie, what he wants. Xie mockingly suggests Manjun must be feeling unwell today after his foolish purchases. Master Yu, annoyed by the interruption, interrupts and tells Xie that his smug attitude isn't very welcome. Xie feigns innocence, calling it friendly banter and pitying Manjun for falling for those tricks and fakes. Manjun slams the table, demanding proof. Xie scoffs, claiming there are hundreds of fake Yongle encyclopedias in Jinling alone, and that Manjun couldn't possibly be so lucky. Fang Yi, who had been silent, calmly interjects, it's not impossible. Xie immediately insults him, calling him a brat who should stay out of adult conversations. Fang Yi ignores the insult and boldly suggests that since Master Yu is present, they should have him appraise the authenticity right now. A complete silence falls over the entire restaurant as all the patrons stop to stare at the unfolding drama. Manjun panics, hissing at Fang Yi, don't be absurd. But Fang Yi looks back, confused by his reaction. Xie laughs, pointing out the large fees associated with an expert appraisal. Manjun apologizes for Fang Yi's inexperience, but Master Yu graciously agrees to have a quick look. Xie is stunned, arguing that appraising such an obvious fake would be an insult to Master Yu's eyes. Manjun also tries to let Master Yu off the hook, but the expert smiles, worried I'll ask for a fee? I would never. Manjun, completely misunderstanding the situation, offers to pay Master Yu 100,000 for the appraisal. Master Yu declines the money, saying he'll do it for free just this once. He tells Manjun to bring out the book, and the other diners crowd around to watch. The entire restaurant gathers, buzzing with excitement that the legendary Master Yu is doing a free, public appraisal. Xie sneers, humph, don't celebrate too early. Certain that Manjun is about to be humiliated in front of everyone. Master Yu begins his examination, looking closely at the book's cover with a large magnifying glass. After a moment, he looks up and notes that the quality is high and there is no damage to the cover. But, he declares, this cover clearly comes from the Republic era. This is without a doubt a replica. Xie cackles with glee. My condolences, man. Manjun slumps, utterly defeated. Master Yu tries to console him, saying it's a superb copy and still has some value. Xie continues to gloat. As Master Yu prepares to hand the book back, Fang Yi holds up his hand and says, wait. Fang Yi boldly declares, you haven't looked at it completely, Master Yu. The crowd erupts, calling Fang Yi rude for doubting Master Yu. Master Yu, clearly offended, stares Fang Yi down. He states he's been in the industry for 40 years and knows this is a replica. Fang Yi simply smiles and says, thank you, Master Yu, leaving Manjun and the expert confused by his calm demeanor. Manjun, though confused, looks at his young friend with admiration, thinking, this kid, he has guts. His curiosity piqued by Fang Yi's inexplicable confidence, Master Yu decides to investigate further and opens the book's cover. The moment he sees the first page inside the book, Master Yu's eyes widen in absolute, profound shock. Master Yu looks up from the page, pale and stunned, muttering, How could this be? Master Yu's mind races as he frantically tries to process what he is seeing, questioning if it can possibly be real. He finally makes his stunning announcement. This is indeed a Ming Dynasty version. There is a high probability this was one of the original copies held by the Yongle Emperor himself. The crowd explodes in shock. It was real. Master, you can't be wrong. Xie Qingyang's smug expression vanishes. Fang Yi beams. Man Jun is catatonic, unable to process how an original could just show up out of nowhere when even official copies are lost. Fang Yi prompts Man Jun, asking him what he means. Man Jun explains the history. The originals vanished, believed to be buried with the Jiajing Emperor, and fewer than 800 official copies remain. Fang Yi, ever calm, simply tells Man Jun to listen to what Master Yu has to say first. Master Yu reaffirms his statement that the probability of it being an original is extremely high. He explains his reasoning. The calligraphy was penned by Nong Du, one of the original scribes and creator of the Taoist style. Xie Qingyang, desperate, scoffs, "BH. But Master Yu, is it not possible this is simply someone copying Nong Du's writing style?" Master Yu smiles. No, 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 and says he will now point out the most important feature. He explains the pages are made of bark paper, which has a faint, distinctive fragrance. He then notes that the book's cover is far too thick. Master Yu peers intently at the edge of the thick cover with his magnifying glass. His eyes widen in sudden, complete understanding. "Oh, I see. I understand completely now." "No," he exclaims. "This book is without a doubt authentic. The reason the cover seems off is because someone tried to disguise it." Master Yu explains the ancient technique of hiding a painting with a painting, where collectors would. Panel 1. Recoat their valuable items and cover them with a worthless new painting or cover to protect them during times of war. Panel 2. A bystander asks if the fake cover can be removed. Master Yu says yes, but he'll need Man Jun's permission and the help of a restoration expert. Man Jun is completely frozen, muttering, "It's real? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Fang Yi has to nudge him as Master Yu is speaking to him. Man Jun, snapping out of his daze, asks if the restoration process will damage the original piece. Master Yu assures him there will be no damage at all, and that he will ask an old friend, an expert at restoration, to help. Master Yu then makes an incredible offer. "If you give your permission, I'll even personally sign the certificate of authenticity after it's been restored." The crowd gasps, knowing a certificate from Master Yu would make Man Jun a fortune. Overwhelmed, Man Jun gives his permission. Xie Qingyang watches from the sidelines, his face contorted in rage and jealousy. "Damn it! I won't forget this, Man Jun." As Man Jun gratefully hands the book to Master Yu, Xie shouts, "Wait." Xie steps forward with a smug grin, declaring that an original copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia is a national treasure. "Man, you have to hand it over," he demands. Man Jun is left speechless. Master Yu intervenes, agreeing that the encyclopedia is indeed a national treasure of great historical and research value. Xie smirks, thinking Master Yu is on his side, but the expert then says, "But." Master Yu explains that since the item was sourced from overseas and had proper documentation from the auction, the government has no legal power to take it without the owner's permission. Man Jun, overjoyed, taunts Xie, who storms off in a rage, yelling, "You simply got lucky this time." After Xie is gone, Man Jun asks Master Yu what the book would be worth if auctioned. Master Yu replies simply, "It'd be priceless." Man Jun is stunned by the word priceless, his face pale with shock. Master Yu clarifies that if he had to name a price, it would be at least over 1,000,000. The crowd gasps, realizing Man Jun turned a 40,000 yuan purchase into a 20 times profit. Master Yu exchanges contact info with Man Jun. Man Jun makes a request. He wants to watch the restoration process. Master Yu is surprised. Master Yu finds the request unusual, but agrees to discuss it with his restoration expert friend and will contact Man Jun if it's possible. As Master Yu leaves, the other vendors swarm Man Jun, congratulating him and demanding he treat them to a celebration for his lucky find. Back at their house, Fatty and Bumpkin are floored when Man Jun tells them he's earned at least 1,000,000 from the auction. Man Jun, feeling generous, declares half of it belongs to Fang Yi. Of course, Fatty's jaw drops. Bumpkin protests, arguing that 500,000 is far too much to give Fang Yi for basically just accompanying him. Man Jun, drunk and emotional, grabs his friends, slurring that without Fang Yi's feeling, he would have won nothing and been humiliated by that good-for-nothing Xia. Fatty, also drunk, teases Manjun, saying he should give Fang Yi all the money. Just then, Manjun's phone rings. It's Master Yu. While Manjun is on the call, Fatty suddenly remembers. Ah, that's right, Fang Yi. You had 2 calls come in today. Fatty explains the first call was from Master Sun, who wants Fang Yi to come to the museum tomorrow morning to assist him with something. With a lecherous grin, Fatty reveals the second call was from Officer Bai, who wants to meet tomorrow to look at bracelets. Manjun bursts back in, cheering. It's been arranged. We'll meet with Master Yu at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to watch the restoration of the encyclopedia. Fang Yi is suddenly overwhelmed, now having 3 important, conflicting appointments for the next morning: Master Sun, Officer Bai, and Master Yu. Fang Yi makes his decision, prioritizing his new master. He tells Manjun he can't go to the restoration, as he has to see Master Sunday. He then asks Fatty to tell Officer Bai they'll have to meet another time. Fatty suggests Fang Yi should buy his own cell phone. Manjun, drunk, interrupts, insisting they continue celebrating their happy occasion. Manjun, his arms around his friends, drunkenly boasts about their great victory and being the star of the antique industry. Fatty whispers to Bumpkin that Manjun is too drunk. Fang Yi, seeing an opportunity, quietly jabs Manjun in a sleeping point. Manjun immediately passes out, and Fang Yi calmly says, "Let's get him to bed." Fatty and Bumpkin are left in stunned silence, reflecting on the fact that Fang Yi earned 500,000 in a single afternoon. Bumpkin muses, "I'm not sure any of us will be able to sleep tonight." Back in his room, Fang Yi decides to investigate the mysterious jade piece he won at the auction. He begins to meditate, focusing on the jade piece while resolving to be careful not to get swallowed up by his consciousness as he did in the hospital. As he meditates, he is immediately and involuntarily pulled back into the overwhelming vision of the cliff face and waterfall he first saw at the auction. In the vision, the cliff edge cracks beneath his feet, and he begins to fall, realizing his consciousness is being trapped again. Panicked, he shouts "Return," and uses his spiritual energy to forcibly pull his consciousness out of the dangerous vision. A golden energy swirls around him as he successfully exits the vision and returns to his body. He opens his eyes, still holding the jade piece, and feels a strange, powerful sensation. His drained mental energy has been completely replenished and even boosted. An infographic explains the Taoist Qi training stages, showing Stage 1, 100-Day Foundation, which Fang Yi completed at age 10. The infographic continues to Stage 2, Transform Essence into Qi, noting that Fang Yi has been stuck at this stage for over 10 years. The infographic describes the advanced Stage 3, Transform Qi into Spirit, and Stage 4, Return to Nothing, which leads to becoming a Shen Cáng, or immortal. Fang Yi is ecstatic, realizing the energy boost from the jade has him on the verge of breaking through to Stage 3. He wonders if he can absorb more. As he tries to draw more energy, the ancient jade piece, its power now fully depleted, crumbles to dust in his hands. He realizes he can absorb spiritual energy from old jade and antiques to fuel his cultivation. He decides to test the necklace he aged with his power. He closes his eyes and attempts to absorb the energy he had previously infused into the rattan seed necklace. He feels a weak absorption, but when he opens his eyes, he is shocked to see the necklace has lost its patina and crazing, reverting to its original new, worthless state. He's dismayed, seeing the necklace now looks worse than it already did before, its value completely gone. He theorizes about his powers. Treasured time can use his mental energy to add time/value to an object, but he can also absorb energy from real antiques. He has a breakthrough. He can use his own energy to create antiques and absorb energy from real antiques to cultivate. He realizes the antiques industry is the perfect path for him. The next day, Fang Yi arrives at the Jinling Museum for his scheduled meeting with Master Sun. He enters Curator Zhao's office and is surprised to find not only Master Sun, but also his son, Sun Xiao, already there. Sun Xiao explains, somewhat awkwardly, that he is here because an old friend of his father's is visiting. Master Sun teases his son, revealing Sun Chao only came because he heard the visitor's name, Master Yu, a top-class expert in sundries. Sun Chao smiles, admitting he couldn't pass up an opportunity to learn from the legendary Master Yu. Fang Yi connects the dots and asks his master if this is the same Master Yu Xian he met at the auction. Fang Yi confirms it, explaining to the group that he met Master Yu yesterday, and they are helping him restore a particular book. Sun Chao is intrigued, and Master Sun, who was kept in the dark by Master Yu, asks what book is so important that it requires his help. Just as Master Yu, Manjun, and Bai Chuxiao arrive at the office door, Fang Yi announces, "It's the Yongle Emperor's copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia." Manjun, Master Yu, and Bai Chuxiao stand in the doorway, smiling, as Fang Yi asks his master if he's up for the challenge. Inside the restoration room, Master Sun finishes his appraisal of the now restored book, confirming it is, without a doubt, a genuine copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia. Manjun is overjoyed and profusely credits Fang Yi's good eye. Master Yu agrees, admitting that even he missed the book's true nature at first. Master Yu asks his old friend, Master Sun, how he managed to find such a great apprentice. Sun Chao greets his father, who says he'll tell him the full story later. Sun Chao, acting as the host, suggests they take a break for lunch, as the appraisal took all morning, and they can continue the restoration in the afternoon. Master Sun agrees, noting he's not as energetic as he used to be, and that such a valuable item deserves their proper, focused attention. Sun Chao leaves to arrange food. Bai Chuxiao, who had been quietly pokes Fang Yi in the back to get his attention. Bai Chuxiao playfully greets Fang Yi, teasing him about his rapid rise from a humble salesman to the apprentice to a respected master. Fang Yi retorts that he could say the same about her, a police officer one moment and a white-collar worker the next. He then leans in and whispers, "You're a spy." Bai Chuxiao panics, immediately covering his mouth and hushing him, frantically telling him not so loud. After an awkward, blushing silence, she regains her composure and steps back, brushing herself off. She quickly changes the subject, asking about the antique bracelet he was supposed to find for her, noting he missed her call yesterday. Fang Yi, flustered, says he has it. Bai Chuxiao takes the Rudraksh bracelet, the one Fang Yi aged up, straight to Master Yu, asking him to appraise it. She mentions someone told her it was worth at least 50,000. Master Yu examines the Rudraksh bracelet. He notes its excellent patina and quality, estimating it to be about 20 or so years old. Master Yu's expression suddenly changes from appreciation to shock. He declares the bracelet has been infused and is a spiritual instrument. He explains to a confused Bai Chuxiao that an instrument is an object that has been infused with a Buddhist's power over an extended period, imparting some of that power to the object. Master Yu shares a personal story, revealing that his own life was once saved by such an instrument. He recounts a trip to Tibet 10 years ago, where a monk, sensing danger in his future, gave him a chit seed bracelet. The monk predicted a great catastrophe would befall him in 3 years, and that the bracelet would protect him when the time came. A flashback image shows a violent car crash, with glass shattering everywhere. Master Yu explains that 3 years later, he was in that car crash. Everyone else in the car died instantly, but he survived unscathed. The bracelet, however, had turned to dust, sacrificing itself. Fang Yi realizes this is just like his Kapala. Deeply moved by the story and the bracelet's power, Sun Chao, Master Sun's son, immediately offers Fang Yi 500,000 yuan for the Rudraksh bracelet. Bai Chuxiao is stunned by the enormous offer. Fang Yi politely declines, stating he has already given the bracelet to Officer Bai as a gift. Sun Chao is visibly disappointed by this, but graciously accepts Fang Yi's decision. Bai Chuxiao, however, is flustered and angry. She refuses the gift, insisting she will pay for it, and that they agreed on 50,000, so don't try and change the price on me. Fang Yi, seeing no way out of the awkward situation, relents and agrees. 50,000 it is then. Bai Chuxiao says she will transfer the money later. Sun Chao laments his bad luck, noting Fang Yi's valuable Agarwood bracelet wasn't for sale, and now this powerful Rudraksh bracelet has been given to someone else. Fang Yi, flustered, tries to promise Sun Chao the next good item he finds. just as curator Zhao announces that lunch is ready. Fang Yi quickly uses the lunch announcement to awkwardly change the subject, much to Sun Chao's mild annoyance. The restoration of the Yongle Encyclopedia is complete, revealing its true, ancient, and beautiful cover. Master Yu's restorer friend is in awe of the find, but Master Sun explains that it is unfortunately owned by a private individual. The restorer laments that keeping such an artifact in a private collection is a waste. Man Jun, the owner, is visibly offended by the remark. The restorer, realizing his gaffe, apologizes, saying he always thought Man Jun was different from other businessmen. Master Sun gently suggests to Man Jun that an item of such great research and cultural significance should be donated for the greater good. Man Jun is visibly stressed by the request. Master Yu interjects, telling his old friend Master Sun not to push Man Jun, as anyone would be hesitant to give away such a valuable, hard-earned item for free. Master Sun concedes the point and instead asks Master Yu to appraise the book's monetary value for a potential sale to the museum. Master Yu, considering its historical, calligraphic, and unique value as the only known copy, appraises it at least 2 million. Man Jun, seeing a massive 1.96 million yuan profit from his 40,000 investment, excitedly agrees. Yes, I'll sell it. Master Sun looks to his son, Sun Chao, clearly expecting him to fund the purchase for the museum. Sun Chao immediately refuses, claiming he just bought a villa in France and has no spare cash to spend. Master Sun is furious, scolding his son for offering 500,000 for a bracelet but now refusing to buy a national treasure. Curator Zhao steps in, suggesting a solution. They can use the museum's government-allocated subsidies to make the purchase. He explains the government provides 10 million yuan annually for acquiring new artifacts, and this situation is the perfect use for those funds. Man Jun thanks Curator Zhao profusely. Zhao says with Master Sun and Master Yu's personal authentication, the board meeting will be a mere formality. Man Jun then thanks Master Sun, who humbly replies that it is he who should be thanking Man Jun. Master Sun reflects that this experience has broadened his mind about the positive role antique businessmen can play in cultural conservation. Master Sun suggests Man Jun leave the priceless book at the museum for safekeeping, which Man Jun gratefully accepts. As the group prepares to wrap up for the day, everyone is in a good mood. Master Sun invites Master Yu for a drink, suggesting they go to Man Jun's place so you can try Fang Yi's cooking. Master Sun then reveals his ulterior motive to his old friend. He wants Master Yu to teach Fang Yi. Master Yu smiles, agreeing that he sees some promise in the young man. He agrees to stay in Jinling a while longer to mentor him, but states that whether Fang Yi learns anything all depends on him. Fang Yi is overjoyed and thanks him. Master Yu jokes that his act of goodwill is conditional on Fang Yi's cooking being to his taste. The entire group laughs as they prepare to leave the museum. Outside, Master Yu asks Bai Chuxia if she will be joining them for the meal or returning to the station. Bai Chuxia happily accepts, complaining that the food at the police station is inedible. The group, including Bai Chuxia, walks off together. That night, Bai Chuxia gets out of the shower and finds the yellow protection talisman Fang Yi had given her. A shot of the full moon shows it is late at night as Fang Yi is walking Bai Chuxia home after the group dinner. They walk in an awkward, prolonged silence, neither one knowing what to say. Bai Chuxia finally breaks the silence, saying she asked him to walk her back because she wanted to talk about something. She gets serious and asks him to be honest. Was the jade piece he bought at the auction looted from a grave? She lectures him, asking him to refrain from buying such illegal items as it encourages tomb raiders and their illicit activities. Fang Yi nervously jokes that he's a law-abiding citizen with a receipt and that she can't arrest him without evidence. She laughs, saying she wasn't going to arrest him. He wipes his brow in relief, admitting he'd have a hard time handing it over if she had. Bai Chuxia's tone turns serious again as she says she wants to discuss something with him. She officially, on behalf of the police force, requests his assistance on a particular matter as a civilian aide. Fang Yi jokes, assistance? To buy antiques. She slaps him on the back, telling him to be serious. After he rubs his sore back, she explains that she is working on a case. They stop on the quiet, lamplit street as she prepares to explain the details. She explains that a tomb raiding gang was working behind the auction, and she suspects the jade piece he bought was one of their looted items. She wants his impressive eye for antiques to help her look for other stolen goods. Fang Yi humbly tries to deflect, saying he was just lucky. She cuts him off. I don't want your excuses, just tell me if you'll do it or not. He smiles and agrees to try his best. She smiles, that's better, and tells him to buy a mobile phone so she can contact him more easily, which he agrees to. They arrive at her building, and she tells him he doesn't need to walk her all the way back. As she turns to go, Fang Yi suddenly and awkwardly grabs her wrist, calling out, "Officer, bye." She turns back, surprised, as he looks at her intently with a serious expression. He awkwardly says he wants to get a closer look at your face. She's offended, asking what he's playing at. He quickly explains he saw a bad omen, a red vein on the bridge of her nose and dark temples, and advises her to stay home and drop the case. She dismisses it as dry skin. He insists, and pulls a yellow talisman from his pocket. He holds out the talisman, telling her to take it, whether she believes in it or not. He explains it's a protection talisman that will keep her safe from danger, and that she must keep it with her at all times. She scoffs. It's not like I'm sick or in any danger, and slaps his hand away, knocking the talisman to the ground. Fang Yi earnestly asks, "We are friends, aren't we?" She blushes. "Friends? Humph. I suppose you could say that." He offers it again as a gift from me to a friend, saying if they're really friends, she'll keep it, otherwise she can toss it away. She calls him weird, but snatches the talisman, threatening to really throw it away. A flashback shows her after her shower, smiling as she looks at the talisman before tucking it into her bag. The chapter ends with the light in her apartment window clicking off for the night. Fatty and Bumpkin are at a restaurant, Mouths Agape. As Fang Yi explains, Manjun didn't just get 1 million for the book, but 2 million. Manjun arrives and confirms it, declaring Fang Yi is now officially a millionaire. Fatty, overjoyed, immediately orders more food to celebrate. Bumpkin's expression turns serious. He tells Fang Yi that if they are to continue their business, they must start separating our accounts. Fang Yi is taken aback and asks what he means by separating accounts. Bumpkin explains that he and Fatty are contributing far less, and they don't want to feel like Fang Yi is paying for everything. He insists Fang Yi's 1 million earned from the auction should not be included in their shared funds. Manjun looks on, sensing the tension. Fang Yi grows serious and asks his two friends to answer him honestly. He poses a deadly serious question. If someone gave each of you 1 million to kill me, would you do it? His friends are stunned silent. Fatty and Bumpkin vehemently refuse, shouting no way, and I wouldn't do it even for 100 million. Bumpkin adds he'd sooner kill the person giving me the money. Fatty declares they've known each other forever, and they can't let money come between them. Fang Yi smiles. Exactly, money isn't everything. He tells them that earning money just wouldn't be the same without them. Fatty, relieved, jokes he's lost weight from the anxiety. Manjun, happy the conflict is resolved, jokingly threatens to send anyone who mentions splitting accounts back to the village. Fang Yi announces they should use their new wealth to buy a house in Jinling. Manjun is surprised they're moving so fast. Fang Yi explains property prices will only soar. Bumpkin then shyly asks for a favor. His girlfriend, Qing, is unhappy at her job and he wants her to work with them. Fang Yi is surprised, especially when Bumpkin offers to have her work for free, saying she's hardworking. Fang Yi laughs and refuses the no salary offer, saying they would of course pay her a proper salary, at least as much as she earns currently. Bumpkin insists, saying he'll just split his own pay with her, but Fang Yi tells him not to argue the point. Manjun provides a perfect solution. He's out on business a lot and needs someone to mind his store, so he'll hire Qing and pay her salary himself. Bumpkin is overjoyed and thanks Manjun, rushing off to help Qing resign from her job immediately. Later, Fang Yi is back at the museum, discussing his house-buying plan with curator Zhao. Zhao explains the local housing market, noting that prices for former work unit houses have risen tenfold and are now nearly 1,800 per square meter. Fang Yi boldly asks to buy Zhao's 2 and used houses, offering 2,000 per square meter. Zhao tells him, "Don't be a fool. Zhao explains these are huge 180 square meter homes that you can't buy, even if you had the money nowadays. Fang Yi then amends his request. Zhao agrees to sell one 180M house and arrange the purchase of two 120M houses. Fang Yi calculates the total cost at 840,000, realizing his 1 million will be mostly gone after renovations. Zhao sweetens the deal, saying the 180M house is already renovated, saving Fang Yi 100K. As Fang Yi agrees to the deal, Zhao's phone rings. Zhao answers, then hands the phone to Fang Yi, saying, "It's for you." Fatty. Fang Yi takes the phone. Fatty's panicked voice comes through. "It's bad, Fang Yi. Bumpkin's in trouble." Manjun's van screeches to a halt outside a large, modern shopping mall. Fatty frantically confirms this is the address Bumpkin gave before the line was cut. Manjun advises calm, but Fang Yi does a quick divination and reassures the others that Bumpkin is alright for now. They all rush into the mall. They make their way through the multi-story mall, finally arriving at the security office. Fang Yi opens the door to find two guards standing over a seated and dejected-looking Bumpkin. The head of security, Wu Jun, steps forward and curtly asks what the three of them are doing there. Manjun steps forward, offering a cigarette, and explains they're here to see about their friend, Peng Sanjun, Bumpkin. Wu Jun scoffs, exhaling smoke. "Oh, that idiot." Bumpkin hears Manjun's voice and tries to get up, shouting his name, but a guard shoves him back down. Bumpkin yells out to Fatty, "Bro," confirming he's being held against his will. Wu Jun, annoyed, orders his men to get that boy back in there. "We can't have him leaving until everything is cleared up." Fang Yi's eyes narrow, and he leaps into action, launching himself off the floor. He vaults over the conference table and lands between Bumpkin and the guards, taking a fighting stance. Wu Jun, seeing this, immediately calls for backup. A large number of security guards begin to run towards the office in response to the call. The backup team arrives, filling the hallway and surrounding the trio. Fatty, seeing they are outnumbered, gets ready to fight. "Gore, trying to bully us with numbers? Let's take them head on." Manjun stops him, trying to de-escalate. He warns the guards that they have no legal power to hold or interrogate someone and threatens to call the police. Wu Jun and his guards look on, unimpressed by the threat, folding their arms. Wu Jun states, "Your threats are meaningless to me." He accuses Bumpkin of working with Miao Qingqing to steal from stores and assaulting security officers in the process. Bumpkin explodes in rage, "But to bully my wife and implicate her. I clearly didn't hit hard enough." Fang Yi asks what's going on. Bumpkin explains he came to help Qingqing resign, but a vice president named Chun wouldn't accept it. They then searched her locker and found stolen lingerie, accusing her of theft. Bumpkin insists Qingqing is innocent. Fang Yi asks where she is, and Bumpkin confirms she's in the management office. Fang Yi calmly warns Officer Wu that his friends are honest, and harming them won't be easy for you. Fang Yi suggests the simplest way to clear their names is to check the security footage. He points to the control room, but Wu Jun refuses, stating they need the boss's permission to review the footage. Fang Yi smiles grimly. "Oh, is that so?" He cracks his knuckles. "It seems the only way out of here is with a fight." Wu Jun, the head of security, eyes Fang Yi warily, thinking to himself, "This kid isn't normal." Manjun steps in, stopping the fight. He bluffs, "If Officer Wu won't let us look at the security footage, I'll just have to call the police." Manjun presses his advantage, warning Wu Jun that if the police find out the Shinbai company is framing and blackmailing their employees, he'll be in trouble too. Wu Jun, cornered and sweating, relents and steps out to make a call. He returns a moment later, his entire demeanor changed, and obsequiously says, "Ahem. Everyone. The chairman has given his consent." The group is relieved and happy. Wu Jun adds that the chairman said if they were at fault, they'll take responsibility for everything. Fang Yi demands to see the footage immediately. They enter the security control room, and Wu Jun orders his subordinate, Xiaosong, to rewind the security footage. The multiple security monitors show various angles of the shopping mall floor. The timestamp on the footage shows 8:32 a.m., the beginning of the workday. Fang Yi impatiently tells the operator to fast forward. "Faster, faster." The operator is nervous, asking, "Can you even see anything properly like this?" Fang Yi confidently replies, "Of course." The footage blurs as the time skips forward rapidly. 9:22, 10:37, 11:03. Fang Yi suddenly shouts, "Stop! Pause it right there." The paused image shows a woman in a manager's uniform. Wu Jun identifies her as Lin Jing, the manager of the women's wear department. Fang Yi orders the operator to zoom in. "I want to see that thing she has in her hand." The zoomed-in footage clearly shows Lin Jing carrying a bag containing the Renjing lingerie, the exact item found in Qingqing's locker. Fang Yi turns to Officer Wu. "I don't think I need to say anything else, do I?" Bumpkin and Fatty are furious. "See, I knew they were framing Qingqing. That's going too far." Fang Yi suggests they turn this matter over to the police. Man Jun agrees and pulls out his phone to make the call. Wu Jun quickly stops them, begging them to wait. He curses Vice President Chun. "God damn it. I can't believe I'm cleaning up after his ass again." He pleads with them to let him report everything back to the chairman first, promising a conclusion they'll be happy with. The group smiles, victorious, and heads to the management office to free Qingqing. They arrive at the management office to find Bumpkin's girlfriend, Miao Qingqing, sitting alone and crying. She looks up with tear-filled eyes as she hears Bumpkin call her name. She runs into Bumpkin's arms, sobbing that she really didn't steal anything. He comforts her, saying he knows it was that bitch who framed her. Qingqing confirms it was the manager, Lin Jing. Fang Yi asks why she would do that. Qingqing explains that Lin Jing must have been following the instructions of Chun Lijing. Wu Jun clarifies that Chun Lijing is the vice president here at Xinbai. Bumpkin asks why he would do this. Qingqing explains, "He's always had something against me." Qingqing explains that Vice President Chun is a known womanizer who set his sights on her as soon as she started working there. She rejected his advances. He was persistent, so she couldn't take it anymore and decided to resign. However, he kept finding reasons to delay her resignation. She had made her decision to leave, no matter what. Fang Yi connects the dots. Chun got anxious that she was leaving and directed Lin Jing to frame her, planning to use the theft as blackmail. Bumpkin is enraged and about to go give him a talking, when Chun Lijing himself appears in the doorway. The security guard, Wu Jun, tenses, "Crap. This isn't good." Vice President Chun smugly walks into the office, followed by Lin Jing. Qingqing hides behind Bumpkin, whispering, "It's him." Bumpkin glares at Chun. "So you're Chun Lijing?" Chun ignores Bumpkin and scolds Wu Jun for letting civilians into the management office, threatening to call the police. Bumpkin, in a fit of righteous rage, lunges forward and punches Chun Lijing square in the face. Chun goes flying. Bumpkin jumps on top of him, beating him and yelling, "Trying to take advantage of my wife, huh? I'll make you wish you were never fucking alive." Chun screams for his security guards to save him, but Wu Jun holds up a hand, stopping them. Wu Jun calmly tells his men, "This is a matter between men. It wouldn't do to get between them, would it?" As Bumpkin continues to pummel the corrupt vice president, one guard nervously suggests that someone might really get hurt if it continues. Fang Yi calmly steps in, grabbing Bumpkin's wrist and telling him, "Bumpkin, that's enough." Chun, battered and bruised, scrambles to his feet, threatening to call the police on Bumpkin for assault. Fang Yi calmly holds up the security footage tape. "Go ahead and call them." Fang Yi explains it's the security footage of him framing Qingqing. Chun, in a panic, yells at Wu Jun for letting them into the control room. Chun stops short, realizing with horror that the chairman knows about this. He tries to regain control, ordering security to get them out of here and get that footage back. Wu Jun calmly refuses, stating his hands are tied by the chairman's direct orders. Chun, defeated, tries to cut a deal, offering to process the resignation. Bumpkin isn't satisfied. "Hold on, you might be fine with letting this go, but we aren't." Bumpkin demands that Chun apologize to her in front of all the staff employed here and clear her name. Chun refuses, threatening to have Bumpkin arrested for assault. Bumpkin calls his bluff, "Feel free to report it." Fang Yi adds they can show the police the recording for blackmail and framing. A guard tries to warn Bumpkin, mentioning Chun's uncle is the former secretary of the city council. Fang Yi cuts him off. "What your family give you as a base? What truly matters is what the individual makes for themselves. If he only has connections to rely on, what do I have to fear? Chun, furious at this insolent brat, agrees to call the police, thinking he can use his connections. Just as he pulls out his phone, a new, authoritative female voice asks, "What is this talk about calling the police?" A beautiful, imposing woman with silver hair and glasses stands in the doorway, arms crossed. Fang Yi stares at the woman, a flash of recognition in his eyes. This woman, why does she seem so familiar? The woman, Director Lan, sizes up the situation, telling Vice President Shen she's here to handle the potential bad headlines for the company. Shen tries to brush it off, offering a 2-month severance package. Bumpkin angrily refuses the dirty money, demanding justice. Fang Yi calmly steps forward. "Is this how Xinbai operates its business, Director Lan?" She looks at Fang Yi, sizing him up. "Are you the one in charge here?" She offers a new deal. Accept the resignation for now, and she will make sure you get the justice you want at a later date. Bumpkin is skeptical. Director Lan scoffs at their distrust. She removes her glasses, her expression hardening. "When I, Lan Lian, say I'll get something done, I never go back on my word." Fang Yi is stunned by the name. Her. He recognizes her, thinking, as Master predicted, I really did run into her again. Bumpkin asks for Fang Yi's opinion. Fang Yi, trusting his master's vision, says, "Bumpkin, I think we can trust Director Lan." Lan Lian thanks them for their understanding and immediately sweetens the deal, offering a 6-month severance payment. Bumpkin still insists on justice, not money. She replies, "Of course, but the money is important, too. Consider it an apology from us as a company." She then turns to Vice President Chun, ordering him to prepare a formal notice explaining the truth and docking his yearly bonus. Chun, defeated, tries to stammer an excuse, but she silences him. He quickly makes an escape, claiming he has a meeting. He bumps his head on the doorframe as he flees, much to the amusement of Fatty and Manjun. Chen curses, humiliated, as the others watch him go. Director Lan turns to Qingqing. She asks if the resolution was to her satisfaction. Qingqing, overwhelmed, says she is very satisfied. Lan Lian bows deeply. "I once again apologize to you on behalf of the Xinbai company." Manjun tries to tell her she needn't go so far. As she straightens up, Director Lan suddenly stumbles, looking faint. Fang Yi and Bumpkin are alarmed by her sudden spell of dizziness. A security guard rushes to her side, but she waves him off, claiming she's just a little anemic and needs a quick rest. She is helped to a couch in the office, where she rests with her eyes closed, as Fang Yi watches her. Fang Yi begins pacing back and forth, observing her intently as the guard and Bumpkin look on, confused. He suddenly speaks, "Director Lan, you aren't actually anemic, are you?" The guard is shocked. "It's not anemia." Fang Yi diagnoses her. "What you have is a bad mental state causing a weakened qi and spirit." He asks, "Do you get insomnia all the time, Director Lan?" She looks at him, shocked, and quietly answers, "Yes." He continues, "And all this has been happening for a number of years, am I correct?" She is completely stunned by his accuracy. How do you know this?" Later, in Director Lan's office, the security head, Wu Jun, confirms Qingqing's resignation and severance have been handled, and Chen's apology is posted. Lan Lian dismisses her staff, asking to rest. They leave, telling her to please watch herself. As they leave, she is left alone, and her thoughts drift back to Fang Yi's uncannily accurate diagnosis of her long-term insomnia. A flashback shows her in the other room, asking Fang Yi, how do you know this?" In the flashback, Fang Yi replies, "From your face." She is confused. "My face?" He mysteriously states, "Everything in this world happens for a reason, Director Lan." She asks if they've met before. The onlookers, Manjun, Fatty, Bumpkin, Qingqing, are shocked by the intense, familiar way the two are speaking. Fang Yi tells her, "When you remember who I am, come and find me again." He then leaves. Lan Lian is left frustrated. Damn it. In the present, Lan Lian sits alone in her office, frustrated. Why can't I remember anything about who he is? Outside, the group walks away, celebrating their victory. Manjun offers to pay, but Bumpkin insists, saying the one with the girlfriend should pay. Manjun asks Fang Yi about his cryptic conversation with Director Lan and how he knew about her insomnia. Fang Yi just smiles mysteriously. Come on, that's not true. Fatty and Bumpkin are completely baffled by the situation. Fang Yi smiles and says, and actually, all three of us have met Director Lan before. This shocks his friends. Fatty is dumbfounded. When? Fang Yi simply says, it's fine if you can't remember. Such is the way of the world. A stylized panel shows the words, way of the world. Back in her office, Lan Lian has a sudden flash of memory. See, could it be? Was he the little monk from back then? She remembers a young Fang Yi and a little girl, who looks like a younger version of herself. She looks at a framed photo on her desk, wondering, why is he here now? She reflects, it's been 8 years already. Who would have thought I'd run into him again? A flashback begins. 8 years ago, she returned from overseas, having just inherited the Shenbai company from her family. She worked tirelessly, but 3 years later, a global financial crisis hit, and Shenbai was on the verge of bankruptcy. Just as she was in despair, a bank president who had been pursuing her showed up to help. She let her guard down, and one day, during a picnic in the mountains, he suddenly tried to rape her. She tried to resist, but he only became more enraged. She fainted from the struggle. When I finally came to, what met my eyes was a large bubble ends the chapter on a major cliffhanger. Director Lan Lian's flashback continues. She awoke in a temple to find a kind Taoist priest and his young apprentice, Shén Cáng, who was Fang Yi. The priest fabricated a cover story for the police, claiming the bank president was killed by a wolf while heroically saving her. The body, left in a valley, was devoured by animals, hiding the stab wounds. The priest warned her that the president's spirit would haunt her. He gave her a talisman that would protect her for 3 years, which self-combusted exactly as predicted. Ever since the talisman burned, she has been plagued by nightmares of the event, leading to severe insomnia and a collapse of her mental state. In the present, she wonders if Fang Yi's return is what the priest meant. She immediately calls her security head, Wu Jun, asking to get in contact with Miao Qingqing to find Fang Yi. Meanwhile, back at the villa, Fatty and Bumpkin are confused, still having no memory of the incident with Director Lan. Fang Yi jogs their memory, asking if they remember that woman we saved in the mountains all those years ago. This sparks a look of dawning horror on their faces. Bumpkin is skeptical that the powerful Director Lan could be the same woman. Fang Yi confirms, it was her, no doubt about it. Fatty begins to panic about their secret being exposed, but Fang Yi remains surprisingly calm. Fatty asks why Fang Yi said such cryptic things to her. Fang Yi explains that his master had predicted he would run into her again one day. Fatty scoffs, insulting the old fart, but Fang Yi sternly warns him not to speak about his master that way. Bumpkin worries that Lan Lian will now expose them for killing the bank president. Fang Yi and Bumpkin reason that she is in a worse position, as she filed a false police report and the president was a high-profile figure. She would be in serious trouble if the truth came out. Fatty, ever the opportunist, suggests they should blackmail her to keep silent. Just then, Bumpkin's phone rings. It's an unknown number with a very impressive, lucky string of 8s, which amazes Bumpkin. Bumpkin answers the phone, still marveling at the cool number. He tells the caller that Shén Cáng is sitting right beside him and hands the phone over to a surprised Fang Yi. Bumpkin whispers, it's Director Lan. Fang Yi's expression turns serious. Director Lan is on the phone, formally apologizing for her impoliteness earlier and addressing him by his old Taoist name, Shén Cáng. Fang Yi accepts the apology but tells her to call him Fang Yi now, as Shén Cáng is his past name. He asks her to speak directly. She thanks him for saving her all those years ago and invites him for a meal. Fang Yi sees through her pretense. That's just an excuse, isn't it? What you're really after is a way to solve your illness. Director Lan, desperate, begs, please help me. Fang Yi and Lan Lian are having tea. He gets straight to the point. She is here because of the nightmares and insomnia that have been plaguing her health. She confirms her health has deteriorated ever since the talisman burned and desperately begs him for help. Fang Yi explains her problem is not a simple illness. It's the remaining desires of the dead bank president affecting her inner consciousness. He explains his master's talisman was only a temporary method of suppressing these desires. She asks if there is a permanent solution. Fang Yi confirms a solution exists, but he tells her, "But rather I don't have the power to." Lan Lian, looking crestfallen, suddenly remembers the old priest's words, "Only you could solve this." She offers him a blank check, willing to pay however much you want. He jokes about 100 million, but she clarifies the bank limit is 20 million. Fang Yi is amused by her wealth, but says she's misunderstood the problem. He explains that to eliminate the president's lingering desires, he would have to enter your inner consciousness with my spirit, a skill requiring the transformed qi into spirit stage, which he has not yet reached. Lan Lian looks hopeless, realizing he is saying he can't help her. She desperately asks if he can at least make another talisman like his master's. He hesitates. "I could make you another talisman, but..." She offers to pay. He explains his abilities are not on the same level as my master, and any talisman he makes would only last a year or two at most. She brightens, asking, "So couldn't you just make multiple?" He explains that's not how it works. The qi he infuses would fade from all of them at the same rate, whether he makes 1 or 100. She proposes a solution. "Then couldn't you just make me a new one after the previous one loses power?" She offers to invest in an antiques market for him, tying him to Jinling. Fang Yi's eyes narrow. "You intend to tie me down so you can control me?" She immediately apologizes. He clarifies, "I'm not helping you because of money." He states that because he was the one who killed the president, it is his karmic responsibility of resolving this. He assures her he will take care of this, but needs time to think of a different solution. He looks at the jade dragon ring he won at the auction, an idea forming in his mind. "If we had some jade." He announces his solution. They need high-quality jade, preferably nephrite jade. He explains that a spiritual tool made from jade is thousands of times stronger than a paper talisman and can hold qi for a long time. He warns her that making such a tool is extremely difficult and has a low success rate, so they will need to acquire a lot of jade pieces to attempt it. She is unfazed. "If it can cure me, even sourcing all the jade in the country wouldn't be an obstacle." He thinks to himself that she'd go bankrupt. She agrees to source the jade, but asks for a temporary talisman. He agrees and prepares to make one for you now. He chants and draws the talisman, infusing it with his spiritual energy. He succeeds on the first try, creating a powerful, glowing talisman. "Amazing! I managed it in one go." He realizes his spiritual energy has increased a lot, and that it must be the result of what happened with the jade piece. The next day, Bai Chuxiao arrives at the antiques market stall, looking for Fang Yi. Bumpkin tells her Fang Yi went out early this morning. She says it's urgent and asks if there's any way to contact him. Bumpkin gives her Fang Yi's new phone number, which is actually Bumpkin's old phone. Fatty teases him about Bai Chuxiao being attached to Fang Yi. Meanwhile, Fang Yi is at Master Yu's house, along with Master Sun and Sun Chao, for his promised lesson on sundries. Master Yu compliments the tea. Bumpkin's old phone rings, and Fang Yi excuses himself to take the call. While Fang Yi is on the call, Master Sun reminds Master Yu he promised to teach them. Sun Chao is eager to learn from the expert. Fang Yi is surprised to hear Director Lan on the phone. She has news about a jade trade show currently being held in Yangzhou. She invites him to go with her, as she doesn't know much about jade and needs his expertise. Fang Yi is excited, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to get in contact with more jade pieces to absorb for his cultivation. He knows he must excuse himself from his masters. He tells Director Lan that today should be fine, but he needs a moment to confirm and will call her right back. He apologizes to his masters, explaining he can't stay for the lesson today. He explains that a friend is going to Yangzhou to buy jade and wanted his help. He frames it as an opportunity to learn a few things. Sun Chao is amused. "Have you started to help people perform appraisals?" Master Sun glares at his son, shutting him up. Master Sun warns Fang Yi that jades are a difficult thing to master, and to be careful not to make a bad misjudgment. He recounts a cautionary tale of an old friend who went to Burma and lost 2.7 million yuan on a bad jade gamble. He concludes that buying jade ore is essentially to gamble your money away. Fang Yi corrects him. Master, the type you're talking about is jadeite. From what I've heard, the jade being sold at this trade show is simply nephrite. Master Sun and Master Yu are impressed and decide to go with him. Master Yu is excited, as it's been years since he's been to a jade market. Master Sun says they'll give him practical pointers. Fang Yi asks Curator Zhao, Sun Chao, if he's coming, but he has meetings in the afternoon. Master Sun tells Master Yu to get ready to leave right after they eat. Fang Yi says he'll inform his friend and have them prepare a car. Just then, his phone rings again. It's an unrecognized number. He answers, hello, and is surprised to hear Bai Chuxiao on the line. Bai Chuxiao asks if he remembers their civilian police partnership she spoke to him about. She explains they are carrying out an anti-grave robbing operation today, and she was hoping for his assistance. Fang Yi apologetically declines, explaining he has plans to go to Yangzhou in the afternoon. She's annoyed, but lets him off, on the non-negotiable condition that he helps her with an appraisal when he gets back. He quickly agrees. No problem. No problem. He remembers to tell her to keep that talisman on her during the operation. She lies. That silly thing? I threw it away immediately. She hangs up on his shocked protest, then smiles to herself. That dork. At her desk at the police station, she pulls the yellow talisman out from under a file. She holds the talisman, remembering his earnest warning. This is a safety charm. You should keep it with you at all times. The group, Fang Yi, Lan Lian, Master Sun, Master Yu, is in a spacious van on the way to Yangzhou. Fang Yi introduces his two masters, Sun and Yu, to Director Lan, who is impressed by their credentials. Lan Lian suggests checking into the hotel first, as it's getting late, and visiting the trade show tomorrow. Her assistant reminds her of a board meeting scheduled for tomorrow, but Lan Lian immediately postpones it for a week, prioritizing the jade trip. The assistant confirms the change as the driver continues on. Master Yu interjects, there's no need to waste time. He says they can take a quick look around as soon as we arrive, dismissing the idea that the show is closed. He smiles. That may be the case for other people, but I have a way. Lan Lian is impressed. They arrive at the trade show and are greeted by Gu Junshan, one of the biggest jade traders in the south, who is an old acquaintance of Master Yu. Gu Junshan invites them to a private conference center viewing of some new jade ores that just arrived from Xinjiang. Master Yu introduces Fang Yi as Master Sun's student, here to gain some experience and be carrying out the appraisals. Master Yu jokes that if Fang Yi makes a bad appraisal, that's all on him. Fang Yi protests, Master Yu. Gu Junshan is inwardly impressed, realizing all these important people, Director Lan, Master Sun, and Master Yu, are all here because of this one young man. Master Sun reassures Fang Yi, with me here, there should be nothing to fear. Gu Junshan leads them into a large conference room filled with piles of raw, uncut jade or on display. Master Yu proposes a little competition with Master Sun to see who can pick the ore with the most valuable jade. Master Sun accepts the challenge. He then tells Lan Lian to get help from the expert Mr. Gu, as he and Yu will be busy. Fang Yi steps in and tells Lan Lian to go with Mr. Gu, as he will look on his own. Lan Lian agrees. Gu Junshan begins explaining to Lan Lian how to judge the ores, noting that a large mountain ore isn't necessarily as valuable as smaller ones. Fang Yi stands back and closes his eyes, using his treasured time ability to sense the energy of the ores. He's disappointed. He senses the ores can store energy, but none have the innate spiritual aura his dragon jade piece had. He theorizes that aura must be infused by a person. He decides to pick out some jade too, but this time, he's looking for something different. He realizes that the amount of energy an ore can store is directly related to its purity, not its size. He now has a new appraisal method. He can use his power to find the purest, highest quality jade. He scans the room, touching various ores. This is no good. Too impure. This is no good either. Still no good. Its size is big, but the energy it can store is too little. His eyes land on a medium-sized, unassuming ore. This one doesn't seem too bad. Let me have a closer look. He touches it and is shocked by its capacity. It seems to be taking in a lot of my energy. Let me try infusing some more. He infuses a massive amount of his power into the single stone. That was already a third of my power. He is astonished by its capacity. This is definitely an extremely pure piece of jade. Fang Yi, holding a piece of raw jade, stands with Lan Lian. She asks if the large pile of, or they've selected will be enough. Lan Lian thanks the jade trader, Mr. Gu, but says she'd still like some more, to be safe. Gu is concerned about such a large purchase, but Lan Lian assures him the jade is for her private use and will not be entering the market, so he agrees to sell her as much as she wants. The display floor is covered in various sizes of raw jade ore. Lan Lian finishes her selection. This should be about right. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Master Sun and Master Yu are shocked by the sheer volume of ore she has chosen. The total for Lan Lian's purchase comes to 1.2 million yuan. She pays the massive bill without blinking an eye. The two masters are left speechless at the casual, large transaction. Master Yu is perplexed, wondering, why has Fang Yi gotten her to buy so much all at once? Lan Lian offers to pay for Fang Yi's personal ore as well, but he politely declines, saying they will pay separately. Mr. Gu warns Fang Yi that the ore he chose is just a mountain ore, and its quality won't be very high. Fang Yi, knowing its true purity, politely thanks Gu, saying he's simply buying this for a bit of practice. The price for Fang Yi's 65 kilogram ore comes to 97,500 yuan, which he accepts. Master Yu, now very suspicious, asks Fang Yi what ploy he and Director Lan are playing at. Fang Yi explains, Director Lan has asked me to help her carve a jade piece. Master Yu is stunned. You'll be carving it? Isn't that going to ruin all the jade? Fang Yi smiles. Don't believe me? If there was a carving knife here, I'd be happy to demonstrate my skills. Master Yu, intrigued, says I really don't believe you, and runs off to find a knife. Master Sun is confused. Do you really know how to carve? Fang Yi explains, I started learning how to carve when I was 3. As his previous master taught him to control his strength. Master Yu returns, having prepared everything. He hands Fang Yi a piece of jade from Mr. Gu's collection and a carving knife. Show me what you can do. The restorer, Mr. Gu, is shocked. Carving? Right here. He says even an expert would need focus and time, and couldn't carve so quickly. Master Sun also tells Fang Yi not to make jokes, but Master Yu says Fang Yi agreed to it himself. Fang Yi smiles. Since this piece of jade isn't of particular value, why don't I make a stamp seal out of it for you? The restorer is aghast. He's planning on making a seal stamp just using a carving knife? Master Yu thinks Fang Yi is just being a proud youth and decides to teach Fang Yi a lesson in Sun's place. Fang Yi asks Master Yu his zodiac sign. Master Yu replies, horse. Why? Are you planning on carving a horse head? Fang Yi smiles. A horse it is then. He holds the carving knife, and it hums as he infuses it with his spiritual energy. He makes a single, precise slice, and the raw jade block falls apart, a perfect rectangular prism left standing. The onlookers are stunned. Even a flat cut typically requires machinery. What sort of magic is this? Fang Yi jokes. I was simply raised in the countryside. And then begins to carve with intense focus. He holds the jade and the knife, preparing for the detailed work under a magical-looking, starry background. Shavings and cracks fly as he carves with impossible speed and precision. In moments, he is done and holds out his hand, presenting the finished piece to Master Yu. He presents the finished piece to Master Yu, a perfect, intricately carved horse head on a seal stamp base. Master Yu is speechless. What? Master Yu is completely blown away by the carving. Creating something like this would need 10 years of practice and hard work, minimum. Fang Yi asks what he should inscribe for the seal. Master Yu requests Yu Ziong, his courtesy name. Master Sun, watching, asks Fang Yi to make one for me later as well. Master Yu huffs, and Master Sun teases him. A master making such a request of his student. What a rare and strange sight indeed. Master Sun jokes. Be careful I don't ask Fang Yi to destroy your seal stamp. Fang Yi gets an ink brush to write the characters. Fang Yi draws the ancient characters for Yu Ziong onto the base of the seal. Master Yu is stunned again. Is this small seal script you've used here? Fang Yi says he was going to use large seal script, but it didn't look as proper, and adds he also knows a bit of bronze script and Oracle Bone script. Master Yu is floored. The number of people that know Oracle Bone script can probably be counted by fingers. It wouldn't be strange to say Fang Yi could be a lecturer at university. Master Yu asks what technique he'll use to carve. Fang Yi replies he was just going to carve it indirectly. Fang Yi holds the tool, breathes, and begins to carve the inscription with incredible speed as the jade cracks under his tool. Master Yu and Master Sun are both wide-eyed with shock, watching his impossible speed and precision. Jade dust flies as he finishes the complex characters in mere moments. Fang Yi sweats slightly from the intense focus and exertion of spiritual energy required for the task. He wipes his brow, and done. He says he just needs to rinse it, and Mr. Gu provides water. Master Yu stops him. Fang Yi, what you used was the blade forcing technique. He explains the two techniques for seal inscription, blade forcing and blade cutting. He says blade forcing, making each stroke in one go, is very difficult, but Fang Yi's technique goes beyond that, incorporating the power and control of blade cutting as well. Master Yu takes the finished seal, his hands trembling, and tells Master Sun, "Son, you've definitely gotten your hands on a fine apprentice here." Master Sun admits even he is surprised. Fang Yi jokes, "If you two masters keep praising me, I'm afraid it'll get to my head." Master Sun retorts he's far from that. Master Sun proposes that during lessons, Master Yu should teach Fang Yi about sundries, to ensure you won't tarnish both our names. Master Sun then proposes, "If I can be Fang Yi's master, so can you." Both Fang Yi and Master Yu are shocked. Master Sun explains his expertise is in porcelain, and he would hate to see him being held back due to his own lack of sundry knowledge. Master Yu smiles. Fang Yi is still young and demonstrates such skill and promise. If you were willing to take on the role, son, why wouldn't I agree to it as well? Master Yu formally turns to Fang Yi. Would you be interested in being my apprentice? Fang Yi joyfully accepts. Of course, Master Yu, I would love to. He admits he's looked up to Master Yu as a master for the past few days. Master Yu laughs and accepts him, warning him never to tarnish my name, or he'll be expelled. Fang Yi bows deeply. I will heed your every word and lesson. Master Yu helps him up. Master Yu suggests they hold a joint apprenticeship ceremony for both him and Master Sun, since Fang Yi never had a formal one with Sun. Master Sun thinks it's a great idea, and that they can invite old friends, which will help Fang Yi's journey in the industry. The group is happy, and Curator Zhao congratulates Master Yu on finding such an excellent new student. At the Jinling Museum warehouse, Curator Zhao warns Fang Yi that cutting open the valuable jade ores he bought for Director Lan will drop their value by at least half. Fang Yi confidently states he intends to make all of them into pendants and jewelry, which horrifies Zhao, who calls it such a waste. The restorer, Mr. Gu, trusts Fang Yi's skill. Zhao is still baffled by the decision. Master Sun and Master Yu, watching from the side, agree that Fang Yi's plan seems like a waste of money. Fang Yi asks for a grinder, wanting to work on this one, the 97,500 yuan or he bought for himself. Zhao is confused why Fang Yi treats his own broken-looking, or with such care, while being dismissive of the others. Fang Yi replies, I bought this one for myself. Master Yu sizes up the situation. If it's yours, it's treasure. If it's someone else's, it doesn't matter. Is that it? Fang Yi denies this. It's just, I have feeling there's something good inside this, or... Zhao scoffs. You can't just rely on feelings. Master Sun cuts in, telling Zhao to save the talking and get the grinder for Fang Yi, adding, if nothing comes out, I'll be sure to give you a good punishing. The whole group, Lan Lian, Zhao, Sun, Yu, Gu, gathers around as Fang Yi prepares to cut his personal ore. Fang Yi starts grinding. Zhao examines the dust. It's all just rock. Fang Yi, you got a dud. Fang Yi is undeterred. I'm not losing hope. Fang Yi continues to grind deeper into the ore, the machine whirring. Master Yu's expression suddenly changes. Something doesn't seem right here. A beautiful, deep blue-green patch of high-quality jade is revealed inside the rock. Master Yu asks to take a closer look, and Fang Yi agrees. Master Yu examines the exposed patch with a jeweler's light, his expression turning to absolute shock. How is this possible? This is jade hidden within jade. He explains to the stunned group. Inside this outer layer is a river or worth several times more. Curator Zhao rushes over, exclaiming, "Let me have a look." Zhao confirms it. The jade rock here has a yellowish surface like that of an autumn pear. Exactly the identifying feature of river ore. The group is stunned. This is undoubtedly a river ore. Fang Yi, feigning ignorance, asks what the difference is between river ore and mountain ore. Zhao explains that river ore, or seed jade, is found in riverbeds. It's extremely fine, translucent, and its smoothness is beyond compare. In terms of quality, it's many times greater than mountain ore. Fang Yi asks for its approximate worth. Zhao estimates 10 to 20,000 now, but 10 years from now, I could see it being worth 1 to 200 million. Director Lan is impressed, thinking that Fang Yi, being so calm about this, must be a person of great strength and values, and no wonder the old priest said he would be my savior. Master Sun congratulates Fang Yi. You really did choose a good ore. You didn't let me down. Fang Yi smiles. It was just a bit of luck, Master. Master Yu is astounded. If news of this ore was to get out, I'm sure the whole jade industry would be completely shaken. Master Sun reminds Master Yu of their competition. In the end, it seems Fang Yi has both of us beat. They all laugh, hailing the rise of the new generation. Fang Yi humbly blushes. Both your words are too kind. Master Yu notes the other ores, Lan Lian's, have been processed, cut into slabs, and it's time to go. Lan Lian thanks Fang Yi. I'll be counting on you for the tool then, Mr. Fang. He promises to have it done in 3 to 7 days. As she gets in her car, she offers him a ride, but he declines, not wanting to trouble her further. Fang Yi, now holding the bag of jade slabs, thinks, making a jade tool is an extremely complicated thing to do. Now that I have the material, I have to find a quiet place to do the carving. Fang Yi unlocks the door to his new, fully furnished apartment. Fatty, Bumpkin, and Qingqing are astounded by the beautiful, clean apartment. Curator Zhao explains he had it cleaned for them. They explore the massive apartment, awed by the large balcony. Fatty is amazed by the shiny marble flooring and jokes about taking their shoes off. Bumpkin jokes that Fatty's dirty footprints would be a waste on such a nice floor. Fang Yi explores the study, which is filled with bookshelves. Zhao explains the books are all for Fang Yi. Bumpkin discovers, to his delight, that there are 2 separate toilets. Qingqing admires the open kitchen, noting the renovations must have cost over 100,000 yuan. The group gathers to thank Curator Zhao for his incredible generosity. Zhao brushes it off and asks when they plan on moving in. Fang Yi says he won't be moving in yet, and tells Bumpkin and Qingqing they can stay here for now. Bumpkin is confused, but Fang Yi explains their new apartment is just on the other side, and they can oversee renovations from here. Bumpkin is hesitant, but Fang Yi insists, come on, the 2 of us are basically brothers. I would never care about something like that. Bumpkin finally agrees. Fang Yi then suggests Fatty should stay here for a few days as well. Fatty is shocked. Wouldn't I just be an inconvenience? Implying to the couple. Bumpkin says the place is huge. Fang Yi explains he needs a quiet space at Manjun's place to carve some jade amulets for Director Lan. Fatty asks what he's doing together with Director Lan. Fang Yi is evasive. I don't know how to explain it. Zhao advises him that Lan Lian is a high-level client, and doing well by her will be a great benefit to his business. Fatty agrees to stay with the couple. Bumpkin and Fatty immediately start bickering about snoring and grinding teeth, with Qingqing looking on. Fang Yi smiles. With the 3 of them sorted, I can start working on the tool for Director Lan tonight. That night, Fang Yi returns to the quiet, empty villa. It's 6 p.m. Fang Yi meditates in his room in front of the large bag of jade slabs, preparing for the difficult task. He gathers his spiritual energy, which flows around him in a blue aura. He infuses his energy into a jade slab, carving a yin-yang symbol, and recites Taoist scripture about the 8 trigrams. He attempts the final step of infusion, but the jade slab shatters from the spiritual pressure. He's exhausted, covered in sweat, and sighs in frustration. Sigh? I just needed a little more. He tosses the broken pieces aside, noting it was his best attempt yet. He realizes his spiritual energy is essential, and that until I reach the transformed chi into spirit stage, making a jade tool is above me. He thought he was halfway to the next stage, but it's still not enough. He wonders how he can fulfill his promise to Director Lon. He has a sudden flash of insight. That's right. He realizes he should carve the shape of the 8 trigrams first, which will have a multiplicative effect and require less work. Fang Yi is hard at work carving the jade amulets. He sighs, the spiritual energy isn't strong enough. A single piece alone takes me more than half an hour. He looks at the massive bag of over 200 jade slabs and resigns himself to the long task. Oh well, I'll just have to keep carving. He works non-stop, day and night, stretching after a long session. He is clearly exhausted from the repetitive, draining work. He sits alone in the courtyard, surrounded by boxes of jade. A box is shown, now filled with dozens of perfectly carved, identical jade amulets, and one larger, octagonal bagua-shaped tool. 4 days later, he holds up the final amulet. Arg. Finally done. Master, you just had to leave me with a difficult task. Referring to his karmic duty. He looks at the boxes, carving over 100 jade amulets. That's enough to be considered high-intensity training. He suddenly realizes, wow, my spiritual energy, it's increased considerably. Am I about to approach the transformed chi into spirit stage? He's shocked. Who would have thought helping Director Lon would be of such benefit to me as well? He recalls his old master's words. He smiles, so master knew this would happen all along. He remembers his master telling him, experiencing the world would help me grow and develop. He feels he is on the verge of his breakthrough. He recalls his master's advice. If you want to increase your spiritual energy, you could head outside to experience the world and meet new people. He decides to go to the antique market. He arrives at the bustling market, walking through the crowds. Fatty and Bumpkin are at their stall and are shocked to see him. Fang Yi, have you finished carving those jade amulets? He says, not yet, and asks Fatty how he's enjoying living with the couple. Bumpkin complains that Fatty's snoring is like an earthquake, and they haven't slept in days. Fatty retorts with a sly grin, who knows what you and Ching Ching are getting up to, and gets promptly beaten by Bumpkin. Fang Yi smiles, thinking, this is the joy of being with close friends. He tells Ching Ching he's going to meditate in the corner of their stall for a while, and she agrees. He sits and closes his eyes, tuning into the ambient energy of the crowded market. He senses the emotions of the people around him, satisfaction from a job well done, the unbreakable bond between mother and child. He floats in a blue meditative state. The feelings of countless people are slowly being concentrated within me. He realizes his master was right. Coming to the antique market was the right choice. My spiritual energy seems to have increased another level. He's suddenly jolted from his meditation by a familiar voice. Fang Yi, what are you doing here? He opens his eyes and sees. Master. Master's son is at the market stall, wiping sweat from his brow. He explains he went to Manjun's villa, but got no answer. He then called Hong Tao, Zhao, who didn't know where he was either, so his last option was the market. Fang Yi apologizes for worrying him. Fang Yi explains he's been so busy carving the jade amulets for Director Lon that he lost track of time. Master's son is relieved. I was starting to worry something had happened. Fang Yi asks if there was urgent business. Master's son hands him a large envelope. It's this. Hong Tao asked me to pass this along. Fang Yi opens the envelope and is stunned to see official household registration documents with his name, Fang Yi. He's overjoyed. Mr. Zhao went ahead and solved our household registration problem. He calls his friends over. The 3 friends huddle together. Look, our new household registers. We're urban citizens now. Master's son smiles warmly as Fatty celebrates. I have to show this to my parents when we go back for New Year's. Fang Yi makes a note to thank Mr. Zhao. Master's son adds, aside from Hong Tao, you should thank Master Yu as well. He reveals, in November, he's offered to take you to the public auction in Myanmar to see what real speculation is like. Master's son explains the Myanmar auction is the world's largest trading ground for jade, and it's a real headache to get into due to the political situation. He tells Fang Yi that this invitation shows how much promise Master Yu sees in him, and not to let them down. Fang Yi smiles. Don't worry, Master. Learning is something I won't ever slack out on. Master Sun says learning isn't the most pressing matter. He notes Fang Yi's swollen eyes from staying up late and hands him a few boxes of matured ginseng. Fang Yi is deeply touched by his master's care and thanks him. He reflects on his master's hopes and concerns. This is the feeling of love. Back at the villa, it is 9 p.m. Fang Yi reflects that experiencing different emotions has further increased his spiritual energy. He feels confident. This time will be a success for sure. He sits down to meditate, holding one of the jade bagua amulets he carved. He focuses his energy on the jade tool, which begins to glow. He opens his eyes, feeling the power surge. It's definitely stronger than the ones before. A warm, freeing energy envelopes him. Why do I suddenly feel so warm? It's so freeing. His senses expand to an impossible degree. I can even hear the sound of ants crawling on the ground, the movement of grass in the wind. He opens his eyes, a bright light shining from within. This feeling, have I finally done it? The jade bagua amulet in his hand glows, and a massive, complex spiritual diagram appears in the air above him. I've broken through. I've reached the transformed chi into spirit stage. Lan Lian looks at the octagonal jade amulet Fang Yi has just finished carving for her, asking if it will really stop her nightmares. She puts the amulet on. Fang Yi explains that with this jade tool, the 1 to 2 year limit of a paper talisman is solved, and this will protect her for the rest of your life. Fang Yi tells her his powers are still limited, but when he has cultivated further, he will properly release her from the president's lingering spirit. She is overcome with gratitude. He stops her from thanking him, stating that this was simply something I needed to do. He admits his fault in the president's death and her subsequent suffering. She acknowledges that no amount of money can sway him. Lan Lian bows deeply in gratitude, offering her unconditional help if he ever finds himself in need. As Fang Yi prepares to leave, he picks up the purple bag containing all the unused jade slabs from the warehouse. Lan Lian stops him and insists he take all the leftover jade pieces as well. She insists it is a small gift from a friend. Seeing her kind intentions, Fang Yi graciously accepts the valuable gift. Fang Yi reflects that this entire experience, his fated reunion with her, is what allowed him to finally enter the transformed chi into spirit stage. Fatty, Bumpkin, and Qingqing see him as Lan Lian leaves. Fatty immediately asks, "She didn't give you a check or anything?" Fang Yi scolds Fatty for only thinking of money. Bumpkin and Qingqing observe that Fang Yi looks a little different, a little more otherworldly, I guess. Fatty jokes that he just needs a little more color and playfully reaches out to squeeze Fang Yi's cheeks. Fang Yi instinctively grabs Fatty's hand, causing Fatty to scream in agony. Ouch! Not so hard. Fatty cradles his arm, which now has a bright red handprint. What did you grip so hard for? That hurt like hell. Fang Yi apologizes, realizing he still haven't gotten used to my body and his new strength after breaking through to the next cultivation stage. He deflects by saying Fatty has gotten soft and quickly changes the subject, asking about the new stall inventory. Fatty says it's just regular stock and suggests they go to the capital for cheaper, better stock, since Bumpkin and Qingqing are going there anyway. Fang Yi looks troubled. We could check out the capital, but we're all out of funds at the moment. Fang Yi suddenly remembers the large bag of high-quality jade slabs that Director Lan gifted him. He has an idea. Maybe he, Mr. Zhao, can help do something about them. Then we definitely have enough money to go to the capital. Qingqing asks how much they'd be worth. Fang Yi smiles. I'm sure a few $100 grand should be easy. Fatty and Bumpkin are ecstatic at the news. Fang Yi borrows Bumpkin's phone to call Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, Sun Chao, answers, "No problem. I'll take care of the jade pieces for you. In return, though, I'd like your help with a little something." Zhao explains he's heading to Hainan to look at fragrant rosewood and agarwood, and he wants you to come along as an extra pair of eyes. Fang Yi is hesitant, but Zhao flatters him, referencing his recent successes, Yongla Encyclopedia, Seal Stamp, Hidden Jade, and saying this will be easy for him. Fang Yi, knowing he can't reveal his treasured time ability, humbly suggests they bring Manjun, who has more experience. Zhao agrees to invite Manjun as well and tells Fang Yi he's counting on him. Fang Yi hangs up and informs his friends, That's our money problem solved. In return, though, I'll have to go on a trip to Hainan with Mr. Zhao. Fatty and Bumpkin are fine with this, saying they can take care of going to the capital for the stock. As they talk, Fang Yi is suddenly struck by a vision of Bai Chuxia, looking sad. He thinks, Officer Bai, your face. The next day, Fang Yi sits in a cafe booth, waiting for someone. Bai Chuxia arrives, dressed in her police uniform, but looking pale and unwell. He asks why she looks so bad. She explains she was assigned to an archaeological tomb excavation. The site, she explains, was at the foot of Maoshan Mountain, a place known for its Taoist history. They found a large, unexplored solutional cave and began prospecting inside. Almost immediately, they felt a strange bone-chilling sensation that felt like even our blood would completely freeze. They tried to continue, but it wasn't long before her colleagues began to collapse one by one. She recounts how it took all my strength to drag them back to the entrance of the cave. Afterward, she also ended up with high fever and had to be hospitalized. Her colleagues were not as lucky. They were under continuous care for 3 days. A heart monitor flatlines. She looks at Fang Yi, haunted, but in the end, not a single one of them made it. Their causes of death still hasn't been found. She continues, when I was packing my clothes, I discovered the talisman you gave me had somehow self-combusted. She now understands the significance of his gift and the danger she was in. She looks at Fang Yi earnestly. Your talisman probably saved my life. He's glad she kept it and confirms her experience was due to high concentrations of negative energy in the cave. He realizes the talisman's destruction means the danger was immense. She asks if dirty things, ghosts, really exist. He tries to deflect by talking about germs and bacteria. He sees she isn't buying his scientific explanation and decides to simplify the truth. He explains, the talisman could ward away ghosts and spirits. The ghosts where you went were too powerful, and my talisman ran out of power warding them away. She immediately asks for a few more talismans so she can go back to the caves and investigate. He is horrified by her request. To stop her from returning to the dangerous cave, he lies, even making one talisman takes away several years of my lifespan. You would best ask someone else for help. She's disappointed, saying he's the only person I know involved with such strange and shady things. That wasn't what I meant. She sits in embarrassed silence as he stares at her. He suddenly blurts out, you're beautiful. Both of them are stunned and blush. She blushes furiously, pulls out a pair of handcuffs, and calls him a shameless rogue. He's genuinely confused. What actually is a rogue? Are they some sort of criminal? This only makes her angrier and more embarrassed. He repeats that he is powerless to help and suggests she stop her investigation as it's too dangerous. She looks down, dejected, and he realizes he may have hurt her feelings. She stands up. Fine then. I just wanted to do something before I left Jinling. He is shocked. You're leaving? She confirms her training period is ending, and she'll be returning to the capital. Fang Yi, looking pale, calls out her name. He suddenly grabs her. I have no choice. My apologies in advance. He pulls her into an embrace as she asks, What? What are you doing? Bai Chuxiao is held in Fang Yi's arms, clearly flustered. What? What are you doing? He explains, negative energies have gathered in your energy center. I just wanted to help expel them. His hand is on her stomach, just below her chest. She is tense and surprised by the sudden, intimate contact. A green glow appears where his hand is, and a warm, really pleasant feeling spreads through her body, causing her to let out a small ah. He apologizes for her discomfort and says he'll be quick. She awkwardly replies, okay. She is deeply embarrassed by the sound like that she made as a blue-green energy flows from his hand. He pulls a wisp of green, negative energy from her body, thinking, how did I miss this? He realizes the negative energy is so strong it will take at least 70% of my power, and that her life may even end up at risk if he doesn't remove it. He draws out the last of the negative energy with his hand. All right, all the negative energies should be expelled now. She asks, then you can let go of me now, right? He yelps and jumps back. Sorry. She calls him a shameless rogue. He's still confused by the term. She's embarrassed, wondering why she's acting like such a maiden. He advises her to take some Chinese medicine to rebalance her body after the energy expulsion. He gets a pen and paper from the counter and writes her a prescription. The prescription is shown, listing various herbs like thoroughwax root and female ginseng. She notes his handwriting is unexpectedly nice. He warns her to take it for 3 days, otherwise her next catamenia will be extremely painful. She is confused. Catamenia? What's that? He bluntly clarifies, as in the time of month women have. She is mortified. How embarrassing. She quickly changes the subject, asking to go to the dangerous cave with him just once before I leave. He says he can't, as he's leaving on a trip tomorrow. She is surprised. Where to? For how long? He specifies Hainan, and for a little more than half a month. She is dejected, realizing it will be the last time we'll see each other as she leaves for the capital next week. He mentions Fatty and Bumpkin are also going to the capital soon and asks her to look out for them when the time comes. She blushes, looking at him intently, and asks, "What about you?" He admits he doesn't have many friends, but I consider you one too. She then asks, "Will you come to the capital to see me?" He says, "Okay, I understand." She smiles. "I'll be waiting for your visit, then." She says she has to leave. She reminds him to get a mobile phone soon, so they can keep in contact even after I return to the capital. He hesitates, saying he's not used to them. She asks, "Can't you change for me?" She quickly covers. "I said, keep yourself out of trouble." He jokes that he's just a simple trinket merchant and can't get into trouble. She smiles. "That's good then. Also, you don't have to keep calling me Officer Bai. Just call me Chuxia." He blushes and agrees. "Okay, Chuxia." As she's leaving, he stops her. Wait." He gives her one of the small, green jade bagua amulets he carved. "Take this with you. You can wear it on your neck, more convenient than a talisman." She accepts it and puts it on. He warns her again not to go to the cave on her own. She promises. She waves goodbye and leaves the cafe. He watches her go. Next time? Who knows when the next time we meet will be? Fang Yi is having tea with Master Sun, who asks if his friends aren't joining the Hainan trip. Fang Yi confirms they're going to the capital for stock. Master Sun advises him to focus and learn about fragrant rosewood, and to ask Hong Tao, Zhao, for help. Master Sun offers Fang Yi 20,000 yuan for the trip. Fang Yi declines, saying he has his own money from selling the jade ore. Master Sun presses, saying he'll need money in case you find something nice. Fang Yi explains Mr. Zhao already sold the jade and paid him. Master Sun is surprised. Master Sun suspects Hong Tao, Zhao, took a profit as a middleman and offers to get Fang Yi more money, but Fang Yi insists Zhao already did him a huge favor. Master Sun accepts this, then postpones their lesson, telling Fang Yi to rest for his early flight. The next day, Fang Yi, Manjun, and Mr. Zhao, Sun Chao, are at the airport. Fang Yi asks Zhao why he brought so much luggage. Zhao complains, "Every time I leave for a business trip, it's like I'm moving house." Fang Yi says his wife just cares about you. Zhao scoffs, "Look at how naive you still are. Just wait until you find someone of your own." Fang Yi ponders, "Find someone of my own?" An image of Bai Chuxia, smiling warmly, flashes in his mind. He sighs, who knows when that will ever be. When he is suddenly startled, he spots Bai Chuxia across the airport terminal. "Bai Chuxia, I'm not imagining things, right?" Manjun and Zhao are confused. Fang Yi calls out, "Chuxia." She turns, surprised. Fang Yi? I thought it was you." Fang Yi is flustered, asking how she knew his flight time. She scoffs. "It's not like I came to send you off. My own flight just so happens to be around the same time." She quickly catches herself. "Wait, that's not right. Didn't you originally say you were leaving next week?" She blushes, caught in her lie. Mr. Zhao calls out for Fang Yi from a distance, telling him it's time to go. Zhao yells that they are going to get their flight passes. Fang Yi agrees. As Manjun and Zhao walk away, Zhao comments, "That fool, look how lucky he is." Manjun replies, "You know what they say about dumb luck." Fang Yi and Chuxia stand in an awkward silence, both clearly having things they want to say. They both try to speak at once. She lets him go first. He just reminds her to take the herbal prescription he gave her. She blushes and offers to give him her new phone number in the capital. He hands her his new phone. She asks about his new phone. He explains he has to keep up with the times and stay in contact with his friends. She programs her number into his phone, saving it as by Chuxia in his recent calls. She smiles at him as she hands the phone back. All right, Fang Yi. If you're ever in the capital, be sure to give me a call. She teases, you dork, that doesn't mean you can't call me any other time. Mr. Zhao calls out again. Fang Yi, we have to go. Fang Yi stammers, see coming. Chuxiao, I'm going now then. She waves goodbye. As he walks away, he waves back. I'll call you when my plane lands, Chuxia. She smiles and waves back. A shot of the inside of the airplane cabin, filled with passengers. On the plane, Zhao, seated next to Fang Yi and Man Jun, asks, are you and Miss Bai dating Fang Yi? Fang Yi frantically denies it. Zhao encourages him, Miss Bai is a nice lady. If you like her, you should go after her with all you have. The plane is shown flying. As Fang Yi contemplates Zhao's words about his future, the plane lands in Hainan. Fang Yi exits the airport and immediately feels the heat. So this is Hainan. So hot. A quick shot shows by Chu Xiao on the phone, smiling. Fang Yi, walking out of the Hainan airport, is on the phone with Chu Xia, telling her he just arrived and noting the 10 degrees hotter weather. She teases him from her office, reminding him to wear sunscreen in the southernmost region of China. Man Jun calls for him to eat. He tells Chu Xia he has to go and will speak to her later. She tells him to be careful. The group, Fang Yi, Man Jun, Zhao, is at a lavish dinner table covered in local dishes. Man Jun's local friend, Aming, introduces himself and welcomes the three of them to Hainan. Man Jun introduces Mr. Zhao, Sun Chao, who stares intently at him. Man Jun then introduces a younger friend of ours, Fang Yi. Aming welcomes them and invites them to eat. Zhao identifies a dish as Wuzhishan pork, impressing Aming with his local knowledge. Aming compliments Zhao. You're well-versed, Mr. Zhao. Zhao makes a toast to Aming and Man Jun, thanking them for preparing the meal. Man Jun drinks, thinking to himself that he needs to stay on his Zhao's good side to ride his coattails, as he wouldn't have sold the encyclopedia without him. Zhao asks Aming about the plan. Aming says after they eat, he'll take them to a Miao village to bid on trees in the afternoon. Man Jun is suddenly nervous. Entering the Miao village is one thing, but leaving is another matter entirely. He asks why the trees couldn't be brought out. Aming asks if he's afraid of curses or poison. Man Jun denies it, but says he saw something strange a few years ago. He recounts being at a Miao funeral where a shaman placed a live rooster on the casket for 7 days. Despite the heat, the corpse didn't smell. Man Jun continues, when the 7 days were up, the rooster suddenly was overrun by maggots and releasing a horrible stench, as if it had been dead for a long time. Fang Yi finds this intriguing. Zhao says that's creepy, but it can't compare to his own horrible situation involving a Miao village in Yunnan. Zhao recounts a trip after university. His classmate, Lu Daji, spent the night with a local Miao girl during a bonfire. The villagers demanded he either marry the girl or pay the price for the girl's innocence and blood. Scared, he and Zhao made their escape at night. Not long after, Lu Daji fell ill with a mysterious sickness no doctor could cure. A friend from Yunnan told him it was a gu curse. With no other option, he returned to the village and agreed to marry the girl. Man Jun asks what happened. Zhao says the girl released him from the curse after they were married, and they are now doing quite well. Man Jun is terrified. Fang Yi thinks to himself, after hearing Mr. Zhao and Mr. Man's stories, I can't help but feel intrigued. Aming bursts out laughing, calling their stories the most cliché stories he's ever heard. He explains the Miao villages are modern now, with brick houses, not huts. He says the government has promoted development. They attend school, find work, and start businesses just like anyone else. There's no need to worry. Man Jun is still skeptical. I sure hope so. As they drive, Fang Yi looks out the window at the beautiful Hainan landscape, approaching the Miao village. At the Miao village, Aming serves them star fruit. Zhao asks to see the trees, but Aming says the other bidder hasn't arrived yet. To pass the time, Aming offers to show them some of his own treasures, which piques their interest. He unveils the treasures with a tada. Zhao identifies them as Lingji mushrooms. Fang Yi examines them and notes their quality is pretty high. Fang Yi explains Lingji can be ground into tea to strengthen your immune system and would be great for people in their middle ages like them. Man Jun is insulted. I'm still plenty young. Zhao, however, is interested and asks the price. Aming says 600 yuan for 500 grams. Man Jun immediately orders 1,500 grams. Zhao, not to be outdone, orders 5 kilograms. Fang Yi reminds Zhao, I'll take 2 kilograms for my master's son. Zhao is embarrassed. Yikes, I almost forgot about master. Zhao amends his order, telling Fang Yi to get 1 kilogram, and he'll share some of mine with master from my 5. Aming then brings out his next treasure, agarwood. Zhao is impressed, and naturally formed as well. This is good stuff. Aming hands him a lighter. Aming burns a small piece. We can smell the fragrance like this. Fang Yi and Zhao inhale the smoke. What a pleasant aroma. Great stuff. This is top of the grade agarwood. Zhao is impressed by the village's treasures. He asks, how much do you have? I'll take it all. Man Jun protests. You have to leave some for me. A vehicle is heard approaching. Vroom. Aming says that's probably the other attendee, and they can discuss the agarwood later. Aming greets the new arrival, a large man named Mr. Gu. Aming introduces Mr. Gu to Mr. Zhao, and the two businessmen shake hands, exchanging humble pleasantries. Aming leads the group to the back courtyard to see the trees. In the courtyard are several large, raw logs of fragrant rosewood. Aming presents the logs, and Mr. Gu and Mr. Zhao inspect them. Fang Yi asks Man Jun how to identify good fragrant rosewood. Man Jun explains the key features. The older the rosewood, the coarser the wood grains. The fewer branches, the denser the grains. Man Jun concludes, finally, the rougher the environment, the greater quality the grains. Fang Yi nods, I see. Aming confirms Man Jun is correct. Aming presents the first 2 logs, found on a cliff face. The price starts at 20,000. Zhao inspects them. They certainly look pretty good, and bids 20,000. Mr. Gu immediately bids 25,000. Zhao raises to 30,000. Man Jun whispers to himself, not good. As the bidding war begins, Man Jun thinks, if this goes on, things won't be good for Mr. Zhao. Mr. Gu bids 35,000. Zhao is annoyed, realizing bidding higher might look like he's picking a fight. He concedes, Mr. Gu, for that large sum, the 2 trees are yours. Mr. Gu is delighted and asks for the logs to be cut open immediately. Man Jun sighs, me and my big mouth. As a large saw is brought out to cut the logs. The log is cut open, and the group looks on in anticipation. The cut log is revealed, showing a pale, low-quality grain. Zhao is shocked. How could the quality be so low? Mr. Gu is furious. Fuck. Look at this grain. I'll be lucky if I manage to make a bead bracelet. Mr. Gu, angry at his loss, tells Fang Yi to take a closer look at the worthless logs. Be my guest. You could chop them and use them as firewood for all I care. Fang Yi thinks, I could sense the spiritual energy of antiques and jade. Could I do the same thing with these trees? He places his hand on one of Mr. Gu's worthless logs to test his new treasured time ability. He feels a faint sensation from the log's core as he touches the heartwood. A faint energy is emanating from the center. The strength of this energy is probably proportional to the quality. He realizes he can appraise wood. Aming announces there are a few trees left. Zhao, having seen Gu's failure, is hesitant. Let me have a closer look first. Zhao asks Fang Yi to come have a look too. Fang Yi, knowing he can't reveal his new power, feigns ignorance. I don't know anything about rosewoods, Mr. Zhao. Zhao insists, an extra pair of eyes will be useful. Fang Yi reluctantly agrees, but don't blame me if the bidding goes bad. Zhao inspects a tree, noting its fewer branches and burls might indicate high quality. Fang Yi secretly touches the same tree and is shocked by the spiritual energy. What a strong energy. He thinks, Mr. Man was right. The quality of this tree is very high. But he can't say that. Zhao dismisses the misshapen tree. Fang Yi misdirects him. Mr. Zhao, look at how straight that tree is. Now that's a tree worth something. Aming asks Zhao if he's decided. Zhao, trusting Fang Yi's lucky streak and advice, points to the straight tree Fang Yi recommended. I'll go with this one then. The straight tree, the bad one, starts at 6,000. Mr. Gu, seeing it's a poor specimen, declines to bid. The tree is sold to Zhao. The log is cut open, revealing a worthless, pale core. Zhao sigh. How could you be so off, Fang boy? Aming asks about the last tree, the good, crooked one. Fang Yi, pretending to be humbled, says, I was completely off, so maybe you were actually right. This tree has to be a good one. Zhao, taken in by the reverse psychology, declares, I'll take this tree, Aming. I don't care how much it is. I'll take it. Mr. Gu, seeing Zhao is set on it, politely declines to bid. The tree is sold to Zhao for 6,000. The crooked, high-energy log is cut open by the saw. It reveals a stunning, dark, and complex grain. Whoa, look at the grain in that. This wood is probably the best you could ask for. Zhao is ecstatic. It's a dark rosewood. That's the best of the best. Huh. Mr. Gu is stunned. How can this be? Aming congratulates Zhao on his incredible profit. Mr. Gu, gracious in defeat, offers to take you all out for a meal upon their return. Zhao just smiles. I was just taking a chance. He then asks Aming to debark the logs for him. Aming is hesitant, saying that would require a table saw, which he doesn't have. Fang Yi offers. Aming, maybe I could have a go at splitting it. Aming is skeptical, as the wood is freshly cut and full of moisture, making it very difficult to split. Fang Yi insists, let me have a try, Mr. Zhao. Zhao agrees, all right then, but don't damage the heartwood. Manjun offers to help hold the log, but Fang Yi warns him to step back to avoid getting hurt. Manjun shuffles back as Fang Yi places his hand on the log, infusing it with qi. He strikes the log with a small knife, bang, and the entire log, infused with his energy, cracks and splits apart. The log splinters into dozens of perfectly cut, long planks, leaving the heartwood core standing perfectly intact. Fang Yi asks, Wah, was that some sort of kung fu? The entire group, Manjun, Zhao, Aming, Gu, stares in complete and utter disbelief at Fang Yi's feat. Zhao holds a piece of the perfectly cut log. The heartwood is completely undamaged. This is a perfectly cut log. He looks at Fang Yi. Fang, young man. Mr. Gu asks Fang Yi if he's done some sort of kung fu. Aming excitedly guesses it was the Bagua saber, saying he's seen afterimages like that before. Fang Yi smiles and jokes, No, I don't use the Bagua saber. I use the woohoo slicing blade. Manjun and Aming are impressed, not realizing Fang Yi just named a fictional technique from a wuxia novel. Zhao figures it out and scolds him for tricking them. Fang Yi laughs it off and says they should wrap up the bidding. Aming offers the last two trees, starting at 6,000. Mr. Gu and Mr. Zhao inspect them and declare they are young, 20 to 30-year-old trees, and doubt their grains would be sufficiently developed. Aming jokes they're worthless. Fang Yi quietly places his hand on one of the remaining logs, sensing its energy. Judging by the spiritual energy, one of these trees is of fairly good quality. He then thinks, Mr. Man is shouldering the cost of our trip. It wouldn't be right to let him leave empty-handed. He turns to Manjun. Why don't you buy them then, Mr. Man? Manjun is skeptical. Me buy them? Trees of such a young age really don't have much hope. Fang Yi tries to tempt him, but the tree hasn't even been cut open. Don't you regret it when it turns out to be good? Manjun refuses to take the risk. Fang Yi then offers. Then how about this, Mr. Man? We can split the cost between the two of us. Manjun is still hesitant. Fang Yi smiles. If not, I'll buy them for myself. Manjun, trusting Fang Yi's strange luck, finally relents. Fine, we'll buy them together. They purchase both trees for 12,000 yuan. The first of their two logs is cut. It's a dud. Manjun sighs. Looks like our money really went down the drain. Fang Yi says, Not so fast. We still have one more. Manjun is dejected. Don't be silly. A 20 to 30-year-old tree won't have any well-developed grains. The second log is cut, and Manjun is stunned. Whoa, look at that grain. It's a hit. How is that possible? Fang Yi feigns modesty. Are you sure, Mr. Man? While admiring the beautiful grain pattern. Zhao inspects the second log, his expression thoughtful. He is stunned. Wait, isn't this a tiger-striped grain? Manjun asks what that is. Zhao explains it's one of the most valuable of the 8 grain patterns for fragrant rosewood. Fang Yi asks if this is a win. Zhao confirms, if the rest of the wood inside is all tiger stripe, then you've won it big. Manjun excitedly tells Fang Yi to debark the rest of the wood, quick. Fang Yi uses his kung fu to split the log. Zhao inspects the pile of tiger-striped wood. Not bad. These are all pretty good, though he notes a few warped pieces. Fang Yi says not everything can be perfect, as long as it's worth the 6,000 they paid. Mr. Gu scoffs. Not just 6,000, you could add an extra 0. On the low side. Manjun is overjoyed. This was all thanks to you again, Fang Yi. Mr. Gu suggests they all go for a celebratory meal and drink. The group happily agrees. All right, we'll be drinking until we're drunk tonight. Let's go. The group is now at a restaurant, looking at menus. Zhao asks Aming for sightseeing recommendations, since it's not often they can just come to Hainan. Aming says the area isn't developed, but mentions the natural solutional caves just behind the mountain. Zhao is excited by the undeveloped nature, but Aming warns him it's so dark people turn back less than 50 meters in. Aming clarifies it's at least 500 meters deep, and not even us Miao people have reached the end. This only makes Zhao more excited to go. More the reason to go, then. Aming becomes serious. The reason it hasn't been developed is because there are extremely strong negative energies in the cave. The group is shocked. The group is still at the restaurant, looking tense after Aming's revelation about the cave. Manjun asks for clarification. When you say negative energies, do you mean there are unspeakable things in the cave? Aming says he can't say for sure, but he had a strange, supernatural experience there in his youth. He and his friends snuck into the cave for half an hour. When they returned, they all fell terribly ill with high fevers. They became lethargic, so their parents went to the village chief, who was also the shaman. He burned paper charms to create a medicine for them to drink, which cured them, though recovery took 2 months. Ever since, none of us have dared approach the cave. Zhao speculates it was an undiscovered virus, but Aming says adults from the village also became ill, and not as severely. Mr. Gu agrees it probably wasn't a virus. Aming delivers the final warning. After the village chief passed away, another group of children entered the cave. Of the 5, 2 of them shortly died. Manjun is terrified. Fang Yi theorizes the shaman's paper charms were talismans, and the cave is a site of extreme negative energies. He thinks, if this goes unchecked, more lives could be lost. Zhao, unaware of Fang Yi's thoughts, asks if he's thinking about something. Zhao, ever the academic, is still intrigued. Do you think we should still go? Fang Yi, knowing he's reached the transformed chi into spirit stage, believes nothing too bad should happen. Fang Yi agrees to go, sure. From how Aming described it, this cave has caught my interest as well. Manjun is terrified. I don't know about this. It sounds very dangerous. Fang Yi reassures him. It'll be fine, Mr. Man. If anything goes wrong, I'll figure it out. Aming drives them to a remote road near the mountain, dropping them off. Aming refuses to go any further. Just have a look from the outside. Don't try to go in. He says he'll wait at the bottom of the mountain. A distant shot shows the dark, ominous cave entrance high up on the cliff face. The trio, Fang Yi, Zhao, Manjun arrives. Manjun has a bad feeling. Fang Yi drags him along. Relax. We'll just go in for a peek and then leave. Inside, Zhao is fascinated. I didn't expect the inside to be spacious. Zhao taps the wall with a hammer. Based on the shape and sound, this cave is probably a volcanic solutional cave. What a rare surprise. He explains only 2 others have been discovered in China. This would be the 3rd. Excited by the special resource, Zhao is eager to explore further. Manjun suddenly stops. My body suddenly feels really cold. He steps back. Huh. As soon as I take a step back, I feel normal again. He starts playing by stepping in and out of the energy field. Fang Yi warns him. Such sudden changes in body temperature can't be good for you. Fang Yi explains this is the effect of the strong negative energies Aming mentioned, not something to be brushed off. Manjun asks if there are ghosts. Fang Yi, sensing the danger, tries to scare him off. Definitely. If you walk another 30 to 50 meters ahead, you'll definitely see a ghost. Man Jun is annoyed. Are you trying to scare me now of all times? Fang Yi dares him. You're free to take a look yourself, Mr. Man. Man Jun, his pride wounded, trembles but forces himself forward. What do you mean scared? I've never been scared in my life. Onward. He ventures deeper into the darkness, with Fang Yi and Zhao following. Man Jun suddenly feels his legs, feeling really chilly. Could Fang Yi have been right about this after all? He nervously taunts. Where are you, ghosts? Come out and show yourself. Let Mr. Man get a good look at you. His flashlight beam falls on an old, discarded television set deep inside the cave. Why is there a TV in here? A pale, ghostly hand suddenly slaps against the inside of the screen. A long-haired, ghostly figure begins to crawl out of the television screen. Man Jun lets out a blood-curdling scream. A ghost. A terrifying, bloody, white-eyed ghost of a woman with long black hair glares at Man Jun. The ghost moans, "Give me my life back." As Man Jun sits paralyzed with fear in the dark cave, the ghost lunges and wraps its hands around Man Jun's throat, choking him. Too strong. Can't breathe. I'm gonna die for sure. Suddenly, Man Jun's eyes blink, open, and he hears Fang Yi's voice. Wake up. Man Jun snaps out of it, screaming, Wait. It wasn't me. I didn't kill you. Zhao says. Man, you finally woke up. Fang Yi asks if he's alright. A shot shows the trio standing at the mouth of the cave, back in the bright sunlight. Man Jun is disoriented. Where did that ghost lady go? Fang Yi points out it's the middle of the day. Man Jun insists, pointing to the strangle marks on his neck. Fang Yi calmly explains, Mr. Man, you made those marks yourself. Zhao elaborates, you started screaming and trying to strangle yourself. You suddenly fainted almost immediately after. After that, I had Fang Yi carry you back out here on his back. Man Jun is stunned. What? Then does this really mean I imagined the whole thing? Fang Yi confirms, that's right, Mr. Man. It was all a hallucination. Fang Yi explains the concentrated negative energies in the cave caused an imbalance in his body, leading to hallucinations. He links this to most ghost sightings. Zhao is intrigued, asking if possessions he saw in his youth could be a similar phenomenon. Fang Yi explains Taoist theory. Strong emotional attachments from the dead can leave spiritual fields that cause interference and hallucinations in those with weak resistance, i.e., possession. Zhao is impressed. I didn't expect you to know about things like this as well, Fang Yi. Man Jun is terrified and says they should never go in the cave again. Fang Yi says it's fine as long as we don't go too deep. Man Jun asks, so why was I the only one who started hallucinating? Fang Yi flexes. I'm a practitioner of martial arts. I'm full of positive energy. Zhao smiles. Then could you teach me some martial arts, Fang Yi? I want to increase my positive energy as well. Zhao explains that after they returned from the Jade Market, he was interested in meeting with my superiors to organize a research expedition to investigate the cave. Fang Yi understands. I see. In that case, maybe we can try this. He pulls a small pouch from his bag. Zhao is confused. What is this? Fang Yi presents one of the jade amulets he carved. A jade bagua amulet. Zhao asks, could this be a tool? Fang Yi says they're blessed and should have some effect. Man Jun is ecstatic. They've been blessed, have they? That's great stuff. With this, I don't have to be afraid of any ghosts. Zhao examines the amulet, noting the masterfully done carvings. These must have taken you a long time. Fang Yi says, it took me a week to make the 2 amulets. He explains he was planning to give them to Master Sun and Master Yu. Zhao refuses to accept such a valuable gift. Fang Yi insists, take these 2. I'll just make new ones for the masters when I return. Zhao graciously accepts. Man Jun is now excited. Quick, let's go try them out. Fang Yi smiles. All right then, let's head into the caves one more time. The group re-enters the cave, with Man Jun and Zhao noting it feels warmer. Fang Yi confirms this and asks Man Jun to hand over the jade amulet he'd given him. Fang Yi reaches out, asking Man Jun for the jade bagua amulet. Man Jun places the green octagonal amulet in Fang Yi's hand. The moment Man Jun gives up the amulet, he shivers, exclaiming that it's suddenly freezing cold. Fang Yi notes that this makes absolutely no sense. Venturing deeper, the three are shocked to find the cave floor littered with the perfectly preserved, frozen bodies of various animals. Fang Yi senses that the source of the extreme negative energy must be just beyond this point. He tells Mr. Zhao and Mr. Man to head back to the entrance while he investigates alone. Mr. Zhao protests, warning him that it must be freezing further in and he could be trying to kill himself. Fang Yi confidently assures him he'll be fine. Man Jun tells him to be careful. As Fang Yi proceeds alone, he notes that the concentration of negative energy is far greater than he had anticipated. Fang Yi activates his spiritual powers, surrounding himself with glowing orbs of energy to navigate the intense, dark environment. A powerful whoosh of spiritual energy flows around Fang Yi as he delves deeper into the cave's energy field. He is amazed to feel his vital energy significantly increase in such a short time, realizing his master was right about places of extreme energy being beneficial for cultivation. He observes that the stalactites have been stained black by the energy and decides to press on, wanting to absorb even stronger negative energies. Fang Yi finds a spot where the concentration of negative energy is extremely high and decides this will be the place to meditate. He sits in meditation, turning off his flashlight. A powerful whoosh of dark, negative energy begins to swirl and flow into his body. The intense negative energy hums as it converges on and enters Fang Yi's meditating form. Fang Yi groans in pain as his body is pushed to its absolute limit, absorbing the overwhelming energy. He stops his meditation, realizing he's at his limit and must not let his positive and negative energies become unbalanced. He decides to look around. Fang Yi notices that his perception has improved significantly from the energy absorption, and he spots something unusual in the darkness. He discovers that the cave system is much more vast, continuing far deeper than he had originally thought. He stands at a dark, branching fork in the cave, wondering which path to take. Suddenly, he senses an extremely pure positive energy. He is baffled, wondering what something like this is doing in a place of such extreme negative energy. Fang Yi's eyes widen in shock as he begins to understand what he is witnessing. He has found a rare natural phenomenon, a convergence where both positive and negative extremities are swirling together. He stands before the swirling vortex, awed that he's found a place where both energies are in coexistence. He realizes the two energies are locked in a strange, delicate balance. He knows he must stay away, as disrupting it could cause an unimaginable explosion. As he watches the vortex, he spots a small pool of glimmering, golden liquid at its very center. He wonders if the liquid could be a form of divine essence. He tries to approach but bumps into an invisible energy barrier. Blocked by the barrier, Fang Yi decides he must become stronger and achieve another breakthrough in his cultivation before he can return for the golden liquid. Inside the cave, Fang Yi is struggling, hissing in pain as he pushes his body to its limit. He realizes he's exhausted his energy and is struggling to stay conscious. He knows he must turn back and slowly make his way out. As he approaches the exit, the negative energy finally thins. He reflects that misfortune may be a blessing in disguise as he emerges into the open air. Aming, Zhao, and Man Jun, who are waiting anxiously at the cave mouth, spot Fang Yi emerging from the darkness. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Man run towards him, relieved he's back. Fang Yi apologizes for how long he took and is surprised to see Aming with them. Aming explains that after Fang Yi was gone for so long, his worried friends came to him for help. Fang Yi, looking pale, apologizes to Mr. Zhao and Mr. Man for causing them trouble. Mr. Zhao says at least he's safe, noting he was in the cave for over 3 hours. Fang Yi explains the cave was deeper and the negative energies were stronger than he thought. Fang Yi urgently warns Mr. Zhao that the caves are far too dangerous for an excavation team. Zhao tells Fang Yi to worry about himself, pointing out his deathly pale face. Fang Yi assures them he'll be fine and just needs a moment to meditate and recover from the ordeal. He sits down cross-legged, focusing his spiritual energy between his hands. He begins to use his vital energies to forcibly expel the negative energy he absorbed. Aming asks Man Jun what style of gongfu it is, and Man Jun randomly guesses the Shaolin style. Aming is skeptical, noting that it looks nothing like Shaolin style, and more like the techniques his village's shaman used to practice. Suddenly, Aming shouts, "What's going on?" The group is shocked to see a layer of ice rapidly forming over Fang Yi's body. Fang Yi is completely encased in a block of ice. Aming turns to Man Jun and asks, "How the F***CK is this Shaolin style?" Man Jun, who has no idea what's happening, panics that Fang Yi is freezing. Mr. Zhao urges calm, trusting that Fang Yi, given his past skills, will be fine. Fang Yi, still frozen, spits a small object out of his mouth, which streaks into the sky. Aming and Man Jun wonder what he just spat out. The object explodes brilliantly in the night sky like a firework. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Man stare up at the beautiful, unexpected explosion. As the explosion fades, the ice on Fang Yi's body instantly turns to steam, and he opens his eyes, his meditation complete. Man Jun asks if he's all right. Fang Yi confirms he's okay. Aming suggests they leave the mountain, as he has already prepared a hotel for them. At the lodgings, Mr. Zhao tells Fang Yi to get some proper rest, as they will be returning to Jinling in the morning. Fang Yi agrees, acknowledging that the day has been quite a scare for everyone. As Fang Yi settles into his room, Mr. Zhao knocks and returns his phone, explaining he found it in Aming's car. Fang Yi is surprised, admitting he hadn't even noticed it was missing and thanks him. Fang Yi muses that he's still not used to carrying a phone. Mr. Zhao wishes him a good night. After Mr. Zhao leaves, Fang Yi looks down at his phone. He turns it on and sees 15 missed calls from Bai Chuxia and 2 from Fatty. He worries that Chuxia must have been calling about something urgent. He immediately decides to call her back. He calls and apologizes to Chuxia for just seeing her calls, but is met with silence. He asks again, "Chuxia?" A strange male voice on the line replies, "Well then, what do you think you should do to punish yourself for this?" Fang Yi is instantly alarmed, realizing you're not Chuxia. Then who are you? Fang Yi, on the phone, suspiciously asks the unknown person, "Who on earth are you?" He angrily demands to know where Chuxia is. The voice on the other end laughs. "Seriously? Have you forgotten about me already, you bastard?" As the person laughs at his panic, Fang Yi recognizes the voice. Is that Fatty's voice? Fatty, eating a snack at a night market, laughs. Fang Yi, furious, yells at him for the prank and promises to get him back. Fang Yi suddenly realizes and asks, "Wait, that's not right. I called Chuxia's number. So why were you the one to pick up?" Fatty explains that he and Bumpkin are out having a midnight snack with Chuxia in the capital, celebrating their soon-to-be success. Fang Yi is confused. Fatty boasts that he met a man named Old Wu, who sold them 80,000 yuan worth of stock at half the price of Jinling. Fatty continues to boast about the large amount of stock. Fang Yi immediately becomes suspicious and asks, "That cheap? Are you sure they weren't fakes?" Fatty scoffs, claiming no one alive could ever trick him. Fang Yi, unconvinced, tells him to be careful and asks to speak to Chuxia. Fatty grumbles that Fang Yi is forgetting his friends for a girl and passes the phone over to Chuxia. Bai Chuxia gets on the line and asks Fang Yi where he is. He explains he's still in Hainan and apologizes for missing her calls, clarifying he had lost his phone and wasn't intentionally ignoring her. She huffs, "I didn't say anything, so why are you telling me this?" He replies, "I just didn't want you to be mad." They both smile, sharing a slightly embarrassed, warm moment over the phone. Chuxia tells him she wanted to say that the capital has many opportunities and he should come if he wants to expand his business, adding that they'd be able to see each other more often and she wouldn't have to worry about not being able to call him. Fang Yi, touched by her concern, agrees to come to the capital once his business is in order. She then tells him she's secured a safe office clerk job at the Ministry of State Security. She then remembers to ask Fang Yi what he had wanted to say earlier. He says it's a safe job and that it wasn't much. He just wanted to remind her to keep that jade amulet on you at all times. She smiles, assuring him, "Don't worry, I've been wearing it every day." The scene shows her in her room and the moon outside. Back at the night market, Fatty asks Bumpkin how long those two have been on the phone. Bumpkin replies, "Almost an hour now," and Fatty complains the lovebirds have completely forgotten about us. The next day, Fang Yi, Zhao, and Man Jun land in Jinling and walk through the airport with their luggage. Outside the airport, a man in a suit, Mr. Gu, the restorer, is waiting for them by a car. Mr. Gu greets them, explaining that curator Zhao had called him, saying Fang Yi had fallen ill. He offers to take Fang Yi's bag. Mr. Gu grunts, straining to lift the bag, exclaiming, "Whoa, this is way too heavy." He asks what on earth is in it. Fang Yi explains it contains logs and specialty products, probably weighing over 50 kilograms, so it's normal not to be able to lift it. Fang Yi then effortlessly lifts the 50 kg plus bag and places it in the car trunk. Mr. Gu stares in disbelief, thinking to himself, "This is being ill?" In the car, Mr. Gu remarks on Fang Yi's strange illness. Fang Yi jokes that he suddenly felt a lot better as soon as he arrived in Jinling, perhaps due to the emperor's energies of the city. Mr. Gu asks Fang Yi's plans. Fang Yi says he's heading to the antiques market to have a look at the stock Fatty and Bumpkin have bought. Fang Yi arrives at the entrance to the Jinling antiques market. Fatty and Bumpkin greet him. Fatty jokes, "Stop messing around," and says he was beside myself with worry about Fang Yi. Fatty complains that Fang Yi went to Hainan and didn't bring back souvenirs. Fang Yi brushes him off, saying he's here to inspect their new stock. Fang Yi looks over the main stall display but remarks, "I don't see anything new here." Fatty grins and tells him the new stock is hidden. "Come on, behold." Fatty dramatically pulls a cloth off a box, unveiling the new items to Fang Yi. As Fang Yi inspects, Fatty and Bumpkin complain about the capital's market, saying vendors would stop talking to us when they heard their small 80,000 yuan budget. Fang Yi's eyes narrow as he examines the newly purchased bracelets and beads. Fang Yi picks up a string of dark red beads. After a moment, he looks up and delivers the bad news. "I'm pretty sure this is a fake." Fang Yi inspects the new stock his friends bought, tossing each item aside and declaring, "Fake, fake, fake." After examining the entire 80,000 yuan purchase, Fang Yi gives his final verdict. They're all fake. Fatty is in disbelief, grabbing a Rudraksh bracelet and insisting it must be genuine because it's so smooth to the touch. Fang Yi scoffs at the idea, asking, "A Rudraksh that's smooth to the touch without being appreciated?" He easily crumbles the fake beads in his fingers, showing Fatty, "It's clearly plastic." Fatty is horrified. Bumpkin desperately points to another bracelet, claiming it's a top-of-the-tier product from India. Fang Yi immediately identifies it as inferior grade stock from Vietnam that will turn to nothing but dust in 4 to 5 years. Fatty protests, but Fang Yi points out the discoloration on the beads, which a real Vietnamese Bodhi would never have, and asks if they've ever heard of forgeries. To prove his point, Fang Yi gets a simple bowl of water. He mixes in laundry detergent, then holds up another bracelet, saying, "This is supposedly a Bodhi from Hainan, so it shouldn't have any discolorations, right?" He drops the bracelet into the soapy water, telling his friends to watch carefully what happens. Instantly, the dye from the fake beads begins to darken and bleed into the water. Fatty and Bumpkin are speechless, stammering, "The hell? How could this be?" Fatty, realizing they were conned, explodes in rage. "Shit, trying to pull a fast one on old Fatty." He grabs Bumpkin. "Come on, to the train station. I'm going to kill old Wu and his entire family." Bumpkin agrees, saying it's the biggest loss they've suffered. He reveals he got a receipt and threatens to report Wu to the police. As they charge off, Fang Yi grabs Fatty and stops them. "Stop, the two of you can't go." They ask why not. Fang Yi, frustrated, asks, "Do you even understand the rules of the antique industry?" His friends are confused. Fang Yi asks to see the receipt. He points to the fine print. "See the words art and craft here." Bumpkin doesn't understand. Fang Yi explains, "Plastic beads and Vietnamese Bodhi fall within art and craft as well. This receipt can't be used to prove anything." Fang Yi continues to lecture them, stating that to survive in the world of antiques, one must rely on their own insight and intuition. Trying to get repayment after being tricked is a violation of the industry's unspoken rules. Fatty is dejected, asking if they just have to take the loss. Fang Yi tells them to forget it, saying it isn't a huge loss and they can still make it up. Just as they are lamenting their loss, Fang Yi's phone rings. He answers, "Hello, master? Did you need me for something?" After finishing the call, Fang Yi hangs up and says, "What a lucky coincidence. I have to go to the capital. A flashback shows Master Sun handing Fang Yi several formal invitations, asking him to go to the capital to help deliver them. Master Sun explains that Fang Yi's official swearing-in ceremony as his and Master Yu's apprentice will be next month, and they want to personally invite a few old friends from the capital. Master Sun adds, also, some friends from the Taoist Association have asked to meet you while you're in the capital. Fang Yi is surprised, wondering what the Taoist Association could want from him. On the train to the capital, Fatty is still plotting revenge on old Wu. Fang Yi tells him to drop it, reminding him they are there to deliver invitations, not get revenge. He tells Fatty to rest, as they have 6 hours left. Fatty, however, is contemplative. He admits his biggest problem was being greedy and that his knowledge of the industry just isn't good enough. He suggests that when they get back, he should study under Master Sun with you. Fang Yi wordlessly takes an envelope and flicks it. He sticks the invitation envelope onto Fatty's face, finally getting some peace and quiet. Fang Yi sits on his bunk and examines the first invitation, addressed to Qin Haichuan. He recalls Master Sun's cryptic instruction. This person will give you 2 gifts when you deliver their invitation. You should keep one for yourself and return the other. Fang Yi wonders what it's supposed to mean. In the flashback, Master Sun simply told him, "You'll understand when you see the gifts." The sun shines brightly over the ornate rooftops of the Forbidden City in the capital. A man in dress pants, Hua Zi, walks briskly along a sunlit stone path. A colleague, Xiao Zhou, greets Section Chief Hua as he is heading out. Hua Zi explains he can't talk, as Master Qin has requested he personally receive a guest at the front gate. Xiao Zhou is intrigued by who could be so important. At the front gate, Fang Yi and Fatty are admiring the grand architecture. Hua Zi approaches and politely asks if they are the disciples of Master Sunday. Fang Yi introduces himself as Master Sun's student. The man introduces himself as Hua Zi, a student of Master Qin, sent to pick them up. As Hua Zi leads them through the complex, he explains that the building they are approaching used to be the Imperial Study, but has since been converted into a facility for restoring artifacts. They arrive at the door to a study, and Hua Zi announces, "Master, I've brought Fang Yi." An older man, Master Qin Haichuan, welcomes them in. Fang Yi respectfully greets Master Qin and presents the formal invitation from his master. Master Qin chuckles at the old-fashioned, traditional invitation but looks at it warmly, noting that Master Sun taking on an apprentice is a momentous occasion for our industry. He tells Fang Yi that many people in the capital have desperately wanted to study under Master Sunday. He points out that Zi's own grandfather was turned away many times. Master Qin praises Master Sun's skill and muses about what's so special about Fang Yi to have caught the attention of both Sun and Master Yu. He then remembers his greeting gift. Master Qin, smiling, tells Fang Yi to take good care of these 2 gifts. He presents 2 ornate red boxes to Fang Yi, who is stunned. He really did give me 2 gifts. Which one do I return? Fang Yi politely asks Master Qin if he can look inside the boxes immediately. Master Qin, smiling, says, "Of course." Fang Yi opens the boxes to reveal 2 large, perfect, uncarved seal stones, a red bloodstone and a yellow larderite. Fang Yi is shocked, recognizing them as top-of-the-tier seal stones. Fatty, seeing his reaction, asks if they are worth a lot of money. Fang Yi immediately understands his master's test. He respectfully tells Master Qin, "I may have to return one of these 2 gifts." Fang Yi explains, "My master instructed me to accept one gift and carve the other into a seal for you." Master Qin laughs. "That son? I see he still loves playing those tricks of his." Fang Yi confirms his master's intention. Hua Zi tells Fang Yi there's no need to rush and that he should take your time with it. Hua Zi kindly offers to take care of their lodging costs, so Fang Yi won't feel rushed to complete the carving. Master Qin, however, interrupts and tells Zi to go fetch him sew tools. He clearly wants to see Fang Yi's skill demonstrated now. After Hua Zi returns with a set of carving knives, Fang Yi takes the yellow larderite stone and asks Master Qin what he would like him to carve. Master Qin requests the words "free-floating cloud, householder." Fang Yi nods and prepares to begin carving. Fang Yi holds the carving knife with practiced skill, his hand steady as he begins to work on the stone. He carves with incredible speed and confidence, leaving both Master Qin and Hua Zi watching in stunned silence at his practiced knife handling. Master Qin is amazed, thinking, this can't be real. Just how did you acquire such skill with the carving knife? Fang Yi humbly presents the finished seal, explaining, I've just gotten used to it through regular practice. It may be why my grip strength is greater than most as well. Master Qin inspects the seal and is deeply impressed, praising the carving as precise without losing expressiveness. He declares he doubts anyone else Fang Yi's age could surpass his skill. Master Qin tells Fang it would be a shame not to see him go further and invites him to join the Association of Painters, Calligraphers, and Carvers, of which he is president, noting Master Sun is also a council member. Fatty is excited, but Fang Yi, ever respectful, politely declines to give an immediate answer, stating that given the importance, I would have to go back and ask my master before making a decision. Master Qin smiles. Very well. It's good to consider things carefully. He tells Hua Zi to take Fang Yi and Fatty around for the next 2 days. Master Qin reflects to himself, Son, and you were right. This young man will one day do many great things in the antiques world. The group arrives at a famous hot pot restaurant in the capital to have dinner. Fang Yi, Fatty, and Bai Chuxiao are seated at a table. Fang Yi expresses surprise that she was free, but Chuxiao explains she had to make time specifically to come out today. Fang Yi stares at her, and she asks why he's looking at her like that. He awkwardly compliments her hairstyle. Fatty loudly complains about the 2 lovebirds flirting in front of a forever single person like him. Chuxiao retorts that they are waiting for Hua Zi and are dating. What's wrong with a bit of flirting? Fatty cheekily asks if he should start calling Chuxiao Big Sis now. She blushes and tells him not to, as it makes me sound old. As Fatty jokes about calling her Little Sis instead, an unwelcome visitor, Zhou Hu, appears at their table. Zhou Hu, chewing on a toothpick, smirks and greets Chuxiao, asking what she's doing here. Chuxiao coldly tells him it's none of his business. He mockingly calls them childhood sweethearts and says her heartless things are hurting his feelings. Enraged, Chuxiao grabs her cup to throw at him, shouting, What childhood sweethearts? Fang Yi quickly grabs her arm, telling her not to be rash. Zhou Hu smirks, warning them not to go having any thoughts about my sweetheart, as he prepares to leave. Fatty stands up and threatens to throw Zhou Hu into the hot pot if he doesn't watch his King mouth. Zhou Hu asks who Fatty is supposed to be. Enraged at being reproached, Zhou Hu swings a punch at Fatty. Fang Yi calmly steps between them and taps Zhou Hu on the shoulder, making him jump back in surprise. Zhou Hu threatens to call people to beat them up, just as Hua Zi arrives, asking, Give who a good beating, Zhou Hu? Zhou Hu is immediately flustered, recognizing Hua Bro, Zi, who clearly has a higher social standing than him. Hua Zi sternly tells Zhou Hu to leave and don't make a scene here. Zhou Hu quickly backs down, claiming he was just passing by and will toast Zi later. Hua Zi joins the table, apologizing for being late due to traffic. He then does a double take, recognizing Chuxia. Zi explains to the group that their fathers are both in the Ministry of Construction, so they've known each other since childhood. He is stunned to find she and Fang Yi are dating. Chuxia teases Zi, Are you saying that the 2 of us can't be dating? Zi quickly backpedals, saying that's not what he meant. Zi awkwardly asks if Uncle Bai, her father, knows and has agreed. Fatty and Chuxiao laugh at his old-fashioned question, assuring him her parents are very open-minded. Zi, relieved, then asks about Zhou Hu. Chuxiao explains his father is in the Ministry of Education and they've also known each other since childhood. Zi explains that Zhou Hu is very unreasonable and has become basically a rogue as he's gotten older, warning them that he will definitely try to cause problems. Fatty is defiant, but Fang Yi says they aren't from the capital and will be leaving soon anyway, so what can Zhou Hu do? Zi warns them that Zhou Hu has connections and could get you guys locked up for a number of days for any random reason. He advises them not to provoke him. Zi specifically advises Fang Yi not to, but heads with Zhou Hu if he comes back to offer a toast. Fang Yi smiles and says, Don't worry, Hua Bro. I know what I should do. Zi, satisfied, raises his glass for a toast, happy to meet Fang Yi and Fatty, and to see his little sis Chuxiao again and find she's in a relationship. Chuxiao grips her chopsticks tightly, clearly still fuming about Zhou Hu's earlier comments. The entire group looks up, startled by a sudden interruption at their private room's door. Zhou Hu suddenly barges back into their private room, startling everyone. Hua Zi demands to know why he's back. Zhou Hu, clutching his stomach, claims he just wanted to borrow your washroom real quick, as the public one is full. He rushes past them into their private bathroom, slamming the door and exclaiming, "Ugh, I'm at my limit." Fatty is disgusted, holding his nose and complaining, "The hell? How do you expect me to eat now?" A moment later, Zhou Hu exits the washroom, only to immediately clutch his stomach again, gurgle gurgle. "Nope, gotta go again." He rushes back into the washroom as Chuxiao looks on with an annoyed expression. Zhou Hu exits again, sighing. Suddenly, Fang Yi clutches his own stomach. "I can feel a stomach ache coming on now too. Could this be a stomach flu?" Zhou Hu, also feeling sick again, tries to open the washroom door, but finds Fang Yi has locked it from the inside. He bangs on the door. "Hey, still in there? Open it quick." Zhou Hu paces desperately outside the locked door. "I'm at my limit. I don't think I can hold it in any longer." Fang Yi's voice from inside says, "Almost done." Unable to wait, Zhou Hu has an accident right in the dining room. PRRFT. He blushes, relieved. The rest of the group, Fatty, Chuxia, Zi, reels back in disgust from the smell. Zi asks Zhou Hu, Did you just go in your pants?" Fatty bursts into hysterical laughter. Zhou Hu, humiliated, threatens to kill him. Fatty retorts, "I think you're doing that already with that smell." Zhou Hu's stomach gurgles violently again. He has another, larger accident, and Fatty gags. "Freaking hell." Again, Zhou Hu screams in utter humiliation, ARGH. Later, Fatty complains it was the shittiest dinner ever. Z says they should just leave and let Zhou Hu save some face. Z decides to take Fatty back to the hotel, encouraging Fang Yi and Chuxia to take your time. As Z drags a protesting Fatty away, Fang Yi and Chuxia are left to walk alone. Fang Yi and Chuxia enjoy a walk through the night market, eating street food like tonghalu, sausages, and drinking beer. Fang Yi teases her, asking if girls aren't usually afraid of eating too much. She huffs that she works out every day, so she doesn't need to worry. Chuxia turns to Fang Yi and asks if he's sure there isn't anything he wants to ask her, clearly referring to Zhou Hu. She explains they grew up in the same area and attended the same schools, but he wasn't the sort to mess with girls either. She stops walking and turns to him, stating firmly, "He and I really have nothing to do with each other." Fang Yi. Fang Yi smiles warmly, takes her hand, and says, "I know." Chuxia blushes, surprised by his action, and calls him a YU rogue. She pulls her hand away and walks off as a confused Fang Yi, still holding the snacks, calls after her. He catches up to her, rambling awkwardly. Where's your car? You drove earlier, so you shouldn't drink." "No, wait, that's not right." He clarifies, "I meant you shouldn't drive." She stops and turns to him, annoyed. "Really? Had your fun, and now you want me to leave." He apologizes, asking what he can do to make her forgive him. She looks at him suspiciously. "Be honest, did you have anything to do with Zhou Hu's sudden stomach problems? Tell me what really happened, and then I'll forgive you." Fang Yi confesses, "All right, I'll tell you the truth. Zhou Hu has a slight flow deficiency. All I did was agitate his stomach meridian of foot a little. I really didn't expect the effects to be so serious." Chuxiao is amazed. Such a large reaction from such a little tap? You sure you aren't too amazing? He humbly calls it a little trick and asks if she forgives him. She turns and walks away. He calls after her, "Chuxia?" She turns back with a smile and calls him an idiot. Later that night, Fang Yi and Chuxia sit together in her car in a dark parking lot. He tells her, "I'll sit here with you and leave when you've sobered up." Chuxia turns to him and says, "Fang Yi, the whole time we've known each other, you've never once asked me about my family." He explains that as an orphan raised by his master, he never really had a strong image of family. She replies, "Well, whether you want to ask is up to you, but I still wanted to introduce my family to you. Because," she smiles, "because they'll be your family too from now on." Fang Yi is stunned into silence. "My family?" She confirms, "Of course. She begins to explain her family's history, starting with the Bai family being a large, scholarly family from the Jiangxi area. She explains that 2 generations ago, 3 brothers were born. One went into business, one became an officer, and one went overseas to find their fortunes. The one who became an officer was my grandfather. After the troops were dissolved, my family then moved to the capital to find new opportunities. She continues that her grandfather passed away in the 70s, but her father and uncles followed in his footsteps, finding work with the government. In the 90s, her grandfather's brothers returned to China, reuniting the Bai family. Fang Yi remarks, "Then your family are basically aristocrats, the rich and powerful." She teases him, asking if he's worried my family won't accept our relationship. He jokes, "With how amazing I am, there's no way they would disagree." She pokes him, telling him not to be smug, but reassures him her father is open-minded and wouldn't interfere. Fang Yi smiles. "Then I'm not worried at all." Chu Xiao looks out the window and realizes it'll be morning soon. She says she's mostly sobered up and he should start heading back. He leans in and tells her to drive safe. She smiles and says, "I will." Fang Yi hesitates, not getting out of the car. Chu Xiao asks, "Aren't you getting off? Or did you want to go back to my place?" He stammers, No, I was just about to leave." He gets out, but she calls his name, "Hey, Fang Yi." She leans out of the car, pulls him close, and kisses him. Fang Yi is left completely stunned and blushing, his heart beating like crazy. As he walks back, he reflects on his master's words, realizing one must head out into the world to truly experience everything for themselves. He arrives back at the hotel, and Fatty immediately starts teasing him. Spending the whole night out. The 2 of you are moving pretty fast." Fang Yi, flustered, tells Fatty he's tired and wants to rest. Fatty continues to tease him about holding back. Fang Yi, annoyed, throws a pillow at him as he announces they are heading to the Panjiayuan market in the afternoon. Later, the group, Fang Yi, Fatty, Bumpkin, Chu Xia, and Z, arrives at the Panjiayuan market, which is packed with people. Fatty is amazed by the huge crowd, dreaming that they'll be rich if their Jinling market had this much traffic. Fang Yi suggests maybe we'll be able to open a store here one day as well. Fatty agrees, saying, "With you leading us, bro, we'll be able to make it to the capital for sure." As they walk, Fang Yi's eye is caught by a stall selling old pottery. Fang Yi stops and asks Fatty, "That old Wu guy who tricked you, does his store happen to be near here?" Fatty is ready to charge into his store and bring it to the ground, but Fang Yi stops him, saying he wants to have a look at something first. Fang Yi crouches down to inspect a large, old, bronze-colored candle holder. The vendor tells him, "You have a good eye, young man. This candle holder dates back to the Eastern Zhou period, used by the Qinshi Emperor's father." Fang Yi acts confused. The Qinshi Emperor's father? Who was that? The vendor replies, "Why, King Zhuangxiang of Qin, of course. He used this very candle holder when he and Lu Buwei swore blood oaths." Fang Yi smiles broadly. "That does sound amazing. How much for it, mister?" "I'll take it." Bumpkin, standing behind him, is speechless with shock. Hua Zi, who was walking with Bumpkin, looks on in disbelief, thinking, the apprentice of Master's son. There's no way he could fall for such a bad imitation, right? Bumpkin whispers to Fang Yi that the candle holder is a fake, worth 3 renminbi and 50 cents at most, and not to spend 200 on it. Fang Yi turns to him and says mysteriously, "Where you may see a fake, others may see great treasure." Zi tells Fatty to just ignore him, as Fang Yi has clearly lost his mind after falling in love. Fang Yi stands up and spots a crowd gathered down the market path. Fatty, looking over, wonders what is going on over there. Fatty suddenly gets excited. "Would you look at that? Fang Yi, this is the store run by that Wu Tianbao guy that tricked me." Fatty is enraged and tries to charge in. "I'm going to pay us back for everything." Fang Yi and Z hold him back, warning him that the situation there looks messy and he should keep clear. Chu Xiao suggests she and Fatty go check out some stores elsewhere. Fatty, still grumpy, "Fine. I'll go along with her." As Fatty and Chu Xiao leave, Fang Yi and Z join the crowd. Fang Yi asks, "Do you know this Wu Tianbao Hua bro?" Z replies, "I do. He's well known, and not for good reasons." Ziyi explains that Wu Tianbao is a crafty man known for taking advantage of traders from other parts of the country. He surmises he must have tricked someone again. Inside the store, Wu Tianbao's men are surrounding a young, tall man. Hua Ziyi steps forward and loudly interrupts. What is this mess? What are you men doing surrounding a kid like that? A man with a goatee, Wu Tianbao, emerges from the store. Oh dear, oh my. If it isn't young Master Hua. Wu Tianbao fawns over Ziyi. What an unexpected guest. It's been a while since we last met, I do believe. Ziyi coldly shakes his hand. Mr. Wu, I'm surprised to see you've stooped to such practices in the time we've last seen each other. Wu Tianbao immediately plays the victim. Oh my, young Master Hua, I do believe you've misunderstood. He claims the young man was acting all suspicious and even started attacking people. The young man shouts, UF** King Liar. You know that. Wu Tianbao cuts him off, threatening. You little shit, if you keep spouting lies, I'll have you arrested immediately. The young man, enraged, shouts damn you, and charges directly at Wu Tianbao. Fang Yi calmly steps into his path. The young man collides hard with Fang Yi but is shocked to find him completely unmovable, like a water buffalo. Fang Yi calmly tells him, wait for me outside. I'll come find you within half an hour. I'll listen to you then. The young man, stunned by Fang Yi's mysterious strength and calm demeanor, stammers, oh okay. After the young man leaves, Wu Tianbao profusely thanks Sir Fang for his help. Fang Yi brushes it off, but then holds up the antique candle holder he'd bought earlier. Fang Yi, feigning disappointment, says, it was a fake, but it did look quite nice. He then turns to Ziyi. I'm still certain it's genuine, Hua bro. Why don't we have Mr. Wu have a look at it for us? Fang Yi unwraps the candle holder and presents it to Wu Tianbao. Mr. Wu, give this a look. Wu takes it. Wu Tianbao's eyes widen in genuine shock as he examines the piece. Hua Ziyi scoffs. Mr. Wu, anyone could tell that thing is fake with a glance. But Wu Tianbao, staring intently, replies, no, not necessarily. Ziyi is stunned as Wu Tianbao, looking at the fake, says with conviction, somehow, I have a feeling this is real. Wu Tianbao, the con man, closely inspects the fake candle holder. HRNGH. Though this isn't from the Warring States period, it is clearly from at least the Han Dynasty. He lectures Hua Ziyi, look at this patina. There isn't a glaring effect, but instead a soft luster from within. Furthermore, you can tell the rusting patterns on it are natural. Ziyi is astonished. You have a keener eye than I thought. I was sure it was a fake. Fang Yi, knowing the truth, thinks don't expose me now, and tells Ziyi it was purely a coincidence. Wu Tianbao, now fully convinced the item is a priceless antique, turns to Sir Fang. Wu asks to buy the candle holder, claiming he has clients for it. Fang Yi feigns hesitation. The thing is I bought it as a piece of art. If it gets out that I then sold it as an antique, I worry I'll be setting myself up for trouble. Wu Tianbao, desperate to acquire the treasure, makes a huge offer. 100,000. Fang Yi acts shocked by the amount. Fang Yi continues his act, but I really don't want to get in trouble with the authorities. Wu quickly assures him, I can write out a receipt to you stating I bought it as a piece of art. You'll be safe from any trouble. Fang Yi asks, are you sure? Wu guarantees it. Fang Yi smiles and agrees. Okay then, I'll sell it. After the transaction, Fang Yi and Ziyi leave. Wu Tianbao smirks to himself. Humph, that countryside fool wouldn't know money if it hit him in the face. Fang Yi and Ziyi walk back to their friends, who are waiting for them. Fatty immediately confronts Fang Yi. What were you and Hua bro doing? Are you working with that Wu bastard now? Fang Yi smiles and tosses the heavy bag of cash to Fatty. I got the money Wu Tianbao conned out of you back. Here, catch. Fatty opens the bag and is stunned to see it's full of money. Holy crap, how did you pull this off? Fang Yi explains, I sold that fake candle holder to Wu Tianbao for 100,000 yuan. Fatty is overjoyed. Ziyi, however, is completely confused. Fake? I saw the candle holder too, and it was definitely real. Wu Tianbao will be able to sell it for a large profit. Fang Yi just smiles. That was simply a little trick. He won't be able to sell it forward. A flashback reveals Fang Yi secretly infusing the fake candle holder with his spiritual energy, giving it a temporary, convincing aura of a real antique. Chu Xiao looks concerned. Fang Yi, isn't this fraud? Aren't you worried Wu Tianbao will report you? Fang Yi grins. Calm down, my dear officer. I had him write me a receipt. He shows her the receipt. Chu Xiao reads it and is confused. An art piece. Fang Yi gives a thumbs up. That's right. A fake candle holder can still be considered an art piece. How can he report anything now? Fatty cheers. Well done, bro. That's what I call giving someone a taste of their own medicine. The young man they'd seen earlier approaches Fang Yi and calls out, Bro. Fang Yi asks his name. The young man introduces himself as Si Yuanjia. I'm 18 this year. Fang Yi recognizes the name. Si Yuanjia? Are you related to Si Yuangong by any chance? The young man is shocked. Huh? He was my great-grandfather. Fang Yi nods. Ah, I see now. So you have a background in Baguazhang. Fang Yi asks Si Yuanjia how his conflict with Wu Tianbao started. Si Yuanjia explains that his wallet was stolen when he arrived in the capital, and after starving for 3 days, he came to the market to sell a tortoise shell, a family heirloom, for some money. But that Wu Tianbao told me it was fake and wanted to buy it off me for 200 yuan. Si Yuanjia explains, I declined, but they wouldn't let me leave, and that's when the fight started. Fang Yi nods, so that's how it was. That Wu Tianbao truly is a good-for-nothing conman. I hope we finally taught him a lesson. Fatty smirks. He got his just desserts. Fang Yi looks on silently. Si Yuanjia bows respectfully to Fang Yi. Brother, your commitment to upholding justice and fighting against those who do wrong, you truly embody traditional Chinese values and chivalry. He continues, my grandfather said those times were long gone. But aren't you exactly everything a Chinese warrior should be? Fang Yi is humbled by the praise. Fang Yi smiles warmly. Your grandfather spoke no wrongs. Those days of sword-swinging, grudges, and dramatic love no longer exist. Si Yuanjia smiles. But upholding justice, helping those in need, and fighting against those who do wrong, those positive values are still in our hearts today. The story resumes with Fang Yi and Si Yuanjia at the market, where Fang Yi explains that the old days of dramatic grudges and sword-swinging are gone. Si Yuanjia smiles, agreeing that positive values like upholding justice and helping those in need are still in our hearts today. Elsewhere, the conman Wu Tianbao is being berated by a client, Mr. Zheng, for trying to pass off the fake candle holder. Mr. Zheng is insulted by the shoddy distressing technique. Mr. Zheng, disgusted, tells Wu Tianbao he can keep the candle holder and walks out, refusing to listen to his explanations. A desperate Wu Tianbao, who has lost a major client, calls after him. Wait, Mr. Zheng, please. Mr. Zheng's bodyguards hold Wu back as he collapses in defeat, realizing, I really was tricked. Mr. Zheng gets into his luxury car, slamming the door. The car drives off, leaving Wu Tianbao behind. Wu Tianbao stares in despair, realizing his reputation is ruined. This is the end. Meanwhile, Fang Yi and Fatty have taken Si Yuanjia to a restaurant, where he is devouring food at an incredible rate. Si Yuanjia finishes another bowl and asks, Is there more? Fatty is stunned, having never met anyone who could eat more than me. Fatty exclaims that Si Yuanjia has already eaten a whole lamb and 3 ducks. Si Yuanjia explains he hasn't had any meat for months. Fang Yi tells him to eat until he's satisfied, which Si Yuanjia happily agrees to. Fatty worries they'll go broke, but Si Yuanjia proudly states that the Si family never leaves a debt unpaid, and he will return the favor. Fatty scoffs, asking how he plans to find money since he's lost his ID and can't get a job. Si Yuanjia falls silent, looking down in thought. He pulls out a long red box, revealing his family heirloom. Worst comes to worst, I can sell this tortoiseshell Rui scepter. Fatty mocks the item, asking how much a broken old back scratcher like that will sell for. Si Yuanjia insists it was a gift from an emperor and worth a whole house in a large city. Fang Yi, sensing the item's powerful spiritual energy and recognizing its Qing dynasty origins, asks to take a closer look. Feeling he has no other options, Si Yuanjia offers to sell the heirloom to Fang Yi for 200,000 yuan, promising to buy it back from you when he has money. Fatty laughs. asking if Si Yuanjie thinks Fang Yi is running a pawn shop. Si Yuanjie tries to explain, but Fang Yi interrupts. He says he would normally take the deal, but I simply don't have that sort of money on hand right now. Si Yuanjie is dejected. Fang Yi then asks what he plans to do next. Si Yuanjie says he might just go home and be a farmer, lamenting his martial arts skills aren't good enough. Fang Yi suggests his skills aren't bad, and he should pursue that direction. Fang Yi surprises him by saying, "Actually, your skills are greater than mine. We can have a little spar if you don't believe me." Excited by the challenge, Si Yuanjie agrees to spar, warning Fang Yi, "I won't be holding back then, Mr. Fang." Si Yuanjie focuses, his expression turning serious as he prepares to attack. He lunges forward with a ha, but Fang Yi easily dodges his strike and grabs his attacking leg. Fang Yi then kicks Si Yuanjie's supporting leg out from under him. Si Yuanjie cries out as he is knocked off his feet and tumbles onto a nearby sofa. Fatty cheers for Fang Yi's victory, but Fang Yi immediately regrets his action. "Crap. I forgot to hold back and ended up winning. What do I do now?" Fang Yi asks if he's alright. Si Yuanjie is completely crestfallen. "My skills are simply too weak compared to yours. I never had any hope of making my way out here." Fang Yi, seeing Si Yuanjie's despair, has a sudden idea. Fang Yi makes an offer to the stunned Si Yuanjie. "You could come work with us." Si Yuanjie, stunned by the offer, repeats, "Work with you?" He protests, saying he only knows martial arts and how to farm, not how to run a business. Fatty chimes in, "We never learned how to either." Fatty boasts that he's doing extremely well, and that Si Yuanjie can work with E-Bro and I. "Our E-Bro here can do it all." Fatty proudly puts his arm around Fang Yi, who smiles in agreement. Si Yuanjie, moved by their offer, clenches his fist and accepts. "All right, I'll go to Jinling with you, Mr. Fang and Mr. Fatty." Later, Fang Yi reviews his tasks. Having delivered all the invitations, all that's left is visiting the Taoist Association. Fang Yi arrives at the impressive, traditional arched gateway of the Taoist Association's temple. Inside, an elderly abbot, Abbot Zhong Xian, sits peacefully in a room with a smoking incense burner. Fang Yi respectfully asks Abbot Zhong Xian why he was summoned. The abbot replies that Master Zheng Lin, Fang Yi's master, had something to give you. Fang Yi, shocked, asks where his master is. The abbot states that the master does not like to reveal himself and tells Fang Yi to look what the master has given you first. Fang Yi sits and unwraps the yellow cloth bundle given to him by the abbot. He opens the box inside and is astonished to find a large, heavy, golden seal. Fang Yi holds the seal, marveling that it's made of pure gold and infused with an enormous amount of spiritual energy, noting it has clearly been through a lot. He examines the intricate characters carved into its base. He recognizes it as a seal of Shén Cang's heavenly court, a powerful artifact in Taoism. He realizes that using this seal's pattern could increase at least twofold the power of his talismans. Overwhelmed, Fang Yi asks the abbot about the seal's origins, stating, "I don't feel I am worthy of this." The abbot cryptically replies, "Do you still recall, Brother Fang? The certification given to the abbot at Shén Cang's palace was for me personally." Fang Yi is stunned, connecting the abbot's words to Shén Cang's heavenly court. He wonders if the seal is meant for him as a member, but the abbot simply says he is doing as I was requested. Fang Yi rewraps the seal. "Very well. I shall take this with me." He then asks the abbot to pass on a message if he hears from Master Zheng Lin, as Fang Yi wishes to greet the master personally. The abbot replies with a proverb, as Master Zheng Lin himself says, "If that is what fate has in store, then you shall cross paths." As Abbot Zhong Xian walks Fang Yi to the gate, he offers the full support of the Taoist Association should Fang Yi ever need it. Fang Yi thanks the abbot for everything and departs, leaving the abbot to watch him go. As he walks away, Fang Yi muses, "That old monk, could he have been a personal friend of Master Zheng Lin?" He decides not to dwell on it, planning to place this seal in offering when he eventually returns to Shén Cang's palace. Back inside the temple, Abbot Zhong Xian goes to a private room and kneels before a figure seen from behind. This one. The figure size, the abbot says, offers greetings to the master. I can't kneel. The figure is revealed to be Fang Yi's master, Master Zhonglin. He tells Zhong Xian, the intent is sufficient, there is no need for such formalities. Zhong Xian asks his master why he didn't speak with Fang Yi himself. Master Zhonglin replies, he still has much to learn from the mortal realm. What gain would there be in meeting now? Zhong Xian informs his master that he is leaving for Mount Qingcheng, and that he is afraid whether we meet again will be undetermined. As Zhong Xian speaks, Master Zhonglin interrupts, Zhong Xian, you have 5 years left in this world. Master Zhonglin puts on a pair of sunglasses. When the time comes for you to transcend, I shall return to recite the mantra of rebirth for you. No need to see me out. Zhong Xian calls out, Master, as Zhonglin turns to leave. Zhong Xian watches his master walk away, calling Master, one last time with tears in his eyes. A leaf rustles in the wind after Master Zhonglin has gone. Abbot Zhong Xian stands alone at the temple entrance, bows deeply, and offers thanks to the master. Back in Jinling, the group, Bumpkin, Fatty, Fang Yi, Manjun, and Siyuanjia, is at a celebratory dinner. Bumpkin proposes a toast to welcome our new brother Siyuanjia. The 5 friends all raise their cups and toast. Cheers. Bumpkin brings up business, telling Fang Yi the antiques market is relocating soon. Manjun asks where they will set up their stall. Bumpkin explains the new location has permanent store locations for sale, and basically, bro, I want to buy a store location. Fang Yi asks how much money they need. Bumpkin replies, I want to buy 2 units. Each one costs 400,000. So the total comes to 800,000. Fang Yi is taken aback by the high price. Fatty shouts, have you gone completely mad? We only have a little over 100,000 left. Where are we going to cough up another 700,000? Fang Yi smiles, knowing Bumpkin would never propose something like this without a plan. He asks, well, come on then, have you secured us some funding? Bumpkin grins and puts his arm around Manjun. I've already spoken to Mr. Man, and he told me he could lend us the remaining 700,000. Manjun laughs nervously. Huh. Yes, that's right. Though you might have to wait a few days, money is a bit tight. Bumpkin presses him. The payment is in 2 days. Mr. Man, didn't you say you had the money ready? Manjun hangs his head in shame and confesses, but I lost it gambling. Fang Yi and Bumpkin are completely shocked. What? Manjun, with his head on the table, wails, not just 700,000, 1.6 million. I lost the money for my 2 units as well. Fang Yi asks how this happened. Manjun confesses, I went to the casino with 1.6 million and came out with it all gone. Bumpkin and Fang Yi are confused, as Manjun usually only gambles with small amounts. Why did you bring so much this time? Manjun explains he went to pick up some antiques but got picked clean, and it's all Yao Dazhong's fault, that bastard. Bumpkin asks, you went to a casino to pick up antiques? Also, who in the world is Yao Dazhong? Bumpkin and Fang Yi are confused, as Manjun usually only gambles with small amounts. Why did you bring so much this time? Manjun explains he went to pick up some antiques but got picked clean, and it's all Yao Dazhong's fault, that bastard. Bumpkin asks, you went to a casino to pick up antiques? Also, who in the world is Yao Dazhong? Manjun explains Yao Dazhong is a tomb raider with a penchant for gambling, who starts wagering with his treasures when he's out of cash. Manjun heard he was at the casino, so he brought all his money. But as soon as I got there, I lost all self-control and gambled everything away. As Manjun sobs, Bumpkin tries to console him. Fang Yi, unnoticed, uses a pressure point on Manjun's neck. Manjun immediately passes out. Fang Yi tells Fatty to take him inside, much to Fatty's confusion. Later that night, Fang Yi is meditating in his room when Manjun appears at the door. Manjun, holding a bottle, invites Fang Yi for a sending-off drink. Fang Yi asks, are you going to the casino again, Mr. Man? Manjun confirms, yup. I have to find some way of winning even the slightest bit of it back. Fang Yi observes Manjun, sensing Mr. Man seems a little different today. Fang Yi uses his spiritual sight and notices Manjun's eyes are especially clear and sharp today. That's a sign of good fortune to come. Fang Yi smiles. I want to go to the casino and have a look as well. Mr. Man, Manjun refuses. saying he can't go around teaching you something so inappropriate. Fang Yi reminds him, aren't we still 1.6 million short to pay for our stores? I want to win that money at the casino. Manjun scoffs. Puffed. What? Do you think yourself a gambling god? Fang Yi smirks and holds up his phone. Mr. Man, if you don't want to take me, I'm more than happy to tell your wife all about the money you've lost. Manjun instantly panics. Whoa, stop right there. Fine, fine. I'll take you with me. Fang Yi smiles, thinking to himself, looks like it's finally time to show my hand. At the underground casino, Manjun sits at a card table. Manjun reveals his hand, a 9 and a joker, a winning combination. The dealer has a 7 and a queen. We win. Manjun continues his winning streak. I win. And again. And again. Ha ha ha. Fang Yi suggests they take a break. Manjun, flush with winnings, happily agrees to treat him to a big meal to celebrate. At the casino's high-end restaurant, a waitress in a revealing bunny costume greets them. Manjun orders an incredibly expensive meal, including spiny lobster, steaks, Russian caviar, foie gras, and black truffle soup. The waitress confirms the order and tells them to wait a moment. Fang Yi, blushing and looking around at the other bunny-clad waitresses, asks, Mr. Man, why are the waitresses here dressed so skimpily? Manjun scoffs, don't be silly. Did you think the waitresses at a place like this would be the normal, innocent type? Manjun adds that it's not limited to ladies either. There are a few fellas around too. Manjun then leans into gossip. Let me tell you another thing. I saw Director Lan from Xinshanbai here before. Fang Yi is surprised. Manjun speculates that since she's in her 30s and unmarried, maybe she's got herself a sugar baby here. Fang Yi immediately scolds him. Mr. Man, you shouldn't speak of such things so lightly. One can easily tell Director Lan is someone who maintains a straight and honest lifestyle. He warns Manjun that spreading such unsubstantiated rumors could reflect badly on him. Manjun apologizes, then asks Fang Yi why he thinks he had such good luck, winning 700 to 800,000 yuan in just one session. Fang Yi smiles. I would guess it's because you came into contact with the seeds of life. Manjun is confused. Seeds of life? Manjun repeats. What seeds of life? Like sunflower seeds? Fang Yi clarifies. No, I'm talking about the menstrual cycle, otherwise known as the period. Manjun is horrified. The hell? How did you know? Fang Yi tells him to own up now. Manjun confesses he couldn't sleep last night and, in his distress, slept with a woman, only to realize after the deed was done, she was on her period. Fang Yi explains the Taoist belief. When men come into contact with seeds of life, they either suffer bad luck or are gifted with extraordinary luck. I think your case was the latter. Manjun is thrilled and wants to head straight back to the casino to win more. Just then, the tomb raider, Yao Dazhong, approaches their table. Dazhong greets Manjun. Manjun boasts about winning 700 to 800,000. Dazhong asks, how about you? Yao Dazhong casually replies, all right, I guess. Only about 7 to 8 million. Manjun is floored by the amount. Dazhong waves goodbye, saying he's headed back for a few more rounds. After he leaves, Manjun whispers to Fang Yi about the 2 suitcases Dazhong had, positive they contain treasures. He suggests they go find him and get a few things off him. Manjun decides to make the best of that seed of life luck and returns to the tables, while Fang Yi agrees to go find Yao Dazhong. Fang Yi and Manjun split up, walking through the crowded casino floor. Fang Yi walks down a hallway and peers into a private room. He is surprised to see his rival from the capital, Zhou Hu. Fang Yi calls out, you. Fang Yi cheerfully greets his rival, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Hu, who is still furious about the hot pot incident, seethes. Fang Yi mockingly asks, feeling better today? Your stomach, I mean. Enraged, Zhou Hu shouts, you want to go? And lunges at Fang Yi. The casino manager, Manager Lin, steps between them, informing Mr. Zhou that we don't condone fighting here. Zhou Hu smirks. If fighting isn't allowed, at least gambling should be. Let's play a few rounds, Fang Yi. Fang Yi pretends to be hesitant. I don't really know how to gamble. Zhou Hu taunts him. If you're too chicken to gamble, then you should forget about ever appearing in front of Chu Xiao again. Fang Yi turns to manager Lin. I don't have any money. Could I borrow some from the casino? The manager agrees to a 9-out, 13-back loan. Fang Yi asks what that means. The manager explains he'll receive 900,000 but must repay 1.3 million. Despite the terrible terms, Fang Yi agrees. Okay, I'll borrow. Zhou smirks as they sit at a dice table. You better get ready to say uncle, brat. A crowd gathers. Manjun arrives and is shocked to see Fang Yi. Manjun shouts, Fang Yi. Manjun protests. Didn't you say you wouldn't be gambling? Fang Yi smiles. Yup. And I don't know how to either. Why don't you play in my place? Zhou agrees. It's all the same. Let's start already. Fang Yi pats Manjun on the back. Relax. Luck is on your side today. Manjun, remembering his seed of life, luck, grins. That's right. How could I forget? I'll begin then. Manjun shakes the dice cup with a flourish and slams it down. He lifts the cup to reveal his roll. He has 1, 3, and 5, for a total of 9 points. The crowd mocks the low roll. Zhou smirks. Watch how it's really done, old man. Zhou rattles the dice and slams his cup down. He reveals his dice. 1, 3, and 5, a total of 8 points. How can this be? The winner is Manjun. Manjun is overjoyed. I can't believe I managed to win with so few points. Zhou, furious, demands again. Manjun, now full of confidence, shakes the cup while chanting a Taoist mantra. Leopard spots, leopard spots. He reveals 3 sixes. Whoa, I actually rolled the leopard spots. Zhou is livid. This can't be. It's time to show my real power. Zhou concentrates, carefully rattling the dice. He slams the cup down hard. The dice tumble inside the cup as Zhou prepares to reveal his roll. Manager Lin announces, Mr. Zhou, 17 points. Mr. Man, 18 points. The winner is Mr. Man. Manjun gloats. Nothing you can do about luck. Zhou yells, it's your turn again. Manjun smirks and picks up the dice cup again. As he shakes, he fumbles and drops the cup. The dice clatter and spill out onto the floor. Manjun looks down nervously at the dice that dropped onto the ground. One of the dice settles on a 1. Manjun begs, I dropped it by accident. Can I re-roll? The manager coldly replies, Mr. Man, 1, 1, and 3. 5 points. Zhou picks up one of the dice. Well, rules are rules. I guess it's my turn now. Zhou reveals his dice, but is stunned. Wah! The manager announces, 1, 1, 2. For points. The winner is Mr. Man. Zhou, having lost again, explodes. Manager Lin. This bout was supposed to be between me and Fang Yi. I want to request a change in player. Fang Yi smiles. Since Mr. Zhou has so kindly requested, I would be happy to oblige. Fang Yi takes the dice cup and begins to shake it with fluid, expert movements. He listens intently to the dice rattling inside the cup. He slams the cup down and reveals his roll. The manager announces, Round 1, 14 points versus 13 points. The winner is Mr. Fang. The manager announces again, Round 2, 10 points versus 9 points. The winner is Mr. Fang. The manager announces a third time, Round 3, 8 points versus 5 points. The winner is Mr. Fang. After 10 straight losses, Zhou hangs his head in defeat. Round 10, 17 points versus 8 points. Mr. Fang wins again. The crowd whispers in awe, 10-0. That's an impossible difference. Not even a single win. Manager Lin politely suggests, Mr. Zhou, you've already lost over 10 consecutive rounds. Perhaps you would like to end it here for the day. Zhou snaps, everyone just shut up. I want to go another round. We'll play for 10 million. The crowd gasps. Fang Yi smiles and declines. I don't have that much money on me. I say we end it here for today. Manager Lin informs Zhou, your current credit is insufficient for 10 million. Zhou, desperate, shouts, fine, I'll goddamn mortgage a courtyard house on 2nd Ring Road in the capital. Will that be enough? The manager agrees. Manjun is stunned, knowing a house like that has to be worth at least 50 million. The manager asks Fang Yi for his response. Fang Yi again claims, I really don't have the money. Zhou taunts him, if you don't accept, never show your face in front of Bai Chuxiao again. If you kneel and grovel, I'll let you leave. As Fang Yi hesitates, a woman's voice calls out, 10 million, was it? I'll give you the money. Mr. Fang, take his wager. Director Lan Lian, in a stunning purple evening gown, walks through the casino. She addresses manager Lin, get me 10 million in tokens. No matter how large Mr. Fang plays today, I will cover the cost. She greets Fang Yi. I had no idea you were the gambling sort, Mr. Fang. He explains he's with a friend. She receives the 10 million in tokens. Director Lan slides the massive stacks of tokens across the table to Fang Yi. Go ahead, Mr. Fang. If you run out, I'll be happy to pay for any amount below 500 million. Zhou, who is terrified, recognizing Director Lan's powerful Hong Kong family. He panics, wondering if Fang Yi is the bastard son of some bigwig from Hong Kong. Completely intimidated, Zhou backs down. A wise man knows when it is time to leave. Seeing as Director Lan seems to have some business with Fang Yi, I shall make my leave first. He glares at Fang Yi and Director Lan as he retreats from the table. Riding the elevator alone, Zhou fumes. Damn it. Who would have thought that brat knew Director Lan? Director Lan isn't someone I can cross. But mark my words, Fang Yi, I will never let this go. In a private VIP room, Director Lan invites Fang Yi and Manjun to sit. Manjun asks if she owns shares in the casino. She smiles and confirms, that's right. I own a 40% share of this casino. Manjun is impressed. Director Lan adds that managing it as a single woman takes a lot of work. She then offers, Mr. Fang, why don't I pass you ownership of a few shares? That way, it'll be more convenient the next time you come to play as well. Fang Yi politely declines. I'm afraid I don't know too much about these sorts of things. I do appreciate the intention, however. Manjun is internally screaming at Fang Yi for refusing. Manjun marvels at Fang Yi, thinking, to get this close to so many VIPs within such a short period of time. He's hidden it well. Manjun's phone starts ringing. He answers it, Dazhong. What? Sure, I'll come over right away. Manjun excitedly whispers to Fang Yi. Yao Dazhong has just lost it big and wants to sell us his antiques. Fang Yi and Manjun stand up to leave, telling Director Lan to try to get some early rest. Fang Yi says he'll contact you again in the near future. Director Lan smiles. Please, call me anytime you want, Mr. Fang. They find Yao Dazhong slumped in a lounge, smoking. Manjun cheerfully greets him. What happened, Dazhong? Luck not on your side today. Dazhong laments. I was sure I had it in the bag, 10 million all in. But the next moment I had lost it all. Manjun and Fang Yi exchange a subtle, knowing glance. Manjun generously offers. I know this isn't much, Dazhong, but here is the 3 million I won earlier today. Yao Dazhong, stunned by the offer of 3 million in chips, stammers, ah. He gratefully shakes Manjun's hand. You're too kind, old friend. I'll take the money, but I know the rules. Dazhong gestures to his locked briefcase, which Manjun and Fang Yi eye eagerly. Yao Dazhong opens the briefcase. He reveals a collection of 12 pieces of Hongshan jade, a total value of at least 8 million, and they're all yours now. Manjun, holding the 3 million in chips, proposes, all right then, you take the jade pieces, and I'll take the tokens. Fang Yi is silent. As Manjun closes the case, he notices Fang Yi is staring intently at Dazhong's hand. Interested in my ring, young man? Fang Yi asks, Mr. Yao? I don't suppose you would be willing to sell that ring to me, would you? Fang Yi admits, I only have 100,000 on me though. Dazhong waves it off, it's fine. It isn't anything worth much anyways, and hands it over. Dazhong explains he raided a tomb at Mount Longhu years ago, apparently the tomb of some celestial master. But all I found was that one little ring. Fang Yi examines the small, dark, and plain-looking ring. As he tries to inspect it with his spiritual power, the ring flashes, FWIP. And he's shocked. What's this? My spiritual power is unable to approach the ring. Manjun celebrates their haul, selling the set of jade pieces. Will net us at least 1 million yuan. Today has been extremely worthwhile. Fang Yi agrees. Manjun looks at the ring Fang Yi bought and asks, what is that thing anyway? Manjun dismisses it as average and hard, but not valuable metal. Fang Yi, however, thinks, if it truly is a Taoist artifact, 100,000 will have been nothing. Fang Yi pockets the ring, reflecting on its power to block spiritual power and unimaginable hardness. Even if it isn't something left behind by a celestial master, further studying it may still lead to all sorts of new discoveries. Back in Jinling, Fang Yi is at his workshop, carving one of the Hongshan jade pieces he acquired. He worries about their finances. Although we managed to win a couple million at the casino, we spent all of it on Hongshan jade. All I can do now is make a few things, and have Mr. Zhao sell them to cover the rest of the cash we need for the new store. He focuses on his intricate carving work on the ancient jade. He stops, sweating. Why do I suddenly feel so restless? Let me do a quick divination. He closes his eyes and holds his hands in a divination pose. He senses, it's not something to do with me directly, but someone close to me. Has something happened to Chuxia? He immediately calls her. Chuxia answers, hello? Fang Yi. Miss me all of a sudden? He urgently asks, are you all right, Chuxia? Nothing bad has happened to you. She's confused. What are you talking about? I'm doing great. So you aren't calling because you missed me? Fang Yi, relieved, says, as long as you're fine, then that's all right, and abruptly hangs up. Chuxia, at her desk, stares at her phone. Did he just hang up? What's going on? Fang Yi, still worried, thinks, if it isn't Chuxia, then maybe it's Fatty? He tries to call Fatty's phone. The call goes to an automated message. Sorry, the number you have called is currently unavailable. Fang Yi becomes alarmed. Just then, Bumpkin enters. Fang Yi immediately asks, Bumpkin, have you seen Fatty recently? Bumpkin replies, Fatty? I haven't seen him around. Oh yeah, Mr. Man came by this morning. Maybe Fatty went off somewhere with him. Fang Yi's worry intensifies. The two of them went out somewhere? Did something happen to the both of them? He hides his concern. He gives Bumpkin the finished jade carvings to take to Mr. Zhao, pretending everything is fine. Fang Yi watches from the doorway as Bumpkin walks away. Finger divination can only tell me so much. For more precise information, I'll have to use something stronger. He takes out his 3 ancient divination coins. He tosses the coins and reads the hexagram. Judging from the hexagrams, the two of them really are in trouble. And apparently I'm the reason they're in trouble too? Could this be Zhou Hu's doing? He determines their location is southeast from here, and that their lives aren't in immediate danger. He clenches his fist. Okay, Mr. Man, Fatty, I'm coming to save you. That night, Fang Yi walks through a dark, remote industrial area. He arrives outside a nondescript building labeled Jindun Security. He pulls up his hood. This should be the place. As he approaches, he hears the sounds of a brutal beating from inside. Whack. Arg. Ugh. Inside a large warehouse, one of Zhou Hu's thugs, Huazi, viciously beats Fatty with a wooden stick. Huazi taunts the beaten and bleeding Fatty. That'll teach you to be so stubborn, you piece of shit. Fatty and Manjun are tied back to back to a chair. Fatty, defiant, yells, UF * King wanna have a go? Untie me. I'll spend the rest of my life hunting you down. The leader of the thugs, Mr. Guang, scoffs, still talking big? Fatty retorts that now they've shown their faces, he'll make sure you never live another happy day. The leader threatens, let's see if you even make it out of here first. The thug, Huazi, strikes Fatty again with a whack. Huazi taunts the damn Fatty, asking where'd that big mouth of yours go, huh? Fatty slumps forward, unconscious. Huazi nervously asks his boss, Mr. Guang, you don't suppose I've killed him somehow, do you? Mr. Guang, smoking a cigarette, says, shut up and let me have a look. Mr. Guang leans in close to check if Fatty is still breathing. Fatty suddenly roars, "Rargh," and lunges at him. Fatty spits blood and saliva directly into Mr. Guang's face. The thugs are horrified. Fatty smirks, try that again, and Fatty here will definitely drag you down to hell. Huazi, enraged, raises his club again. You mother * King. Mr. Guang stops him. Huazi, hold on. If you hit him any further, he'll die for sure. Mr. Guang tries a different tactic. All you have to do is tell where Fang Yi is, and we can let you go. Fatty, looking broken, asks, really? Mr. Guang smiles, of course. Mr. Guang guarantees on his good name he'll let him go. Fatty pretends to agree. Okay then. I'll talk. Fatty mumbles. Fang Yi is at. Huazi leans in close. What's that? Speak up. As Huazi puts his ear next to Fatty's mouth, Fatty whispers, Fang Yi's, and then viciously bites Huazi's ear. Huazi screams in agony as his ear is bitten clean off. Fang Yi, hiding outside, hears the terrible scream. Huazi clutches his bleeding head. My ear. Fatty smirks. You think I would sell out my friends like this? Think again. Huazi, driven mad with pain, screams, Why you? I'm gonna end you. Mr. Guang tries to stop him. Huazi, we're here for the money, not to kill someone. Huazi ignores him, pulls out a pistol, and presses it to Fatty's temple. Fatty just smirks. Heh. Huazi trembles with rage. Mother asterisk king piece of. He cocks the hammer. Just go to hell already. Fang Yi, still outside, hears the crack of the gun being cocked and fears the worst. I hope Fatty and Mr. Man are still all right. Two guards, Tungzi and another man, are patrolling the warehouse exterior. One guard gripes to Tungzi that the client gave them $200,000 to take 3 guys captive, and they better be getting a couple $100,000 for this. Mr. Guang steps out and smacks the guard, reminding him, if it weren't for me, you would still be selling fake rat poison out in the countryside. Tungzi sucks up to Mr. Guang, dreaming of when the company goes public. Suddenly, 2 objects swoosh past them in the darkness. What the heck was that? The second guard is suddenly slap-head in the face by an invisible force, knocking him out. Mr. Guang and Tungzi are both knocked to the ground. They scramble up, terrified. Who's there? Tungzi starts to panic. He whispers to Guang, people say this used to be a burial ground. You don't suppose that was some sort of unholy thing, do you? Guang snaps, unholy my ass. Just then, the street light above them flickers and buzzes. A cold voice, Fang Yi's, whispers from the darkness. I haven't tasted the flesh of a living person for a long time. Mr. Guang, now truly terrified, shouts, who's there? A ghostly ha 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 echoes from the darkness around the warehouse. The 2 thugs, Guang and Tungzi, are terrified. Guang stammers, see come. Just come out already. Stop playing games. An invisible force swishes past Tungzi and slaps him hard across the face, knocking him down. Guang is shoved violently from behind. He flies through the air, WHOA, as the swooshing sound continues. Both men fall to their knees, begging for mercy. We give up, O spirit. Please let us go. We're just humble villagers. We haven't done anything wrong. Fang Yi steps out from the shadows. Humph. The terrified guards, not seeing him, ask, Are you still there, O spirit? Fang Yi, his voice disguised, interrogates them. Guang reveals we're the only 2 people outside, and there are several more inside the warehouse. Fang Yi demands, and where are the 2 people you've captured? Guang confesses they're inside the warehouse and asks if the spirit is there for them. He then realizes, that's not right. If they're here for those 2 people, then they can't be a ghost. As Guang realizes they've been tricked, he shouts, wait, Tungzi, that's. Fang Yi steps into the light, and whack, swiftly knocks both guards unconscious. Fang Yi looks at the 2 fallen guards, wondering, did thugs like these really manage to take down Fatty? Inside, Huazi, with the gun, is looking for scissors to vent my anger. The leader stops him. Are you AF asterisk king idiot? What if someone sees? Fang Yi appears in the warehouse entrance. You're right. The 2 thugs are startled. The leader demands, hey, who are you and who let you into here? Fang Yi sees Fatty and Man Jun tied up and beaten. He angrily addresses the thugs. This one's name is Fang Yi. Might I ask how my friends here have crossed the 2 of you? The 2 thugs, Huazi and the leader, are stunned. Fang Yi. The leader smirks. Well, would you F asterisk king look at that? So you're Fang Yi. We've been looking all over for you. Who would have thought you'd come walking straight to us? Fang Yi, suspecting Zhou Hu, says, I have a rough idea of who's ordered you to do this. Let my friends go, and I won't take this any further. The leader scoffs. Kid, I don't think you understand the situation. The leader claps his hands. Why don't we help you out a little with that? What do you say, boys? More thugs emerge from the shadows, surrounding Fang Yi. Fang Yi finds himself completely encircled by the group of thugs. The thugs all charge at him at once. HHH. Sounds of a one-sided fight echo from the warehouse. POW. Whack. One of the thugs lies on the ground, beaten and bleeding. Fang Yi stands calmly over the pile of defeated thugs, completely unharmed. The remaining two, Huazi and the leader, are terrified. The leader yells, "Shit, Huazi. Hurry up and shoot the F*King gun. Don't let him get any closer." Huazi trembles, aiming the pistol as the leader screams at him. "Why aren't you F*King shooting him, Huazi?" Huazi squeezes his eyes shut and fires the gun. Pong. Fang Yi stands perfectly still, a bright blue aura flaring from his chest as his spiritual energy blocks the bullet in midair. He activates his new, transformed chi into spirit powers, creating two illusory afterimages of himself. He moves with a whoosh of supernatural speed as the bullet hangs frozen in the air. Huazi, panicking, fires wildly at the afterimages. HHHH. Bang. The bullets pass harmlessly through the spiritual illusions of Fang Yi. Huazi stops firing, staring in disbelief at where Fang Yi was. He disappeared? He looks up in terror as he sees Fang Yi's shadow on the wall directly above him. Fang Yi is shown clinging to the wall like a spider, looking down on the terrified gunman. Fang Yi grips the wall, staring down at the terrified gunman Huazi. An X-ray view shows the stress on the thug's shoulder. Huazi screams as Fang Yi lands in front of him, disarming him in an instant. The terrified thug, now unarmed, asks what Fang Yi wants. Huazi, in a last-ditch effort, decides to try and fight Fang Yi hand-to-hand. He lunges forward, throwing a desperate punch. Fang Yi effortlessly dodges and sends the thug flying into the wall. Fang Yi looks on calmly as the thug collapses. He glances back towards his captured friends. Fang Yi checks on the badly beaten Fatty, relieved to find his wounds are only external. Fatty slowly regains consciousness and, through his swollen eyes, recognizes his friend, Bro. Fang Yi smiles, reassuring Fatty that everything is all right and apologizing for getting them involved. Fatty, overwhelmed with relief, begins to cry, asking why he couldn't you come sooner. Fatty then looks over at the motionless man June, fearing that he's already dead. Fang Yi chuckles, telling Fatty not to worry. Mr. Man isn't dead, he's just asleep. Fatty tries to wake Man June, who is dreaming about winning at gambling. Man June wakes with a start, screaming, "It's a ghost," when he sees Fatty's beaten face. Fatty explains that it's him, and that, Bro came to rescue us. Man June, overcome with emotion, hugs both Fatty and Fang Yi, sobbing with relief. Fang Yi comforts his two friends as they cry. They are there. Fang Yi's attention turns to the last conscious thug, the leader, who is bandaged. Fatty, now filled with rage, cracks his knuckles and approaches the terrified thug. The thug stammers, "What do you want?" as Fatty glares at him. Fatty grabs the thug's arm, ready to enact his revenge. The thug screams as Fatty dislocates his shoulder, repaying him for the beating. Fatty then takes off his own dirty sock, holding it menacingly. He shoves the sock, which he haven't washed in 3 days, into the thug's mouth. Man June tries to stop Fatty, worried he'll kill the man, but Fang Yi intervenes. Fang Yi calmly bluffs, "Don't worry, Mr. Man. I've already killed 2 guys outside." Fatty and Man June are stunned into silence by Fang Yi's cold statement. Fang Yi continues his act, calling the thugs useless. He picks up the gun, casually suggesting they finish things off and send these guys on their way as well. Fatty and Man June panic, begging Fang Yi not to do anything stupid, as killing gets you the death sentence. The terrified thug leader, believing the threat, immediately confesses, "Wait, you can't kill me. This whole thing was Zhou Hu's plan." Fang Yi, holding the gun to the thug's head, agrees to let him live but asks, "How are we going to settle matters?" The thug desperately offers to call Zhou Hu, give him his money back, and quit. Fang Yi gives him a different instruction. "No, tell him you finished the job, and that the 3 of us have been properly taken care of." The thug panics. Zhou Hu's bound to ask for evidence. Fang Yi smiles calmly and asks, "Do you have a camera?" The thug, Huazi, is forced to take pictures of the unconscious and beaten Fang Yi, Fatty, and Man Jun as proof. The terrified thug asks, "L, like this?" Fang Yi, casually twirling the pistol, instructs him to take those photos and show them to Zhou Hu. He gives a final, cold warning, if he ever bothers us again. With a crunch, Fang Yi crushes the metal handgun in his bare hand. "Then you'll end up like this gun." The thug is completely petrified by this superhuman display of strength and promises to deliver the message. As the thug leaves, Fang Yi reminds him about the two of your men, laying on the ground outside, clarifying they aren't dead. Fang Yi reveals his bluff, admitting he wouldn't actually dirty my hands by killing them. The thug scrambles away, completely terrified of the city folk and wanting to return to his village. The scene shifts to a hospital, where a bandaged Fatty is recovering in bed. A young woman is feeding him a banana as Fang Yi enters the room and greets him. Fatty playfully pretends not to know Fang Yi, and the young woman nervously greets him. The woman introduces herself as Meng Shuang, Fatty's friend. Fatty proudly corrects her. "This is my partner." Fang Yi is stunned but happy for his friend, congratulating him on the new relationship. Fatty explains they've been together for over half a year, but Fang Yi has been too busy researching that weird stuff to notice. He boasts that he met her when he went to buy their phones, joking that he got a girlfriend for free. Fang Yi teases him, saying he looks healthy enough to be discharged from the hospital. Fatty clings to Shuang, saying he wants to stay a few more days to be taken care of. Fang Yi immediately changes Fatty's mind by suggesting a trip back to their home village to introduce Shuang to his parents. The group, including Man Jun, Fatty, Bumpkin, and Fang Yi, drives back to their village. They enjoy the scenic drive back to their mountainous home. They arrive at the familiar entrance to the Shangqing Palace, their old monastery. Fang Yi walks up the path, overcome with memories of his master. "Master, your apprentice has returned." He remembers his master warning him that the path is slippery, but nothing to worry about once you're used to it. Fatty calls for Fang Yi to come inside, but Fang Yi tells his friends to go on ahead, as he's going to make an offering to his master. Fang Yi walks alone to a cliff edge, looking over the mountains at dusk. He arrives at the simple, moss-covered tombstone of his master. He lays out an offering of roast chicken, fish, and vegetables on a flat stone before the grave. He tells his master he doesn't have any monkey wine, but he brought the best wine I could find from the city. He pours a cup of wine, asking his master to please partake. Fang Yi begins to speak to his master's grave, updating him on his life. He reports that he's been away for half a year, has done nothing bad, and hasn't shamed his master's name. He then confesses, "I've fallen in love with a girl. Her name is Bai Chu Xiao. I'll bring her to meet you the next time I come to visit." He also proudly announces that he's reached the transforming Qi into spirit stage now, joking that he's almost caught up to his master. He confesses that he's found 2 new masters and asks, Are you mad at me?" He tearfully assures the grave, "Although I have another 2 masters, no one can ever replace you." Fang Yi breaks down, crying and calling out for his master under the full moon. As he lies weeping, the glowing, peaceful spirit of his master, Master Zhonglin, appears above him, looking down. The spirit of Master Zhonglin smiles gently at his sleeping apprentice before fading away. Later that night, under a full moon, the group gathers. They are roasting a large wild boar over a bonfire. Junk page ad. Fang Yi approaches Qingqing and asks if she has any rice water. Shuang offers to make some, but Fang Yi smiles and says, "Thank you, but it isn't for me." He reveals a small squirrel hiding inside his jacket. "It's for my friend here." Qingqing and Shuang are instantly charmed, exclaiming, "Wah, a squirrel? So cute." Shuang reaches out to pet it, but Fang Yi warns, "Careful, he bites." The squirrel squeaks and quickly scrambles onto Fang Yi's shoulder. Shuang apologizes for frightening it. Duplicate panel from page 9's action. Shuang asks where he found it. Fang Yi begins to explain he found it when I went hunting for wild boars earlier today. A flashback shows Fang Yi tracking a herd of wild boars in the forest. He notices the boars are all gathered around a single tree. He spots a baby squirrel squeaking from a hole in the tree, apparently trapped. The squirrel suddenly falls, and Fang Yi has to dash forward to catch it, alerting the boars to his presence. The angry herd of wild boars turns and charges directly at him. The boars squeal as they attack. The flashback ends with Fang Yi standing over the defeated boars, noting his new abilities have increased. The rescued squirrel squeaks at him. Seeing the squirrel is hungry and its parents are gone, Fang Yi decides, "Why don't you stick with me from now on?" Back in the present, Shuang Shuang is touched by the story, calling their meeting fate. She asks Fang Yi if he's given the squirrel a name, which he hasn't. Bumpkin joins the group, asking what they're excited about. Bumpkin recognizes the animal. Isn't that one of those Demon Lord squirrels? Fang Yi likes the name and christens his new pet, Little Demon Lord. The group sits around the campfire, enjoying their last night in the village. Fang Yi knows they are heading back to Jinling tomorrow and reflects that it might be a while before we get another chance to come back. He decides to retrieve important items his master left behind, as the old monastery is no longer safe. He recalls his master saying the most important item was the Yanggong Fengshui Luopan. He goes to the Luopan's hidden compartment, only to find the box is empty. The artifact is gone. The next morning, the full group, including Fatty's girlfriend Shuang Shuang and Bumpkin's girlfriend Qing Qing, walk to Manjun's van. Fatty asks about the large wooden trunk Fang Yi is carrying on his back. Fang Yi explains it's his master's collection of ancient books and texts, which he is taking to Jinling for safekeeping. A local villager, Uncle Wei, sees them off, asking why they're leaving so soon. Fang Yi politely thanks him for his hospitality and promises to visit properly in the future. Before leaving, Fang Yi pulls Uncle Wei aside and asks if any unfamiliar people have been seen around the village recently. Uncle Wei is confused, saying no, and asks why. Fang Yi reveals, "One of my master's items have disappeared." Uncle Wei is shocked to hear about the theft. Fang Yi reassures him, "I've already divined its location to be somewhere in the southeasterly direction. I'll think of something to get it back." The group gets in the van and drives away from the mountains. Fang Yi reflects on how much his life has changed in only half a year, from an uncertain path to having an established place within the antique circle and 2 world-class level masters. The scene transitions back to a modern, high-rise building in the city of Jinling. A sign announces the swearing-in ceremony for Fang Yi's apprenticeship. A lavish banquet is set up with colorful champagne flutes. Elegant food and wine are laid out on the tables for the guests. Well-dressed and important-looking guests begin to arrive. The guests mingle and network in the elegant hallway. Director Lan Lian and Man Jun are spotted among the attendees. Fang Yi, dressed in a formal changshan, smiles and welcomes the guests. He personally greets Man Jun and Director Lan at the entrance. Master Qin Haichuan arrives and congratulates Master Sun and Master Yu, joking that he'd better not be planning on stealing their new apprentice. The masters laugh heartily at his joke. Hua Zi greets Fang Yi, calling his name. Zi tells Fang Yi that his rival, Zhou, who has been spreading word in the capital that he had you killed. Fang Yi just laughs it off. Zi smiles. "I knew he wasn't any match for you." Curator Zhao, Sun Chao, takes the microphone to begin the event. "Welcome to the apprentice swearing-in ceremony for Masters Yu Xian and Sun Lianda." Zhao thanks the many masters, experts, and business owners for attending. Guests whisper among themselves, noting that with Master Qin present, pretty much half of the entire antiques industry is here. Zhao then announces that the legendary Master Wang, though unable to attend, has specially prepared this piece of calligraphy. The crowd is stunned by this honor, with some realizing this Fang Yi must be insanely amazing, while skeptics mutter it's just to save some face. Zhao continues, introducing a special guest from the commercial sector, the director of XIN by Enterprises, Lan Lian. Director Lan takes the stage, expresses her delight, and then stuns the crowd by announcing, "I would like to give 2 million yuan to Mr. Fang as a gift from me personally." Master Sun and Master Yu are shocked by the massive sum of money. Guests in the crowd whisper, wondering who Fang Yi is and joking, "Are we sure he isn't her sugar baby?" Fang Yi approaches Director Lan, protesting, "I am grateful for the intention, but a gift like this is simply too large. I can't accept this." She holds out the 2 million yuan check, insisting, "This is but a show of my appreciation. I must insist you accept." Fang Yi hesitates, looking to his masters, who both give him a subtle nod of approval. Fang Yi accepts the check, but immediately declares, "Then, I'll donate this money to Project Hope under your and the two masters' names. Will that be okay?" The crowd murmurs in approval. My goodness, 2 million donated just like that? The masters have taken in a capable student. Master Sun and Master Yu smile, clearly proud of their apprentice's decision. The swearing-in ceremony officially begins, with Fang Yi offering a cup of tea to his new masters. Master Sun accepts the tea and presents his gift, a piece of calligraphy with a quote from Liang Zhuge's admonition to his son. The scroll is unfurled as Fang Yi bows. I shall always guard myself against excessive pride and rashness. I swear to work hard studying under you. Master Yu humbly claims his calligraphy can't compare to Sun's, so he will offer a different gift. He presents a box containing an ornate bell of the three pure ones, a fitting Taoist artifact for Fang Yi. An onlooker wonders what Fang Yi could possibly give in return for such generous gifts. Fang Yi bows, presenting two small, identical boxes to his masters. These are but small tokens of appreciation. Please accept them. Master Sun opens his box to reveal a beautifully carved, octagonal jade bagua amulet. Guests in the crowd whisper, how could the young man just give them a machine-carved jade amulet, calling it a lack of respect? A prominent antique senior, Li Jingyang, scoffs at the seemingly cheap gift. Master Sun, however, smiles warmly. I didn't think you would be so thoughtful, Fang Yi. The two of us will gladly accept these. The confused guests assume the masters are just being polite to not let their apprentice lose face. Curator Zhao concludes the ceremony and officially begins the banquet. The guests move to the dining tables to eat. Fang Yi approaches the table with his masters and friends, offering a toast to thank you for coming today. The antique senior, Li Jingyang, rudely interrupts, stop. You demonstrate an utter lack of respect for your masters. I refuse to accept this toast. Master Yu steps in, chiding Li Jingyang for reprimanding my apprentice at their first meeting. Li Jingyang retorts, your good apprentice gave you a cheap gift, and you're telling me I'm in the wrong? Master Yu just smiles. Cheap gift? Why don't you take a closer look? Li Jingyang scoffs. It's just a cheap piece of jade. But he picks up the amulet from Master Yu's box. He holds the jade amulet, inspecting it. As he looks closer, his expression changes. He realizes the simplicity of the carving masked hidden complexity and craftsmanship, and was something wondrous. Li Jingyang, humbled, admits, it would seem I was in the wrong for refusing this toast, but... He then looks at Fang Yi with newfound respect and asks, could you carve me one of these two? After the banquet, only the inner circle remains, Fang Yi, his master's son, and Yu, Curator Zhao, and Man Jun. With the ceremony over, Master Sun finally asks Fang Yi the question on his mind. Fang Yi, is this a tool? Fang Yi smiles and confirms, very well, I shall speak no lies. Fang Yi admits they realized. Master Yu inspects the amulet, noting, these are far better than the trinket tools you showed us before. Fang Yi explains he didn't realize I could infuse them with power back then. Master Sun muses that tools contain a power that defies common sense. Master Sun then teases Master Yu for speaking of things you don't understand in front of his student. Master Sun reveals that there are many tools at the Chaotian Palace with the power to repel evil and bring fortune. Curator Zhao asks how he can be so sure. Master Sun begins a story. I trust you are all aware of the flood of the century a few decades ago. He recounts. A torrent of water sieged the city. The abbot of Chaotian Palace, Master Qingyuan, sought out the then curator to borrow the Song Dynasty drum from the museum. To save Jinling, the curator agreed. As the abbot began the ceremony, the downpour of rain that had been endless falling came to a sudden halt. And as he continued, even the gray clouds in the sky began to disperse. Finally, when the ceremony was complete, the flood of water gradually disappeared as well. The group is stunned by this revelation. Master Yu adds that the ritual would have had to accompany the drum with a golden bell and jade-sounding stone, and that such a spell can take a huge toll on one's body. Fatty asks what happened to the abbot. Master Sun confirms, due to exhausting all his energies, Master Qingyuan left this plane only days after the ceremony. Fang Yi is deeply moved. To save the lives of the ordinary, Master Qingyuan went so far as sacrificing himself. What a model Taoist. Curator Zhao, still processing the story, nervously asks, those jade amulets you've given the masters wouldn't have such powers as well, would they, Fang Yi? Fang Yi nervously laughs. I don't have the ability to do something like that, Mr. Zhao. If the amulets had the power to bring luck, that would already be very good. Manjun reminds Zhao that they saw some of the amulet's power for themselves when they were in Hainan. Manjun, seeing a business opportunity, asks, Fang Yi, could you mass-produce these tools? Fang Yi shakes his head, explaining, Mr. Man, to make the 5 or 6 I did, I had to toss away hundreds. It took me a whole month. Mass production wouldn't be realistic. Manjun, disappointed at the missed profit, suddenly has a new idea. Wait, maybe we could do something with your jade carving skills. Manjun proposes, Fang Yi, how do you feel about working together and making a big play here? We could open a jadeware store. Fang Yi worries they don't have any customers. But Manjun excitedly holds up the stack of business cards from the banquet. Aren't we practically drowning in customers? Curator Zhao agrees. What Mr. Man is saying has some logic. These would all be high-level customers, and enough to sustain a luxury jadeware business. Manjun is decided. I want to help you build up your brand. Manjun lays out his business plan. Use the ceremony as a sounding horn to maximize exposure and increase Fang Yi's fame. The plan continues. International carving competitions apply to be a nationally recognized master artisan, and watch the money roll in, to the tune of 10 to 20 million yuan a year. Master Yu interrupts the enthusiastic planning. But that still leaves you with a materials problem, doesn't it? Manjun and Zhao's excitement deflates, realizing sourcing high-quality jade is a major problem. Master Yu smiles slyly. You may not have thought anything yet, but I have. Manjun begs Master Yu to tell us already what his solution to the materials problem is. Master Yu explains that the cost of raw jade nationally is greatly marked up, leaving a very small profit margin. A better option would be to source our jade directly from Myanmar. Master Sun immediately expresses concern, reminding him how volatile the situation in Myanmar can be, and that the jade market there is filled with competition. Master Yu reveals his plan. The Myanmar jade auction opens next month, and an old friend of mine has invited me to help him appraise. All Fang Yi has to do now is follow along. Master Sun considers this, agreeing that gaining more practical experience out in the field would be a good opportunity for Fang Yi. To ease Master Sun's worries, Master Yu adds, I'll have the Feng family take care of security. That should help reassure you, right? Manjun is stunned, realizing Master Yu has connections to the king of Kokong, Feng Kaiashing. The scene shifts to Fang Yi at home, speaking to his pet squirrel, Little Demon Lord. He explains that he's going on a trip out of the country and can't take you with me. Wait for me here at home, okay? Fang Yi leaves his apartment with his suitcase. Little Demon Lord, the squirrel, watches him go from the window. The scene shifts to a China Southern airplane on the tarmac. Fang Yi and Master Yu are seated on the plane, waiting for takeoff. Fang Yi suddenly hears a squeak, coming from above him. He checks the overhead compartment and is shocked to find Little Demon Lord has stowed away. Fang Yi panics. How? How did you get here? How did you even get past security? A little boy in the seat behind him peers over and exclaims, a squirrel. The boy asks, can I pet him, big bro? Fang Yi agrees, but make sure the air hostesses don't see, alright? The boy gently pets the happy squirrel. The boy's mother, sitting next to him, smiles at the cute interaction. Master Yu, sitting next to Fang Yi, also smiles, having noticed the stowaway. After the flight, Master Yu greets his friend, Shén Cáng, at the airport. Master Yu introduces my apprentice, Fang Yi, to Mr. Chen. Master Yu explains to Fang Yi that Mr. Chen helped put together our trip to Myanmar this time. Mr. Chen excitedly greets his son, there's my boy. Have you missed me? Mr. Chen explains to Master Yu that his wife and son just so happened to be on the same flight, returning from a trip. Fang Yi politely thanks Mr. Chen for all his help in arranging the trip. The little boy from the plane runs up to Mr. Chun, shouting Daddy. The boy, Ling Lang, recognizes Fang Yi. Hey big bro, where did Demon Lord go? Little Demon Lord pokes his head out of Fang Yi's shirt, and Ling Lang laughs. Haha, so that's where you were hiding. Mr. Chen asks how they met. Fang Yi explains, Ling Lang and your wife were sitting in the row in front of us. Mr. Chen laughs. It seems destiny really wanted you to meet. Come on, I'll take us back to the city. The group leaves the airport and drives off onto the highway. The group drives towards the Daoist border crossing, 500 meters ahead. In the car, Mr. Shén Cáng jokes, I'm surprised at how close you and my son have become. As a father, it sort of makes me jealous. Master Yu, in the back seat, smiles. This must have been destiny at work. Mr. Chen asks Fang Yi for his help on the trip. Fang Yi humbly deflects. I'm mainly here as part of a study trip. You'd be better off relying on my master's insight. Mr. Chun grows serious. You know how bad the situation in Myanmar can be. If the auction doesn't work out, my jade stores will have to close. Master Yu reassures him. I'll do my best to get you more high-quality raw jade this time. Mr. Chun is relieved. They drive through the official Daoist-China border crossing. Master Yu confirms. That's right, we're now within the borders of Myanmar. Master Yu warns Fang Yi and Mr. Chun that the situation in Myanmar has taken a turn for the worse recently. Remember, safety is our top priority. Mr. Chun dismisses his concerns. You worry too much, old Yu. I've been through Myanmar many times. Things aren't anywhere as bad as you imply. Just as he says this, their car is forced to slam on the brakes. A roadblock of military vehicles and armed men is in front of them. The car screeches to a halt on the dirt road. The jeeps are heavily armed with mounted machine guns, and the soldiers are carrying rifles. Two soldiers aim their rifles directly at the car's windshield. Mr. Chen panics. Bandits. Fang Yi and Mr. Chun are visibly terrified by the sudden danger. Master Yu, however, remains perfectly calm. No need to be so nervous, you two. Don't worry. I'll take care of this. Master Yu calmly tells the driver to open the door. I do believe they're here to pick me up. Fang Yi and Mr. Chun are completely stunned by this revelation. What? Pick you up? The driver nervously wonders. Old Yu is familiar with bandits as well. Master Yu steps out of the car and is greeted by a man. That's right, I'm Yu Xian. And you are Fiang. The man introduces himself. I'm Fiang Ban, Fiang Kaiashing's grandson. They shake hands, and Master Yu politely asks if his grandfather, old Fiang, is in good health. Master Yu then introduces his companions. This is Shén Cáng, and my apprentice, Fang Yi. The scene shifts as they drive through a war-torn, rubble-filled town. Fang Yi looks out the window in silence, taking in the shocking sights of destroyed tanks and overturned vehicles. An overhead view shows the vast destruction and rubble of the city. Now in a military convoy, Mr. Chun nervously asks Fiang Ban, isn't it risky for us to be driving so out in the open like this? Fiang Ban smiles confidently. Please relax. Here in Myanmar, very few would dare anger us, the Fiang family. He holds up his rifle. Besides, we have these with us. Anyone would turn right around and run. Fang Yi remarks, that gun of yours looks pretty powerful. Fiang Ban offers, if you're interested, you're more than welcome to fire a shot or two. Fang Yi is surprised. Can you shoot so freely in Myanmar? Fiang Ban explains, the whole of Myanmar has been turned to rubble. The further in we travel, you'll start hearing gunshots everywhere. What difference would us firing a few shots make? Fang Yi grows somber. It would seem the era we live in isn't truly a peaceful one. Simply that some of us have the fortune of living in peaceful countries. The military convoy drives up a long, winding road into the mountains. They arrive at a large, opulent manor, guarded by military vehicles. An overhead view shows the manor complex, heavily secured. Mr. Chen looks out the window. Weren't we going to Yangon? Where are we now? Fiang Ban explains, this is my family's manor. Yangon City is too busy and not very safe. It'll be better if we rest here instead. As they get out, Master Yu admires the location. This is a very nice place. It really gives a sense of calm. Fiang Ban boasts that this much is nothing, and his grandfather owns many larger manors. He invites them inside. Mr. Chun and Fang Yi follow him up the steps. Mr. Chen jokes. Since we're in your territory here, I guess we'll do just as you say. As they walk up the stairs, Mr. Chen suddenly stumbles and bends over, feeling faint. Fang Yi reacts instantly, catching Mr. Chen before he can fall. Kai. Master Yu and Fyung Ban turn around, surprised by the sudden commotion. Mr. Chen dismisses it. I'm alright. Maybe I just haven't acclimated. Master Yu jokes it's because he never gets any exercise. Fyung Ban watches Fang Yi, thinking to himself, judging from his reaction speed, this young man is definitely beyond the ordinary. I should test him. As Fang Yi continues up the stairs, he stops, sensing an impending attack. Fyung Ban suddenly launches a surprise punch at Fang Yi from behind. Fang Yi turns and blocks the blow, but the force is so great it sends him skidding back. Fang Yi is shocked by his attackers' such strength. Fyung Ban smirks. You aren't half bad. Come, show me what else you've got. Fyung Ban lunges again with a powerful punch. Fang Yi ducks the punch and counters with a high kick, which Fyung Ban blocks. Fyung Ban catches Fang Yi's ankle in midair, trapping him. He spins, attempting to throw Fang Yi by his leg. Fang Yi twists and uses his free leg to kick Fyung Ban's ankle, forcing him to release his grip. Fang Yi flips through the air to safety as Fyung Ban recoils from the painful blow. Fyung Ban recovers, impressed by Fang Yi's skill. Fang Yi lands gracefully, ready to continue the spar. Master Yu steps in. All right. It seems to me the two of you are fairly evenly matched. Why don't we leave things here for now? Fang Yi respectfully bows. Your martial arts skills are admirable, Mr. Fyung. Fyung Ban replies. You aren't too bad yourself, young Fang. Fyung Ban looks at Fang Yi with a new, intense interest. Suddenly, Fyung Ban coughs up a spray of blood, shocking Master Yu and Mr. Chen. His men rush to his side. Fyung Ban tries to wave it off as just an old sickness recurring, but Fang Yi grabs his wrist. Let me have a look. As Fang Yi checks his pulse, he has a flash of insight. This? Fang Yi realizes, judging by his blood flow, Fyung Ban has an extremely serious internal injury. Fang Yi asks, Mr. Fyung, have you been practicing internal martial arts without cultivating your mind as well? Fyung Ban is stunned. You can tell. Fang Yi explains that internal martial arts require simultaneous practice of the physical and mental aspects, and neglecting the mind could cause serious damage to their internal organs. Fyung Ban confirms, you're exactly right. I practice the 5-tiger soul-breaking blade style, but the method for cultivating the mind has been lost to time. Fang Yi asks one of Fyung Ban's men for an acupuncture set. I want to try and treat Mr. Fyung. Inside, Fang Yi performs acupuncture on Fyung Ban's back. Fyung Ban remarks, I didn't expect you to be skilled with medicine as well, young Fang. Fang Yi humbly says he studied a bit, and then hands him a medicinal soup, saying his condition should be mostly stabilized after 15 days of treatment. Fyung Ban drinks the soup, grimacing, ugh, tastes awful. He suddenly coughs violently, vomiting a large amount of dark, clotted blood. His men scream his name. One of his men angrily grabs Fang Yi. What did you have Ban bro drink? But Fyung Ban stops him. I'm fine, let him go. Fyung Ban wipes his mouth. This is all clotted blood. I'm feeling a lot better now that I've expelled it. He stands up, breathing deeply, feeling that everything feels unblocked. He exclaims, my body feels so light. I haven't felt this good in a long time. Fang Yi advises, aside from taking medicine, you'll have to properly cultivate your mind for a complete recovery. Fyung Ban laments that he haven't been able to find a master in Myanmar. Fang Yi smiles. Since destiny seems to have brought the two of us together, if you aren't against it, this one would be willing to offer you some assistance, Mr. Fyung. Fyung Ban silently processes the generous offer. Fang Yi puts his arm around him. Come. Let us take a seat downstairs. Downstairs, Fyung Ban opens a large briefcase, revealing it is completely filled with stacks of US dollars. Fang Yi is taken aback by the sight of so much cash. Fang Yi immediately refuses. I can't accept this, Mr. Fyung. Fyung Ban insists. My honor cannot allow your kindness to go unpaid. Fyung Ban makes another offer. You have talent in the martial arts. Why not join me and fight side by side in Southeast Asia? Fang Yi politely declines. I'm just a regular person. All that killing and fighting isn't for me. Fyung Ban, impressed that money and power don't sway him, makes a final offer. How do you feel about swearing to be blood brothers then? Fang Yi smiles. I'd be more than happy to. I would be extremely honored to swear such an oath with you, Mr. Fyung. Fyung Ban orders his men to make the preparations. The preparations for the oath ceremony are made. Fang Yi and Fyung Ban stand before a traditional altar, ready to swear their oath. They both declare, I, Fyung Ban, and I, Fang Yi, do hereby swear to be each other's brother. They complete the oath. We may not have been together by birth, but we shall be together in death. The story returns to Fyung Ban's manor in the Myanmar mountains. Fyung Ban explains to Master Yu and Mr. Chun that he cannot personally accompany them to Yangon due to complicated relations with the government, but he has assigned Ahu to protect them. Ahu, one of Fyung Ban's men, runs up to the group, ready to leave. As they are about to leave, Fyung Ban stops Fang Yi and opens a briefcase. The briefcase is filled with cash. Fyung Ban offers it to Fang Yi as a ceremonial gift for their blood oath, to buy something you like at the auction. Mr. Chun and Master Yu are shocked. Sworn brothers? When did this happen? Master Yu remarks that it's a good thing, as they hit it off so well. Fang Yi, realizing it would be disrespectful to refuse, accepts the money. He privately vows to use it to choose a good and give the best jade to him. In the car, Fang Yi's pet squirrel, Little Demon Lord, is startled by the rumble of the bumpy road. Mr. Chun, Kai, complains about Ahu's reckless driving as the van bounces along. Ahu apologizes, saying he was worried about getting there too late. Master Yu chuckles, explaining the auction will continue for at least 10 days. Fang Yi, unfamiliar with the process, asks his master to explain the difference between sealed bids and open bids. Master Yu explains, a sealed bid is when bidders find something they like, then submit a secret bid into a box. The box is then opened 3 days later, and the highest bidder wins. An open bid is easy to understand. It's basically a free-for-all to be the highest caller. Fang Yi smiles, realizing his spiritual powers will get their chance to shine again. Ahu pulls the car over. Everyone, we've arrived at the auction. The scene reveals a massive, open-air market, with long rows of raw jade ores and crowds of people. Fang Yi is overwhelmed by the sheer number of ores. Even if I exhausted all my power, I don't think I would be able to find one with anything in it. Suddenly, Little Demon Lord squeaks and leaps from Fang Yi's shirt, dashing into the rows of jade. The squirrel nimbly hops from stone to stone, squeaking excitedly as it searches. Fang Yi chases after him. Demon Lord, where are you going? Master Yu and Mr. Chen watch from a distance. Master Yu sighs. Youth, so careless. Fang Yi finally catches up to Little Demon Lord, who is sitting on one specific squeaking intently. What on earth are you doing, Demon Lord? Fang Yi asks his energetic pet. The squirrel squeaks again, looking at the ore. Fang Yi understands. Are you saying there's something inside? Fang Yi places his hand on the rock to test it with his spiritual power. He is shocked. There really is jade inside. Fang Yi looks at his squirrel in amazement. How did you know there would be something inside, Demon Lord? Little Demon Lord hops onto his arm. Fang Yi laughs. Who would have thought you would have a power like this? Fang Yi decides to trust his pet's ability. Since you have this power, I'll leave it all to you this time. All right, let's go. As Fang Yi and Little Demon Lord are about to inspect another a well-dressed man approaches them. The man smiles at Fang Yi. Young man, has this caught your eye too? The man introduces himself. This one is named Chung Shukong. I'm hoping you will consider leaving this stone for me. Chung Shukong offers. I'm willing to pay you 3 times the price for Fang Yi to not bid on the ore. Fang Yi is confused. But Mr. Chung, this is a sealed bid. All you have to do is submit a bid yourself. Why pay me the money? Mr. Chung explains. I've promised a client icy jades, but this ore is the only one of 100% certainty. I can't fail my customer. Fang Yi, understanding, agrees not to bid. Mr. Chung gratefully tries to hand Fang Yi an envelope of money, but Fang Yi adamantly refuses. I can't take this. Please, keep your money. Master Yu walks over. I heard the whole conversation just now. He certainly cannot accept that money. Mr. Cang is surprised. Master Yu, I knew you would be at the auction as well. Master Yu proudly reveals. His name is Fang Yi. He's my apprentice. Mr. Cang is deeply impressed by Fang Yi's skill and integrity. Fang Yi again insists he must keep the money. Mr. Cang respects his wishes and relents. Very well. Instead of money, Mr. Cang gives Fang Yi his business card. This has my Myanmar contact details. If you need anything, just ask. Mr. Chun Kai sees the card and is floored. This is amazing, kid. A top businessman from Hong Kong. Who is this Cheng Shukong? Mr. Chen explains. Cheng Shukong is the director of Cheng Jewelry Group, one of the top 3 wealthiest families in Hong Kong. Chow Dai Fook is one of their many subsidiaries. Fang Yi is stunned by the man's powerful connections, and Mr. Chen tells him to keep good care of this business card. Mr. Chen calls the card a hidden asset, but Fang Yi is already busy following Little Demon Lord to find more valuable ores. Fang Yi and his squirrel spend time inspecting ores and placing sealed bids. Later, Fang Yi and Mr. Chen sit in a large auditorium for the open bid portion of the auction. Fang Yi sighs. I saved some money, but it turns out we can't inspect the ores and have to blindly call. As the auctioneer starts the bidding, Fang Yi immediately bids 6,500 on the first ore. Mr. Chun is baffled. Fang Yi, that ore is clearly worthless. Why are you bidding for it? Fang Yi says he's just taking a chance, but Mr. Chen scoffs. Master Yu, sitting with them, smiles. You just haven't seen how much good luck this young one has. Let him bid as he wants. Another bidder raises to 7,000. An unseen bidder raises to 7,500. Fang Yi raises his paddle, 8,000. He thinks to himself, I still have a bit left from the money Mr. Fyung gave me. I'll just think of it like playing the lottery. After the open bid, Fang Yi has acquired several more small, worthless-looking ores. They take the ores to be inspected. Mr. Chen jokes, haha, there's something. You've really struck the lottery this time, Fang Yi. The drill check comes up empty. Fang Yi exclaims, ah. After checking all his open bid ores, Mr. Chen sighs. Damn it, just a dud. Fang Yi is humiliated. Not a single hit from the open bid. Master Yu consoles him. Young apprentice, this is why those of us in the industry are so cautious about the allure of gambling. He explains, I brought you on this trip to expand your horizons and to help build up your character. This is why he didn't stop you from bidding so haphazardly. Fang Yi bows his head. This one shall take these words to heart, master. Just then, Fyung Ban runs up to them. Fang Yi. He grabs his arm. I don't have time to explain right now. He urgently pulls Fang Yi away from the auction. Just follow me. Back at the Fyung family manor, the atmosphere is tense. Fyung Ban delivers grave news. Negotiations between Kokong and the armed forces have fallen through. They plan on attacking Yangon in 2 days. For your safety, all of you must leave today. Mr. Chun Kai panics. No way. I put everything into the sealed bid. I can't leave until the winners are announced tomorrow. Fyung Ban informs him the airport is shutting down tomorrow morning. Mr. Chun cries out in despair. What do I do then? He paces frantically. It's over. It's all over. He begs Master Yu to use any government connections he might have. Master Yu and Fyung Ban tell him that even knowing the president wouldn't be of any help in this situation. Mr. Chun, at his breaking point, begs Master Yu. I've worked hard for so many years, my family's livelihood is riding on this. You have to help me find a solution. Master Yu thinks for a moment and then points to Fang Yi. You should be asking Fang Yi for help instead. Master Yu reminds them that Mr. Cheng Shukong would have taken a personal jet. Perhaps you could request his aid in this. Fyung Ban is stunned. You're in good words with him, Fang Yi? Fang Yi, seeing the urgency, says, I'll make the call first and explain things to you after. Fang Yi immediately calls Mr. Chung on his phone. After the call, Fang Yi reports, Mr. Chung has agreed to help. Mr. Chun is overcome with relief. Fang Yi makes a plan. After the winners are announced tomorrow, we should break the ores open immediately. We'll only take the jade onto the plane. The next day, the results of the sealed bids are posted. Fang Yi is ecstatic. I won. Of the ones I bid for, I managed to win 18. Mr. Chun is devastated. Arg, I only managed to win 3. The group heads to a warehouse to retrieve their purchased ores. As Fyungban's men struggle to move the heavy ores with a cart, Fang Yi effortlessly lifts one. HOO. The men are astonished. That rock has to be hundreds of kilograms at least. They are in complete awe of Fang Yi's unbelievable martial prowess. Mr. Chun Kai wheels his 3 small ores over. He boasts, I may have only won 3, Fang Yi, but they were all hits. I'm willing to bet. Mine will be worth more than what you'll get with 18. Master Yu advises patience. Let's not be so sure. Why don't you crack open your ores first, Fang Yi? Fang Yi places his first ore, chosen by Little Demon Lord, onto the industrial saw. The massive blade whirs and sparks as it cuts the stone in half. The ore falls open, revealing a stunning, massive, icy jade core. Master Yu and Mr. Chun are rendered speechless by the find. Master Yu rushes over to inspect the cut stone, brushing away the dust. He proclaims in shock, this is an icy jade with veins. Mr. Chun is ecstatic. My goodness, Fang Yi. Jade like this could be worth at least 500,000 US dollars. Fang Yi, however, turns to Fyungban and says, Mr. Fyung, I'll give this to you. Fyungban is stunned. Huh? Fyungban, still in shock, repeats, give it to me? Fang Yi insists, consider it my gift as part of our blood oath. Fyungban, deeply moved, smiles and humbly accepts this gift. Fang Yi gets back to work, cutting his next ore. It's another hit. Mr. Chin can't believe it. Fang Yi continues to cut, revealing high-quality jade in or after ore. Mr. Chin clutches his head in disbelief. 5 in a row? After Fang Yi finishes, Mr. Chun is apoplectic. 18 in a row. That's a 100% hit rate. How is this possible? Master Yu confirms. In my 40 years in the industry, never have I seen such accurate selections. Mr. Chun has to admit his 3 hits were nothing in comparison. A slow, sarcastic clap, 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 echoes through the warehouse. The group turns, wondering who is there. Mr. Cheng Shukong has arrived. We meet again, everyone. Mr. Chung congratulates Fang Yi. As expected of a master's student, young Fang has truly opened my eyes to a new world. He then notices Fyungban and is surprised. Why is the young master Fyung here too? Fyungban explains, haha, I'm Fang Yi's sworn brother. I was originally responsible for their security. Mr. Chung, seeing Fyungban is involved, is even more accommodating. I had another matter I wish to request of you, young Fang. Fang Yi, now understanding the man's politeness, tells him to speak openly of your request. Mr. Chung explains, I originally came to Myanmar to import 10 million US dollars in ores. But now with the sudden war, I can no longer purchase them. He says he feels a certain responsibility for bringing them here during this time. Now that I look at the jade you have, I would be willing to pay you 10 million US dollars for everything you have here. Mr. Chun Kai is blinded by the massive sum, 10 million USD? That's at least 100 million renminbi. He excitedly tells Fang Yi he'll become a multi-millionaire in an instant. Master Yu advises his apprentice, since Mr. Chung has come out and asked, we should do what we can to help. Fang Yi agrees to the sale. Mr. Chung smiles, excellent. In that case, let us make our way to the airport, jade and all. An aerial view shows the group's convoy heading away from the city. Back at the airport, in Mr. Cheng's private lounge, Master Yu sits with Fang Yi and Mr. Chun Kai. Master Yu decides to teach his apprentice a lesson. Fang Yi, do you know why Cheng Shukong really wanted to buy your jade? Fang Yi naively replies, didn't he say it was to make up for his loss? Master Yu explains, with Cheng Shukong's brand power, he could sell that jade for 200 million. In our hands, however, we would be hard-pressed to sell them for even 50 million. He reveals the true motive. He didn't purchase the jade from you directly. In truth, he was using this as an opportunity to allow you to return the favor for taking his private jet. He's taken into account our feelings, so both sides win. Such high emotional intelligence is worth properly learning from, Fang Yi. Fang Yi takes the lesson to heart. I still have a lot to learn, huh? An attendant announces that Director Cheng's jet is now preparing for flight. Mr. Chun Kai is relieved. We're finally leaving this place. Fang Yi suddenly looks around in a panic. Demon Lord seems to be missing. Fang Yi frantically searches the private airport lounge, calling for Demon Lord. Master Yu and Mr. Chun, Kai, urge him to hurry. The plane is about to leave. Fang Yi refuses. Leave without me. Demon Lord has gone missing. I have to find him. Master Yu is aghast. What are you saying? Do you know how messy this work could get? You absolutely cannot stay here alone. Mr. Chun, Kai, agrees. Besides, it's just an animal anyway. When we get back, I can buy you a whole nestful. Fang Yi stands firm. Demon Lord is more than that to me. He's irreplaceable. Seeing his apprentice's resolve, Master Yu makes a difficult choice. Fine, then. Kai, you head back. I'll stay here with Fang Yi and search for his squirrel. Fang Yi and Kai are horrified. That's right, Master Yu. The situation here is too unpredictable. You have to leave right away. I'll leave with Mr. Fyung as soon as I find Demon Lord. As the final boarding call is made, Fang Yi makes a decision. He apologizes and uses a pressure point to knock his master unconscious. He hands the sleeping Master Yu to Mr. Chun, Kai. Kai, take Master on board the plane. Kai, holding the Master, asks, what about you? Fang Yi replies, I still have something I need to do. I'll be counting on you to look after Master. Fang Yi runs off to find Fyung Ban, who has arrived in a jeep. Fyung Ban warns him, rebel forces have already entered Yangon. Fang Yi says he hasn't found Demon Lord yet. Suddenly, he spots the squirrel in the nearby trees. Little Demon Lord darts through the foliage. Fang Yi calls his name and gives chase. They follow the squirrel deep into the jungle, but then lose sight of him. We lost him. Junk page, text nothing dash. Fyung Ban spots the squirrel again in the treetops. Fang Yi, over there. Little Demon Lord darts away again as soon as they get close. They lose him again. Where in the world did he run off to? They hear squeaking from above and look up. The squirrel is flying between branches, but this time it seems to be waiting for them. Fang Yi realizes. It's like he's trying to take us somewhere. Fyung Ban recognizes the path. This looks like the way to the Kachin Hills. Fang Yi is confused. Kachin Hills? Fyung Ban explains it's an extraordinarily dangerous area full of venomous snakes, giant pythons, and all sorts of insects, not even considering the thick miasma. He recounts a horrible story. Back in the Second World War, the Chinese expeditionary force entered the hills 40,000 men strong and left with only 8,000 men barely alive. Fang Yi asks what happened to the rest. Most died from getting lost, hunger, the miasma, or to giant pythons. Others were so eroded by their experience, they chose to end their lives. Fyung Ban says entering the Kachin Hills is essentially a death sentence, but as his sworn brother, he'll follow. Fang Yi then confesses, the reason I was able to find Jade was because of Demon Lord's help. He's definitely no ordinary squirrel. Fang Yi concludes, if he's trying to lead us into the Kachin Hills, it must mean there is something unusual up there. Fyung Ban understands and agrees, I understand. Let's go? Into the hills. The two blood brothers head off into the dense, dangerous jungle. They trek through the thick undergrowth, hearing rustling sounds all around them. Fyung Ban stops suddenly, his face pale with alarm. This sound, it couldn't be. The rustling in the surrounding bushes intensifies. Fyung Ban identifies the sound. Rebel forces. They have guns. We can't get into a fight. Let's take the long way around. Fang Yi stops him. I don't think that'll be possible. Look. They spot Little Demon Lord in a small clearing, being playfully poked by two armed rebel soldiers. Fyung Ban draws his combat knife, but Fang Yi asks, why not use your handgun, Mr. Fyung? Fyung Ban explains grimly. The sound of gunfire would have the rebels running right towards us. One soldier laughs. This little guy is pretty funny. The other soldier suddenly spots Fyung Ban. You. In a flash, Fyung Ban throws his knife with lethal precision, slitting the soldier's throat. As the other soldiers are shocked and raise their rifles, Fang Yi leaps into action, disarming them with a flying kick. One soldier scrambles for his gun, but Fyung Ban warns Fang Yi, not good. The soldier manages to grab his pistol and aims it at Fang Yi. Before he can fire, Feng Ban draws his own handgun and shoots the rebel soldier dead. Junk page ad. Little Demon Lord, frightened by the gunfire, darts off into the jungle again. Feng Ban curses in frustration. Damn it. That ungrateful little thing. How could he just run off like that again? Fang Yi, watching his pet disappear, just sighs. It's fine, just as long as he's safe. More rustling sounds emerge from the bushes behind them. Two more rebel soldiers appear, looking terrified. They immediately drop to their knees. Mercy. Mercy. Please let us live. Feng Ban raises his knife. There's no room for forgiveness. Fang Yi grabs his arm. Mr. Feng, just let them live. Feng Ban argues. You don't understand. We have to finish them off. But Fang Yi insists. The heavens favor the kind. What harm is there in letting them go? Feng Ban shoves Fang Yi aside. Stand aside, as he approaches the two soldiers. The two soldiers, seeing their chance, share a sinister look. One soldier pulls a hidden pistol and fires, but Feng Ban is faster, shooting them both. Feng Ban stands over the dead soldiers, his gun smoking, as Fang Yi looks on in shock. Fang Yi stares at the bodies, shaken by the casual killing. Suddenly, they hear the whir of a helicopter approaching. Feng Ban yells, "Run! We've been exposed, it's not safe here." They run through the jungle as a military helicopter appears overhead. The helicopter bears down on them. A large military helicopter hovers over Fang Yi and Feng Ban, spotting them through the trees. The helicopter's side gunner opens fire with a machine gun. Feng Ban tackles Fang Yi to the ground. Watch out. Bullets rain down, tearing through the jungle canopy around them. They scramble for cover as the helicopter continues to fire. Hiding in the dense bushes, Feng Ban says, "Damn it, we can't hide here forever. We'll definitely be found sooner or later." Fang Yi uses his spiritual sense. I can detect the aura of at least 20 more people here in this jungle. Feng Ban asks what's wrong. Fang Yi says, "Mr. Feng, I have a feeling the helicopter isn't after us." He reasons, "It showed up right when you fired your gun. There's no way they could have reacted that quickly." Feng Ban agrees. That's a good point. He climbs a tree to take a look around. He uses a monocular to scan the jungle from the high vantage point. He spots a group of heavily armed soldiers moving stealthily through the trees. He quickly climbs down. You were right, Fang Yi. There are armed force soldiers hiding in the trees up ahead. The military helicopter must be after them. Fang Yi asks what they should do now. As the helicopter seems to be leaving, Feng Ban tells Fang Yi to climb up here too. They both climb high into the trees. Feng Ban jokes, "Now we're basically sitting on a hill, watching tigers fight." The helicopter flies over the jungle. It fires a missile from its pylon. The missile streaks towards the ground. A massive explosion erupts in the jungle, right where the hidden soldiers were. Fang Yi shields his eyes from the percussive blast. The soldiers on the ground return fire. TK? Tac. TK. And another explosion hits the helicopter. The helicopter, trailing black smoke, begins to lose control. It crashes into the jungle and explodes in a massive fireball. Feng Ban laughs. Haha. It's dog eat dog. Now we're safe to go. Fang Yi is pale and horrified by the brutal firefight. Feng Ban asks, "What scared?" Scuffles like this are very common here. Fang Yi is somber. Such bloody and horrendous scenes are something I will never understand. Feng Ban just calls it the law of the jungle. Fang Yi quotes a Taoist proverb about the way of the universe. Feng Ban, gaining a new respect for him, says, I understand now. Let's make the best of the chaos and get going." Feng Ban looks at Fang Yi, worried. I hope this kid doesn't end up snapping from this. They continue their trek through the now quiet jungle. Fang Yi stops suddenly. I think I can hear Demon Lord nearby, and I think I'm starting to understand what he's saying. It sounds like he's saying, I'm on top of the cave. Feng Ban looks around. Cave? Fang Yi spots an opening in the rocks. Found it. Fang Yi and Feng Ban enter the dark, rocky cave. Little Demon Lord leaps out from the shadows. Fang Yi is overjoyed. Demon Lord, we finally found you. He happily scolds the squirrel. You won't be getting away this time. The squirrel squeaks and chirps on his arm. Feng Ban asks what they're talking about. Fang Yi translates. Demon Lord said there was something tasty back in the jungle. Fang Yi adds, The two of us haven't had anything to eat all day. Let's go. Fyung Ban is skeptical. Is an animal like that really going to be reliable? Little Demon Lord leads them to a part of the jungle. Fang Yi asks, Demon Lord, when you said something tasty, did you mean that? A large beehive buzzes in the trees. Fyung Ban peers through the bushes and sees a large bear licking honey from a rock. It's a massive beehive hanging from a tree, dripping honey. Fang Yi confirms, he meant the honey up there, right? Fang Yi quotes a proverb, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the yellow bird behind. Watch this. The bear knocks down the hive and begins to eat, sniffing it. The angry swarm of bees emerges from the hive and attacks the bear. As the bear flees, swatting at the bees, Fang Yi and Fyung Ban see their chance. Now's our chance. Fang Yi runs in and grabs the abandoned beehive. Fyung Ban yells, behind you, Fang Yi. The swarm, having lost its hive, now turns its attention to the thieves. They run for their lives. Wah! Fyung Ban spots a river. Quick, pass the bee nest to me. We'll be fine once I jump in. Fyung Ban takes the hive and runs, but the bees are still chasing Fang Yi. They're still chasing me. What's going on? Fyung Ban is confused, having jumped in the river. Fang Yi realizes Little Demon Lord is on his shoulder, and he's holding the bee queen. I'm going to die because of you. Fang Yi screams as he runs from the massive swarm. Little Demon Lord casually slices the bee queen in half with his claws, and the swarm instantly disperses. Later, they enjoy the fresh, wild honey. Fang Yi notes it's good enough to be used for medicine. Fyung Ban fantasizes, just imagine, steam-braised bear paw made using this honey. It's a shame the one from earlier ran off. Otherwise, he stops mid-sentence. The bear has returned, and it is staring at them from the bushes, clearly angry. The bear roars in rage at the thieves who stole its honey. The bear, however, looks confused. Fang Yi and Fyung Ban freeze, terrified. The scene cuts to the bear being roasted over their fire. Here, have a taste of my roast bear paw. Fyung Ban boasts about his custom-made Strider knife. It took them a whole 5 years to make it. Fang Yi is amazed. Fyung Ban, seeing Fang Yi's admiration, generously offers, like it? I'll give it to you. Fang Yi holds the knife. Wow, it really is a nice knife. His expression suddenly turns serious. Fyung Ban watches him, confused. What are you doing? Fang Yi's expression is one of intense focus as he suddenly yells, out of the way, Mr. Fyung. He shoves his blood brother aside just as a massive snake strikes the spot where Fyung Ban was standing. They both look up in horror at the new arrival, a giant green anaconda. The anaconda hisses and coils. Fang Yi, reacting instantly, throws his new Strider knife at it. The knife bounces harmlessly off the snake's thick scales. It bounced off. Fyung Ban draws his pistol. Move, Fang Yi. He unloads his clip into the snake. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets sizzle and ricochet off its thick, scaly hide. They are both shocked. This guy is invulnerable to blades and bullets. Fang Yi realizes, the smell of our roast bear paws must have attracted it here. Fyung Ban despairs. 2 years ago, over 30 of my men were swallowed whole by an anaconda. Who would have thought it would be my turn today? They turn and run as the giant snake lunges. Wahhh. Little Demon Lord watches from a tree branch, sighing at the chaos. The squirrel suddenly leaps from the tree, directly at the anaconda. The anaconda opens its massive jaws, revealing rows of sharp teeth. He got eaten. Fyung Ban shouts as Little Demon Lord disappears into the snake's mouth. Fang Yi screams in horror. Demon Lord. Fyung Ban has to physically restrain him. Fang Yi, calm down. Fyung Ban warns. Acting too rashly here is just asking to get hurt, as the snake hisses. Suddenly, Fyung Ban notices something. Hey, Fang Yi. Oh, look. Something weird is going on. The anaconda begins to writhe and hiss in agony, its stomach gurgling violently. Burst. Little Demon Lord tears his way out of the snake's side, covered in blood but unharmed. The anaconda thrashes in its death throes. The squirrel, now glowing with a faint golden light and with shining tips on its ears, lands on a rock. He squeaks, completely fine after his ordeal. Fyung Ban is stunned. Fang Yi. He's evolved. Could this be the reason he wanted to come here? Little Demon Lord holds up the snake's gallbladder, which he tore out from the inside, and begins to eat it. Fyung Ban is disgusted, eating it raw. Fang Yi just nervously says, he's never been a picky eater. Fyung Ban warns that to avoid any anaconda nests, we'll have to take a longer way around. Fang Yi stops. Mr. Fyung, I'm pretty sure I saw that weird twisted tree about an hour ago. They are lost. The two are now walking through a wide, lush river valley. Fyung Ban is confident. We just have to follow this river, and we'll be out no problem. Fang Yi replies, I'm trusting you on that, Mr. Fyung. Fang Yi expresses concern about wild animals looking for water, but Fyung Ban is unconcerned. Fang Yi jokes, don't worry, we have Demon Lord with us. He managed to tear apart that giant anaconda. What is there for us to be afraid of? Fyung Ban suddenly stops, his face frozen in terror. Fang Yi. He's spotted another, even larger snake head emerging from the river. A truly colossal snake, far bigger than the anaconda, rises from the water. Are you so sure about that? Little Demon Lord squeaks in terror. Holy crap. Fang Yi panics. What is this monster? The anaconda was nothing compared to this. Fyung Ban identifies it. It's a boa constrictor. It's like the grandfather of green anacondas. Fang Yi asks what they should do. Fyung Ban grimly grabs his gun. There's nothing we can do. We'll just have to fight it out. The giant boa constrictor hisses, dripping water as it stares them down. It roars and lunges at the two men, who prepare for a desperate, life-or-death battle. The scene cuts to a modern high-rise. Master Yu looks out the window, worried. Mr. Chun Kai runs in. Old Yu, there's been news. Master Yu anxiously asks, have they found Fang Yi? No, but I managed to contact Ahu. He said Fang Yi and Fyung Ban were last seen entering the Kachin Hills. Master Yu is horrified. That's a place of no return. Kai adds that Fyung Ban's third brother, Fyung Hao, already organized a search and rescue party. But they haven't found any leads in over 20 days. Master Yu is silent, filled with dread for his apprentice. Master Yu makes a decision. Make bookings for a flight. We're going back to Myanmar. Kai tries to stop him. It's too dangerous. But Yu reminds him he's the one with connections to the Fyung family. The scene cuts to a military search camp in the jungle. A soldier runs up to a man in charge. Sir, Master Yu is here. The man, Fyung Hao, is surprised by their quick arrival. Master Yu and Mr. Chun Kai approach him. Master Yu greets Fyung Hao and immediately asks for new information regarding Fang Yi and Fyung Ban. Fyung Hao grimly replies, not as of yet. A soldier suddenly shouts, Sir, we got something. A stretcher is carried into the camp. Master Yu's hopes rise. Fang Yi. But it's only Fyung Ban, unconscious and badly wounded. Master Yu frantically asks, why have you only brought Fyung Ban back? What about Fang Yi? The soldier replies, we only managed to find Ban Bro. In the medical tent, Fyung Hao bandages his brother's arm, which is covered in burns. Fyung Hao notes the wounds are as if he's been doused in strong acid, and wonders how such a thing could be out here in the wilderness. Master Yu realizes, there's one way, and it's the stomach acid of a green anaconda. Are you saying Fyung Ban was swallowed by an anaconda? Master Yu is confused, but if he was swallowed, how did he manage to escape? Fyung Hao grimly states, snakes often regurgitate what they can't finish. Master Yu's face drains of color as he understands the horrifying implication. Can't finish. Does that mean Fang Yi has already been? The chapter ends, implying Fang Yi was the part the snake couldn't finish and is presumed dead. Fyung Ban coughs and groans, waking up in a medical tent. He is covered in bandages. His third brother, Fyung Hao, is relieved to see him finally awake. Fyung Ban slowly sits up, holding a cup, his entire body wrapped in bandages. Master Yu enters the tent and asks Fyung Ban to be straight with him. Was Fang Yi really eaten by an anaconda? Master Yu is devastated by the implication. Fyung Ban's brother tries to calm him, but Fyung Ban confirms he's fine and will explain. Master Yu is distraught, believing Fang Yi must be dead if he was eaten. Fyung Ban begins to tell the story of what really happened. A flashback begins, showing the giant boa constrictor lunging with its mouth wide open. Fyungban and Fang Yi are shown being swallowed whole by the massive snake, along with Little Demon Lord. The two men slide down the dark, fleshy throat of the boa constrictor. They land with a splash inside the snake's cavernous stomach. Fyungban and Fang Yi realize with horror that they are standing in corrosive stomach acid. Fang Yi's hand burns, and he yells that they have to get out fast. Fang Yi smiles, telling Little Demon Lord, who is perched on his head, that it's all up to you now. The squirrel squeaks confidently. Little Demon Lord leaps from Fang Yi's head and flies through the stomach, searching for a weak point. The snake hisses in the water as Little Demon Lord finds a spot and prepares to cut his way out. Fyungban emerges from the hole cut by the squirrel, disgusted. As Fang Yi follows, he warns his friend to watch out. Fyungban's hand is shown, his skin already burning and blistering from the strong acid. The two men slip and fall out of the snake's side as it thrashes and flops back into the river. The flashback ends. Fyungban explains he must have lost consciousness after that, as the next thing he knew, he was in the medical tent, having been washed ashore. He assures Master Yu that Fang Yi is a much better swimmer, so he must be fine. Master Yu, still terrified, insists on going to search the hills for him. Fyung Hao, the third brother, tells Master Yu to calm down and let the professional search and rescue team handle it. 3 days later, there is still no sign of Fang Yi, and Master Yu is beginning to fear the worst. Fyungban, now partially recovered and wearing a white t-shirt, vows to lead a small team back into the hills himself to find his sworn brother. Master Yu is startled by a squeak. Little Demon Lord, Fang Yi's pet squirrel, appears at the tent opening. Both Master Yu and Fyungban are overjoyed, realizing that if the squirrel is here, Fang Yi must be nearby. Master Yu runs outside, but the jungle is empty. Where's Fang Yi? Little Demon Lord runs off into the jungle, and Fyungban shouts his name. Fyungban realizes the squirrel is leading them to Fang Yi and tells Master Yu to follow him. They follow the squirrel to a river, where they find Fang Yi sitting on a large rock, seemingly meditating. Fang Yi opens his eyes, having healed some of his injuries. He's disoriented, wondering where he is and what happened to his friends. A sudden thunderstorm rolls in, and it begins to pour rain. Fang Yi spots a cave in the nearby cliffside and decides to take shelter there. He cautiously steps into the dark cave. As he enters, he notices a strange, thick fog and feels his spiritual senses heighten. Fang Yi stands alone in the mysterious, fog-filled cave. He is surprised to realize that his spiritual consciousness is actively absorbing a hidden energy from the mist. Feeling his spiritual powers getting stronger, he decides to sit and meditate to have his fill of the energy. He closes his eyes and enters a deep meditative state, the energy swirling around him. The mist in the cave intensifies as he continues to absorb it. He groans in pain as his body is pushed to its limit by the sheer amount of energy. The cave rumbles as he draws in more and more power. He opens his eyes, amazed at how much his spiritual powers have increased. He decides he must find the source of this energy to absorb even more. He walks deeper into the darkness of the cave, stopping when he senses something. He hears echoes, realizing there must be a larger, hidden space behind the cave wall. He places his hands on the rock wall and pushes, infusing it with his spiritual energy. The wall begins to rattle and shake, but he senses it's not good. As the wall moves, he spots a set of stairs leading down into the darkness. He is shocked to realize that the stairs are clearly man-made. He cautiously follows the long, descending staircase into the fog. He emerges into a massive, dark, crystalline cavern. He spots a single, glowing stone bed in the far distance, which seems to be the source of the power. The stone bed glows faintly in the enormous, foggy chamber. Fang Yi stands at the bottom of the cavern, looking up at the distant stone bed. He begins to walk towards the stone bed, his footsteps echoing in the vast chamber. He walks for some time, but is confused, as he doesn't seem to be getting any closer to the bed. He stops, looking back, and realizes with a shock that he is still standing right where he started. He wonders if he's been trapped in a hallucination, but he senses no overflow of negative energy. He suddenly recalls a lesson from his master about powerful spiritual formations that can trap people. A flashback shows his younger self asking his master about these formations, which his master says are far more than simple parlor tricks. The formation is identified by name, the 9 Palace 8 Trigram Formation. His master explains that the formation is divided into 8 gates: healing, life, pain, limit, view, death, wonder, and opening, and only by finding the gate of life can one escape. The master explains the complex interactions of the gates, how gates of fortune and misfortune can augment or destroy. Remembering his master's teachings, Fang Yi uses his spiritual sight and identifies the gate of life glowing on the ground right in front of him. He steps onto the correct spot, but is suddenly startled as the formation on the ground begins to shift. He recalls his master warning him about a special case in these formations. His master's voice echoes, explaining that this special case is much more dangerous. He realizes he is trapped in the rotating 9 Palace 8 Trigram Formation as the glowing diagram spins beneath him. Fang Yi is trapped within the rotating 9 Palace 8 Trigram Formation, realizing that ancient Taoist practitioners must have created it. He deduces that the formation is an illusion, one of the Chimen Duanjia techniques, likely powered by a night-luminescent pearl. He follows the path laid out by the shifting illusion. He finds a glowing crystal embedded in the wall, which he identifies as the eye of the formation. He plucks the pearl from the wall, causing the illusion to dim. He thinks it will make a nice gift for Fatty. He looks deeper into the cave and is surprised to see many more night-luminescent pearls. A small pile of the glowing pearls rests on the ground. He continues walking, passing the stone bed, and senses something behind another large boulder. He hears the sound of running water and wonders if it could be a legendary spiritual spring. A flashback shows his master lamenting that he spent his entire life searching for a spiritual spring, which is necessary to attain immortality, but never found one. Fang Yi is deeply moved, clasping his hands and thinking, "Master, today, your apprentice has fulfilled your life's dream." He gathers his spiritual energy and strains to push the massive boulder blocking the sound. He shoves the boulder aside, revealing a large, dark hole in the ground. He leaps down into the hole, landing with a splash in a shallow, glowing pool of water. He wades through the spiritual spring, feeling its power. He recites Taoist principles about the auspicious and inauspicious stars. He continues wading through the water, sensing the energy. Suddenly, someone else's boot is seen stepping into the cave above. Fyung Ban appears at the cave entrance with Little Demon Lord on his shoulder, wondering if an earthquake is happening. He spots the glowing stone bed in the distance and runs toward it. He peers down into the hole of the spiritual spring and is shocked. Fang Yi. He is overjoyed to see that it's really Fang Yi alive. Fang Yi looks up from the spring, surprised to see Fyung Ban. Fang Yi uses his enhanced spiritual power to leap out of the deep spring, landing gracefully in front of a stunned Fyung Ban. Fang Yi asks how he found him. Fyung Ban points to Little Demon Lord, who led him there. Fyung Ban urges him to leave, explaining that Master Yu is at the base camp, beside himself with worry. Fang Yi asks Fyung Ban to wait at the cave entrance, as he still has something he needs to take care of. He searches the area around the stone bed, knowing there must be a formation plate used to create the trigram formation. He senses something as the cave rumbles again. A long, flat, sword-like stone object, the formation plate, flies out of a crack in the rock. Fang Yi joyfully catches it. Haha, found it. Fang Yi looks at a glowing crystal in the cave wall, which he believes is the eye of the formation. He reaches out to touch the crystal. Is this it? The moment his finger makes contact, the crystal eye shatters into countless pieces. He is shocked, wondering how it could have broken so easily. The glowing trigram formation on the cavern floor cracks and fades away. He suddenly recalls his master's lesson. If the spiritual power of the one entering the formation is greater than the one who placed it, the eye will turn to dust upon being touched. He realizes his own spiritual power has already surpassed that of the ancient practitioner who created the formation. Fyung Ban calls to him from the cave entrance. Fyung Ban is overjoyed, tears in his eyes as he sees Fang Yi is safe. They run out of the cave, and Fyung Ban yells to the camp, Master Yu, I've brought Fang Yi back. Master Sun runs out of a tent, ecstatic and relieved to see him. Fang Yi is surprised to see Master Sun, who explains he couldn't just sit at home after hearing his apprentice had entered the deadly Kachin Hills. Fang Yi bows deeply, apologizing to his master for failing his filial duty and making him worry. Master Sun smiles warmly. At least you're back safely now. Fang Yi asks where Master Yu is. Master Sun looks grim, explaining that Master Yu's health was never good, and the combination of travel fatigue and excessive stress has made him fall ill. Fang Yi is alarmed by the news. Master Sun brings Fang Yi to another tent where Master Yu is lying in a sickbed. Master Yu, looking pale and weak, asks if he's imagining things. Fang Yi reassures him. Master, I'm really here. Master Yu grips his apprentice's hand. Now that you're back, I can finally rest easy. Master Yu is overcome with relief and begins coughing violently. Fang Yi holds his master's hand, concerned. He decides to infuse Master Yu with some of his spiritual energy to help him recover. Master Yu is surprised. Fang Yi, why is your hand so hot all of a sudden? Fang Yi smiles and jokes. Surely it must be your hands that are too cold. Master Yu weakly jokes back. I'm on my deathbed here, and you still have the heart to joke around. Master Yu suddenly sits up, looking at his hands in disbelief, feeling his illness has been completely cured. Master Sun teases him, asking if he faked the illness just to get sympathy from Fang Yi. Fyung Ban breaks up their bickering, declaring that Fang Yi's safety and Master Yu's recovery is a double happiness to be celebrated. Fang Yi laughs, admitting he's starving after 10 days. Master Yu agrees they should have a good meal, but before that, Fang Yi must get cleaned up, as he smells awful. Fang Yi enjoys a hot bath in a wooden tub. As he scrubs his arm, he notices something strange. He is shocked to see a thick layer of grime and old, dead skin peeling off his arm. He realizes this is renewing one's youth, a critical milestone on the path to immortality, which he must have reached from his cultivation in the cave. Cleaned and rejuvenated, Fang Yi joins his masters. Fyung Ban is surprised. How is it that you seem like a completely new person after washing up? Master Sun agrees, noting he looks 7 or 8 years younger. Fang Yi jokes that would make him a child. One of Fyung Ban's soldiers runs up, shouting, Ban bro, this is bad. We just received a call from home. The soldier delivers the terrible news. Your grandfather is dying. Fyung Ban informs his masters of the emergency back home. He says he must head back, but will leave his man, Ahu, to take care of their security. As Fyung Ban turns to leave, Fang Yi calls out for him to wait. Fang Yi, using his spiritual sight, sees a dark omen over Fyung Ban's face, indicating a family member is on their deathbed. Fang Yi tries to warn him of the great calamity, but Fyung Ban is in a hurry. Fang Yi makes a quick decision. Mr. Fyung, we're sworn brothers. I want to go with you. Fyung Ban hesitates, considering the request. He smiles and agrees. All right then, you can come with me. Master Sun and Master Yu watch them go, with Master Sun remarking, he just escaped the dragon's swamp, and now he's entering a tiger's den. Master Yu agrees. Young people should take more risks while they're still young. They decide to have some wine. In the car, Fang Yi asks Fyung Ban if there's something else going on besides his grandfather's illness. Fyung Ban admits the truth. Someone is trying to usurp my grandfather. Fang Yi is shocked, realizing this must be what the omen was warning him about. Fyung Ban explains that rivals are taking advantage of his absence and his grandfather's age to make their move. He reveals he suspects his grandfather was poisoned, as he has always been in sturdy health. Fang Yi warns him to be on guard. Fyung Ban smiles confidently. Something this small isn't enough to take me down. He then makes a surprising offer. I'll have you take control of the Fyung family's business operations from now on. Fang Yi is shocked by the sudden, massive responsibility. But Fyung Ban tells him they can talk about it later. For now, we should focus on taking care of these underhanded pieces of trash. Fang Yi agrees, and their convoy speeds through the mountains towards the Fyung Manor. The jeeps drive along the winding mountain road. They arrive at the large, opulent Fyung family manor, which is heavily guarded by armed soldiers. The grand interior of the manor is also patrolled by soldiers. Inside the bedroom, A man named Guelu stands watch over the sick elder. Fyung Ban bursts into the room. Grandpa? I've returned. He sees his grandfather, Fyung Kaiashing, lying in bed, unresponsive, with an oxygen tube. Fyung Ban is horrified by his grandfather's deathly pale condition. He angrily confronts his guard, Guelu, grabbing him and demanding to know how he let this happen. Guelu remains silent and stoic, staring back at him. Fyung Ban, enraged, accuses him of betraying the family. Fang Yi asks if Guelu was paid to look the other way. Guelu calmly replies, "If the young master doesn't believe me, you are welcome to kill me right now." Fyung Ban draws his pistol. "Don't think I goddamn won't." As Fyung Ban aims the gun at Guilu's head, Fang Yi suddenly sees a flash of red. He looks at the elder and sees blood pouring from his mouth. He yells, "Mr. Fyung, stop. This has nothing to do with him." Fang Yi tells a shocked Fyung Ban that Guelu isn't the problem. He reveals the shocking truth. "Your grandfather has been cursed." The elder lies on the pillow, blood streaming from his mouth. In Fyung Kaiashing's bedroom, Fang Yi stands over the bed and confirms the diagnosis, a curse. Fyung Ban is enraged, suddenly remembering that old Chun, one of his family's elders, employed curse masters. He prepares to confront him immediately. Fang Yi stops him, warning that they have no evidence. Fyung Ban is distraught, refusing to sit quietly, helpless as his grandfather dies. Fang Yi reassures him, "Don't worry, Mr. Fyung. Now that we know it's a curse, I have a way of extracting it." Fang Yi unrolls his traditional acupuncture needle set on the bed. He selects a long, thin needle and approaches the elder. He prepares to insert the needle into Fyung Kaiashing's hand. He channels his spiritual energy into the needle, which glows with a red light. As he inserts it, a strange, vena pattern appears on the elder's skin. Fyung Ban and Guelu are shocked. Fang Yi identifies the moving lump under the skin. A goo insect, the source of the curse. He skillfully uses the needle to chase the insect up the elder's arm. The elder grimaces in his sleep and coughs violently. A large, ladybug-like insect flies out of the elder's mouth. It came out. The goo insect buzzes erratically around the room. Fang Yi yells that it's trying to escape. Fyung Ban immediately draws his gun and fires a shot. The insect splatters against the window, destroyed. Fang Yi warns him that by killing the insect, the curse master will also die. Fyung Ban is satisfied. "That's perfect then," saves using another bullet. On the bed, the elder's hand twitches, and he weakly whispers his grandson's name, "Ban." Fyung Kaiashing's eyes open. Fyung Ban rushes to his side, overjoyed. "Grandpa, you're awake." The elder asks what happened, and Fyung Ban explains, "You were cursed." The old man grimly processes this, so they finally showed their hand. He mistakenly praises his grandson for getting strong enough to undo a curse, but Fyung Ban corrects him. "It was my sworn brother, Fang Yi, who saved you." Fang Yi steps forward and respectfully introduces himself. "Your sworn grandson, Fang Yi, offers his greetings, grandfather." The elder senses Fang Yi's unusual spiritual aura. "You are definitely far from an average person." Fang Yi humbly accepts the praise. The elder asks him to help his band boy with his martial arts training. Fyung Ban protests that he's a grown man and an heir, but his grandfather just laughs. Just then, a guard announces that Master Chun, Master Deng, and the fourth master are here to see him. Fyung Ban knows the traitors have arrived. The elder tells his grandson and Fang Yi to leave the room for now. "Let me speak with them first." The three traitors enter the room, led by old Chun, calling out, "Sir." They put on an act of concern, asking if he's feeling better. He plays along. "I don't have much longer." The bald fourth master urges him not to say such things. Sure, he'll be fine. The elder suddenly sits up, his voice strong. "Of course I'm fine." He glares at the three stunned traitors. "The ones who won't be all right. Are you lot?" The traitors are stunned by the elder's recovery. Old Shin stammers, "But sir, weren't you supposed to?" Fyung Kaiashing finishes his sentence. "Supposed to be cursed, you mean?" Old Chun tries to laugh it off as a wild guess, but the elder confirms he guessed correctly. The elder corners him. "By the way, I seem to recall that goo insects and their masters share a life. The insect is dead now. Are all your curse masters still alive, Old Shun? Old Shun tries to deny his involvement, but the fourth master tells him to drop the act. The old bastard knows already. The fourth master decides they'll just have to finish things off while Ban is still away. The third traitor, Master Deng, pulls a gun and aims it at the elder. Deng justifies his betrayal, claiming the family is too conservative and he will lead them to new power. The elder is disgusted they would work with outsiders to usurp him. Deng screams die and prepares to fire. A gunshot rings out, bang, and blood splatters onto the two other traitors. Master Deng is shot in the head, a bloody line marking the bullet's path. Fyung Ban stands in the doorway, holding a smoking pistol. Didn't expect me to be back, huh? The fourth master tries to claim it was all a misunderstanding, but Fyung Ban and Fang Yi advance into the room. Fyung Ban shoves his gun in Old Chen's face. Still trying to talk? Save it for King Yama down in hell. The fourth master lunges at him. Old Deng. You. Fyung Ban doesn't hesitate, spinning and shooting the fourth master in the back. Old Chen grabs the dead man's gun and aims it at Fyung Ban, but the gun just clicks. Old Chen, now the last traitor standing, smirks. Hee. Don't worry, I wasn't planning on killing you. He pulls out a small wooden box and a strange black charm. He opens the box, revealing another, smaller ladybug-like goo insect. Fyung Ban shouts, You. The insect flies out of the box and buzzes towards Fyung Ban. Fyung Ban fires wildly. Bang, bang, bang. But the tiny insect dodges every bullet. The insect buzzes and charges directly at Fyung Ban, who is shocked. With a slice, the insect's hardened wing cuts the end of Fyung Ban's pistol clean off. Old Chen smirks as the deadly insect flies back to its box. Fang Yi, who had been watching from the doorway, shouts, Watch out, Mr. Fyung. That's a golden silkworm. Fang Yi quickly explains, neither blade or bullet will be enough to hurt the golden silkworm, and their poison is said to be extremely deadly. Just a single touch will cause one's body to start decaying immediately. Old Chen gloats. Even if I'm going to hell, I'll be sure to drag you all down with me. That's always been the way I've done things. He glares at the elder. Isn't that right, Old Fyung? The deadly golden silkworm hovers over Fyung Kaiashing's bed, buzzing menacingly. The elder shouts, Oh no. Fang Yi and Fyung Ban are on high alert, facing the deadly insect. Suddenly, Little Demon Lord, Fang Yi's pet squirrel, appears and freezes the insect mid-air with a BZD. Fyung Ban is elated. Great job, Demon Lord. The squirrel, with its ears glowing, holds the frozen insect. Little Demon Lord prepares to eat the golden silkworm, but Fang Yi shouts, No, don't eat it, Demon Lord. If you eat that thing, it'll tear a hole right through your stomach. The squirrel ignores Fang Yi, tosses the insect, and whacks it against the wall like a toy. Little Demon Lord proceeds to beat the golden silkworm to a pulp against the floor. Old Chen screams in horror, Release my golden silkworm right now. The squirrel just squeaks at him. Fang Yi smirks at his pet. If he wants it so much, you should hand it right to him. Little Demon Lord leaps at Old Chen, who tries to fend him off. The squirrel attacks Old Chen's face, scratching him. Arg! As Old Chen tries to pry the squirrel off, Little Demon Lord shoves the beaten, twitching silkworm into his mouth. Old Chen accidentally swallows it. Gulp! Old Chen panics, trying desperately to gag and cough up the deadly insect. His eyes roll back in his head as the poison takes effect. He collapses on the floor, bleeding from his mouth and nose. Guelu checks his pulse and announces, He's dead. Fyung Ban remarks, That underhanded bastard got what he deserved. Fang Yi reflects. He used curses and poisons to hurt others, but in the end was done in by them himself. The elder adds, That is a lesson for us all. Later, the group, now including Guelu, has a celebratory dinner to recover from the ordeal. Fyung Kaiashing makes a heartfelt toast to Fang Yi. You saved my life twice in a single day. This toast is for you, Fang Yi. They clink their wine glasses together. The elder asks Fang Yi what he does for a living. Fang Yi replies, I manage an antique store in Jinling. The elder sees a perfect opportunity. With my nephew Old Chen gone, we have a vacancy for an elder available. I don't suppose you would be interested in filling that. Fang Yi is confused. Elder? I didn't realize he was a monk. The elder laughs at the misunderstanding. Fyung Ban clarifies. He means as in an elder of the family. My fourth uncle was in charge of our family businesses. My grandfather is asking if you would be interested in managing them. Fang Yi politely declines. Managing businesses? I'm barely managing our antique store properly. The elder says he also wants to expand into new avenues with his help. The elder gets serious. With the increasing tensions here, the Fyung family's military budget is getting a little tight. We want to make use of your connections back in China to sell some ancient art. Fang Yi asks how much money they need. Would 10 million US dollars be enough? Fyung Ban is stunned. Fang Yi reveals. Mr. Chung bought all of the jade ore, so now I have exactly 10 million US dollars from that. Fyung Ban and Guelu are left completely speechless by this revelation. Later, Fyung Ban takes Fang Yi to see the family's private antique collection. This is just a small part of our family's collection. He gestures to the room full of artifacts. Now it's all yours, bro. Fang Yi is amazed by the unique items, walking past display cases. His eye is suddenly caught by something in the corner of the room. He looks closer at a specific display and is shocked by what he sees. He senses an intense, dark aura. That's a lot of negative energy. Fang Yi points out the strong negative energies emanating from a large, ancient sword. Fyung Ban agrees. Several hundred, if not 1,000, lives must have been lost to that sword. Fyung Ban confirms his ancestors were imperial executioners during the Qing dynasty, and who knows how many heads that blade has cut off. Fang Yi asks how his family ended up in Myanmar. Fyung Ban sighs. Someone beheaded someone they shouldn't have, of course. Fang Yi asks who it was. Fyung Ban reveals. It was Tan Sidong. Fang Yi is shocked, recognizing the name as one of the famous leaders of the 100 Days Reform. Fyung Ban explains his ancestor was ordered by the emperor and didn't dare refuse. He continues, Tan Sidong was well liked by warriors. It could be said that the whole of the martial arts world was his friend. In executing him, his ancestors had invited their wrath. With nowhere in the whole of China left to go, our family had no choice but to escape to Myanmar. Fyung Ban says he didn't want to hide this history. He offers to let Fang Yi leave the cursed sword and pay 500,000 less, but Fang Yi refuses. No, I want to bring it back with me. Fyung Ban is confused, asking why he would want such an object of misfortune. Fang Yi explains, my master was good friends with Tan Sidong when he was alive. My master carried that regret with him to his grave. He continues, I want to bring this sword back with me and give it to my master as an offering, to give him a final bit of closure. Fyung Ban is stunned, calculating that Fang Yi's master would have had to be at least 100 years old then. Fang Yi adds, he also told me he was friends with Dong Haichun during the reign of the Qianlong Emperor. Considering that, he was at least a few hundred years old. As they look at other items, Fang Yi notices a small rock. Huh? This rock looks to be the same material as this ring. He holds up the mysterious Taoist ring he bought at the casino. Fyung Ban identifies it. It's a meteorite. He explains he won it at an auction, and it's harder than anything I've seen before. I tried using a laser at 5,500 degrees, but even that wasn't enough to scratch it. Fyung Ban says it's not particularly interesting, and, since it wasn't on the list, Fang Yi can feel free to take it. Fang Yi happily accepts. Fyung Ban then presents a large box. That's right. I heard you had 2 more sworn brothers? This is a little something I've prepared for them. Fang Yi gratefully accepts the gift on behalf of Fatty and Bumpkin. The 2 men walk along a long wooden pier over the water. They say their goodbyes. All journeys must come to an end. Take care, Mr. Fyung. This is where we shall say our goodbyes, brother. Fyung Ban watches Fang Yi's boat depart. May destiny allow us to meet again, Fang Yi. An airplane is shown landing, transitioning the scene. Fang Yi, now back in modern clothes, walks through the Jinling airport. He hears a familiar voice shouting, Bro, over here. Fatty and Bumpkin are at the arrivals gate, waving excitedly. Bro, you're finally back. The 3 friends are happily reunited at the bustling Jinling airport. Fang Yi, riding in a car with Fatty and Bumpkin, reflects on the surreal transition. Yesterday, I was still in a wild and dangerous jungle. Today I'm back in a safe and bustling city. It feels like 2 different worlds. Fatty suddenly snaps him out of his thoughts. Hey, Look over there. Fang Yi is stunned to see a massive billboard on the side of a building, featuring a stylized picture of himself holding a jade amulet. Isn't that me? Bumpkin laughs. Fang Yi, you're a big celebrity now. He explains that while he was in Myanmar, Mr. Man was busy marketing him as a young and upcoming jade carver, and their store's income has multiplied. Fang Yi vaguely recalls Man Jun mentioning it. Bumpkin says Man Jun is waiting for them at a restaurant to celebrate and split the loot. They arrive at a traditional restaurant. Fatty goes to the door. Man Jun greets them from a private room. Oh ho! The main star has arrived. The entire group is there. Man Jun, Siu Injia, his master's son, and Yu, Sun Chao, Ching Ching, and Shuang Shuang. Fang Yi is overjoyed to see his masters. Fang Yi immediately kneels and formally apologizes. Your apprentice lacks piety. I went to the Fyung family's residence alone and made the two masters worry. Master Sun quickly helps him up. I'm just happy to see you're all right. Master Yu jokes that old Sun was beside himself with worry. Fang Yi laughs. The two masters can relax now. I'm completely fine. Even bullets weren't enough to get me. Master Sun tells his son, Sun Chao, to find another seat, insisting that Fang Yi should sit in the center today. The group raises their cups for a celebratory toast. Cheers. Man Jun asks Fang Yi if he's seen the advertisements. Fang Yi smiles. Of course. It seems I've become a bit of a celebrity, and it's all thanks to your hard work. Man Jun grins. That's nothing. Do you know how much money we've been able to make because of those ads? Man Jun reveals the impressive number. 6.82 million. Fang Yi is amazed. Man Jun explains, after subtracting advertising costs, that comes to a total profit of 2.186 million. 20% goes to you. So that gets you 430,720 yuan. Fang Yi thanks Man Jun, who is overjoyed by their successful partnership. Master Yu then interrupts. Fang Yi, my assistant called. The money from Mr. Chung has been transferred. Fang Yi is pleased. Great. I just so happen to need that money. Man Jun is stunned. Mr. Chung? As in Chung Shu Kung, the owner of Chow Dai Fuk. Fang Yi casually confirms. That's right. Do you know of him too, Mr. Man? Man Jun is astounded. He's one of the richest people in the country. I didn't realize you two had a business relationship. Fang Yi replies. I sold the jade I won at the auction in Myanmar to him. That's all. Man Jun leans in, his eyes wide. How much for? Fang Yi smiles humbly. Not that much, to be honest. 10 million. He then clarifies, US dollars. The whole table is stunned. Man Jun is left speechless, calculating that 10 million US dollars is over 80 million yuan. He thinks, and here I was, proud of earning just over 2 million. Man Jun slumps in his chair, completely deflated. Sigh? No, I'm actually feeling a little depressed now. He suddenly snaps at Fang Yi. Since you're so rich now, I won't be splitting any of the money with you. Fang Yi protests. No way. Fang Yi smiles slyly. That's 6.82 million. You should give it all to me. Man Jun is left stunned. What? Man Jun is shocked at Fang Yi's proposal to take the 6.82 million as an investment, calling him out for pulling something. Fang Yi explains he wants to purchase the antiques from the Fyung family residence, which, combined with his existing money, requires another 6 million. Man Jun is excited by the 100 million yuan deal, but Master Sun warns that it's too dangerous a gamble to throw all his money into at once. Man Jun agrees with Master Sun, advising Fang Yi to think it over more. Fang Yi reassures his master, explaining he already appraised the antiques and is fairly sure a significant profit can be made. He adds that Fyung Ban, his sworn brother, wouldn't trick him. Master Sun is still skeptical, warning that friends can become enemies in the face of money. Man Jun, however, is convinced and agrees to give Fang Yi the 6 million. Fang Yi acknowledges his master's wisdom. He then says, maybe the things here will be able to allay your concerns, as Fatty and Bumpkin bring in a large box. Fang Yi pulls a piece of armor from the box, explaining they are gifts from Mr. Fyung for Fatty and Bumpkin. Fatty excitedly tries on the helmet. Don't you think I look a bit like one of those black knights like this? Fatty admires the vase Bumpkin received. That vase of yours is quite beautiful too. Fang Yi smiles. promising to pass on their thanks to Fyungban. Man Jun asks Sun Chao, curator Zhao, to appraise the gifts, as they are his expertise. Sun Chao inspects the box and identifies the armor. This is a 16th century Spanish Kingsguard armor. A single piece would be worth 10,000 US dollars. But a whole set like this would be worth at least 500,000 US dollars. Fatty is stunned by the valuation. I've got to be careful then. I've basically been gifted a whole villa. Sun Chao then inspects Bumpkin's vase, his expression turning serious. This? Master Sun asks if it's real. Sun Chao confirms. This is enamelware made during the reign of the Yongzheng Emperor. This is a masterful piece of work. Bumpkin nervously asks how much it's worth. Sun Chao reveals, I once saw a Yongzheng-era enamelware snuff bottle, auctioned off for 2.42 million. This vase would be at least 3 times that in value. Fang Yi smiles at Master Sun. Your worries should be gone now, right, Master? Master Sun remains cautious. When the shipment of antiques arrives, I want to have a look personally. Master Yu jokes that Master Sun will die from being too cautious. Man Jun then sheepishly asks if Fyungban had a gift for him. A few days later, Man Jun stands in front of a warehouse, looking completely stunned. Holy crap! 3 massive semi-trucks arrive, filled with antiques. Man Jun is floored. This is the first time I've seen antiques being delivered by the truckload. Workers begin unloading the vast number of boxes from the trucks. As the movers unload, one of them trips and drops a box. The entire group, Man Jun, Fatty, Bumpkin, Master Sun, and Master Yu, gasps in horror at the accident. A valuable-looking vase rolls out of the broken box. The chapter ends with the vase shattering on the ground. Master Sun is horrified as the vase shatters. No way. He rushes over to inspect the broken shards and has a sudden realization. Could it be? It has to be. Fang Yi asks what's wrong. Master Sun asks Fang Yi if he's aware of Myanmar's history. Sun Chao, curator Zhao, begins to explain that Myanmar was an ancient civilization, eventually becoming a vassal state of the Chinese Empire. Master Sun adds that the Kanbong dynasty later went to war with China over a golden Buddha. Fang Yi and Man Jun are surprised, assuming the statue must have been worth a lot. Master Sun dismisses this. The effects of war last a lifetime, but wealth is fleeting. Do you really think the statue was worth that much? Man Jun is confused. Then why did they go to war? Sun Chao explains that in the 18th century, a brilliant ruler named Alongpaya unified Myanmar. A flashback shows the warrior king Alongpaya and his soldiers. After his death, his descendants had a golden Buddha statue made in his image, which was enshrined in the palace. Later, a greedy Chinese general from the Qing dynasty visited the palace for a banquet, saw the statue, and had it stolen. In response, Myanmar, which had always been obedient, immediately marched its army into China and attacked, killing the general. The Qing government sent 100,000 more soldiers, leading to a seesaw battle that lasted for years. Realizing the war could not be won, the Qing government returned the statue. The conflict finally ended with the statue's return. Sun Chao explains the truth. Myanmar could tell the Qing dynasty was declining and used the stolen statue as an excuse to secure their independence. However, the 7-year war was costly for Myanmar as well, so they agreed to end the war when the statue was returned. Fang Yi looks at the golden Buddha statue that was inside the broken vase. Could it be then? The whole group stares in awe at the statue, realizing, is this the statue that started the war between Myanmar and China? Man Jun is ecstatic. My God, that would make this a priceless treasure then. He immediately offers to find a buyer for a 10% cut. Sun Chao stops him. Mr. Man, wait. Fang Yi, I know this request might be unreasonable of me. Fang Yi smiles. Go on, Mr. Zhao. Sun Chao nervously looks to his father, Master Sun, for approval. He finally asks, Ahem. Fang Yi, would you be willing to give this golden Buddha to the Jinling Museum as a donation? Man Jun explodes. What? Donate it? Have you no shame, curator Zhao? Zhao says he will apply for funding from his higher-ups. Man Jun asks how much. Zhao sheepishly guesses, about 1.8 million, I guess. Man Jun scoffs. 1.8 million? Something like this could be sold for at least 100 million. Zhao argues its historical research value exceeds any monetary price. Manjun calls him pretentious for taking advantage of other people. Zhao looks to Fang Yi, who is contemplating the request. Fang Yi smiles and makes his decision. I'll donate the golden Buddha. Sun Chao is shocked and overjoyed. Manjun is apoplectic at Fang Yi's decision. What? What did he say? He's going to donate it? Sun Chao, Curator Zhao, is overjoyed. Thank you so much. The museum will be sure to reward you suitably. Manjun mutters. A silk banner and 500 yuan, you mean? Sun Chao tells Manjun he should be proud of Fang Yi for his selfless act of service to the country. Manjun retorts. In that the case, why don't you donate something nice to your friend Mr. Man too, Fang Yi? Fang Yi generously agrees. Take whatever you want, Mr. Man. Manjun grins. Really? Well then, there was an executioner's blade that caught my eye. I'd love to give it a few swings. Fang Yi is suddenly struck by an idea. Later, in the warehouse, Fang Yi begins to set up a Taoist formation, reciting, in the east, representing wood, the gates of pain meet the fourth trigram. The symbol of the great azure dragon. Heed my command. He places the cursed executioner's sword in the center of the room as spiritual energy swirls around it. He finishes the incantation. Seal. The entire warehouse is now covered in glowing, mystical Taoist symbols. He smiles. The formation worked. Now I don't have to worry about the security of these antiques. He explains his idea. By substituting the jade core of the 9-palace 8-trigram formation with the executioner's sword, the vengeful spirits will appear and go after any intruders. He proudly names his new security system. Let's go with the Phantom Death formation. That night, Fatty arrives at the warehouse, complaining that Fang Yi isn't answering his phone. Fatty nervously looks around the dark, creepy woods surrounding the warehouse. There aren't any ghosts or anything out here, right? A rustle in the bushes makes him jump and scream. He runs to the warehouse door, out of breath, and sees a strange flash of light. He looks back. What was that? He convinces himself it was just my imagination and walks towards the building. Suddenly, he hears ghostly wailing. Whoa, the Empress. A terrified Fatty asks, Who's there? A ghostly voice whispers, Woo. The Empress, she killed me. Will you kill the Empress for me? A ghostly figure of a Qing dynasty woman appears, her back to him. She whispers again, Will you help me? Another, darker spirit appears behind him. Fatty screams, Ghost! Mommy! Fatty is completely surrounded by the ghostly apparitions. He screams for help, which startles Fang Yi, who was asleep inside. Fatty! Fang Yi wakes up, rubbing his head. Ugh, I used up too much energy and fell asleep. He sees Fatty on the floor, curled up in terror, and is shocked. That's... Fang Yi runs to the warehouse door, calling Fatty. Fatty is on the ground, surrounded by phantoms, screaming, Leave me alone, you ghosts. Fang Yi immediately begins a counterspell. O gods in heaven, I call upon your great power. Reveal what is unseen. The ghostly spirits recoil from Fatty, wailing as Fang Yi's spell takes effect. Fatty is being pulled and tormented by the wraiths. Fang Yi continues his chant. Heaven and earth are intertwined. I hold supreme power. He thrusts his hands forward. Release. A wave of golden spiritual energy, in the shape of a talisman, shoots from his hands. The golden energy blasts the spirits, causing them to dissipate. The spirits are all banished by Fang Yi's power. Fang Yi approaches his friend, who is whimpering on the floor, Fatty. Fatty, covering his head, begs the great spirits to let him go. Huh? He looks up and sees his friend. Fang Yi. Fang Yi jokes. Don't you mean uncle? Fatty leaps up and hugs Fang Yi. Oh, Fang Yi. I was so scared. Fang Yi comforts him. It's all right. Everything's fine now. Fatty, still shaking, insists there are ghosts and they have to move the antiques. Fang Yi smiles. Huh. Actually, those ghosts are here because of the antiques. He explains. The reason you saw those ghosts was because of the Phantom Death formation I put down. Fatty realizes he was tricked and attacks Fang Yi. After they calm down, Fang Yi asks Fatty why he came. It's pretty late already. Fatty explains. It's been half a year since we came here, and we've managed to earn quite a lot. Now that it's getting close to New Year's, I wanted to go home for a visit. Fang Yi agrees. Yeah, success should be shared with family, otherwise it's all for naught. He says he'll arrange for Si Yuanjie to watch the store. Si Yuanjie is surprised. What? You're going to visit your hometown? Fang Yi holds a box and tells Si Yuanjie to just tell him if there's a problem. Si Yuanjie then admits he was thinking of taking some time off to visit my hometown as well. Fang Yi agrees and says he'll ask Man Jun to watch the store instead. That night, the friends drive out of the city, their car's trunk packed full of boxes. The car is overloaded with gifts. Fatty, wearing sunglasses at night, sits with Fang Yi and his girlfriend, Shuang Shuang. Bumpkin complains that the car can barely move. Fatty boasts, "They're my gifts to our friends and family back home." Fatty asks Fang Yi what he's bringing. Fang Yi replies, "Just this." Fang Yi reveals the cursed executioner's sword. Fatty recoils in terror. "Get that thing away from me." Bumpkin asks what happened to the Phantom Death formation. Fang Yi explains, "I swapped the sword out for a jade amulet, and the effect was pretty much the same." Fatty asks why he would bother going through all the effort to bring the cursed sword home. Fang Yi looks at the sword, to fulfill a promise. The group drives their van along a winding country road. The van is met by a welcoming party of villagers, beating gongs and holding flowers. Fatty, Manhua, steps out. "Haha, what's all this about?" A young girl gives him a bouquet. "Welcome home, big bro Manhua." Fatty is confused by his full name. A large crowd of villagers, including his parents, is there to greet him. "Manhua, my son." Fatty tears up, "Mom," and runs to hug her. "Mom, I've missed you." His mother cries, "That's my son. Your mother was so worried." Fatty's father mutters, "Didn't they see each other 2 months ago?" Later, the family gathers for a large feast of pork hock and dumplings. Fatty hands out gifts. "Dad, this is for you." "Mom, here are some face masks." "Everyone gets something today?" An old man in a cap approaches. "I'm so proud of you, Manhua." Fatty, having forgotten him, asks, "And you are?" His father reminds him, "This is Mr. Zhang, the principal of our village's primary school." Fatty remembers, "You used to chase me around the playground." Fatty offers him a large box, but Mr. Zhang refuses. The principal explains the school building has fallen into disrepair and windows are smashed. "I was hoping to ask if you would be willing to help. Offer us some funds." Fatty asks how much he needs. The principal smiles. 10,000 should be enough. Fatty nervously hides his wallet. I'm terribly sorry, I seem to have misplaced my wallet." Fang Yi steps in. "Did you forgot, Director Wei? I have your credit card right here with me. There should be 1,000,000 yuan on this card. Why don't you take it?" The principal is stunned. A million? Fang Yi covers Fatty's protesting mouth. "Don't worry about the windows. Why don't you go ahead and have a new building built?" The principal gratefully accepts. Later, at the table, Fatty's father, Mr. Wei, thanks Fang Yi, knowing the money was really his. Mr. Wei raises a toast. "I know all that money was really yours. Let me offer you a toast to thank you." Fang Yi then asks Mr. Wei, "Last time we visited, I asked you to help keep an eye on any strangers. Did you discover anything?" Mr. Wei says no strangers have come. With that being said, there has been something odd going on. Fang Yi looks on intently as the others eat. Mr. Wei explains, "One time I was late coming down the mountain, so I decided to spend the night at the Shén Cáng Palace. When I went to sleep, the place was in a right old state. But when I woke up the next morning, the whole temple had been swept completely clean. There wasn't even a speck of dust left to be seen." Fang Yi is shocked. Mr. Wei adds that he searched all over, but I never saw signs of anyone. He had 2 villagers, Tyke and Rowdy, watch the place every day, but they found nothing. He reveals the only pattern. Every lunar month, on the 1st and 15th day, the Shén Cáng Palace is cleaned, but the 2 of them have never managed to catch the person. Fang Yi is processing this when he suddenly realizes, wait a moment, isn't today the 15th of the last month on the lunar calendar? A full moon shines over the roof of the Shén Cáng Palace. Fang Yi thinks to himself, Mr. Wei may not have been able to catch you, but let's see how you do against me. That night, Fang Yi waits at the Shén Cáng Palace, lighting an oil lamp. He places the cursed executioner's sword in the main hall, where it emits a ghostly wail. He hides. It doesn't matter who you are, you're definitely getting caught this time. The sun rises the next morning. Fang Yi wakes up, leaning against a pillar, disappointed. In the end, it seems no one showed up. There wasn't a single sound to be heard all night. He stands up, but then stops, noticing something. He looks down and is shocked. The entire temple floor, which was dusty last night, is now spotless. He looks at the executioner's sword and is horrified. My phantom death formation. It was broken. The next day, Fang Yi, Fatty, and Bumpkin are digging a hole on the mountain. Bumpkin asks, "So this was the promise you were talking about?" Fang Yi wraps the sword in talismans. Kong Yue lost his life to this sword. In offering it to my master, I'm hoping to bring some closure. Bumpkin asks, "Did anything unusual end up happening at the Shangqing Palace last night?" Fang Yi grimly replies, "The person came by again, but I wasn't able to pick up on their presence." Bumpkin is shocked. They came again? Fatty and Bumpkin promised to come with him tonight. Whoever this person is, I doubt they'll be able to get past all three of us. As Fatty puts his arm around Fang Yi, his phone suddenly rings. Fang Yi answers, "Hello, Director Lan." Her voice comes through, weak and desperate. "Mr. Fang, come help me, quick." He is instantly alarmed. Is something wrong? She explains, "I've been getting recurring nightmares again. The events of that day with the president, they just won't leave my mind." A flashback shows the bank president's terrifying face. A vortex of red and blue energy is shown. A flashback shows Fang Yi carrying her after the incident. Her face is shown, tormented. The sun sets over the mountains. She cries out, "Mr. Fang, I don't think I can hold on for much longer." Fang Yi is on the phone in his car. "That can't be right. Director Lan, did you do anything with the jade amulet I gave you?" A flashback shows the octagonal jade amulet resting on a table. Lan Lian's hand is shown reaching for it. She was bothered by a mosquito in her room. While trying to swat the mosquito, she slipped on her robe. She fell, knocking the amulet off the table. The jade amulet hit the floor and crack. She explains, "It was only a little scratch, so I didn't think much of it. But since then, the scratch just kept getting bigger and bigger." Her eyes are wide with fear as she looks at the amulet. Fang Yi, still on the phone, asks what happened to the amulet. She cries, "Mr. Fang, the jade amulet. It's about to split into pieces." Fang Yi drives his car, reflecting on the situation. "I wasn't expecting the jade amulet to be overpowered by sin so quickly. But thanks to my trip to Myanmar, I now have the power to completely exorcise the vengeful spirit." He clenches his fist. "I'll bring it all to a close." He arrives at Director Lan's modern villa and rings the doorbell. She answers the door, looking exhausted but relieved. "Mr. Fang, you're finally here." He holds the shattered pieces of the amulet. "I didn't think the president's enmity went so deep." She begs him to make another amulet. He tells her no, a jade amulet won't be enough to hold him back now. She panics. What do we do then?" He reassures her, "Don't worry. This time I'll exorcise him completely." She asks what he needs. He explains, "I'll need to infuse your body with some of my energies, but we'll need to have skin-to-skin contact." She blushes but understands. "Mr. Fang, will this be all right?" He looks at her. "That should work. Let's get started then." She enters the room, wearing only a towel. "Director Lan." She closes her eyes, blushing. He closes his eyes, sweating, as steam fills the room. He places his hands on her bare back to begin the spiritual infusion. She groans as she is transported to a dark, spiritual plane. In her mind, she finds herself tied to a large wooden cross. A dark, shadowy figure appears. "You piece of trash." The spirit whips her. She screams, Who are you?" The spirit cackles, "Stupid bitch. I almost died because of that lousy jade amulet of yours." She recognizes him. "You?" The spirit of the bank president, now a monster of shadow and hate, taunts her. "I overcame all sorts of challenges, and now I'm back." As the spirit prepares to strike her, a glowing blue fist punches it in the face. Fang Yi, now also in the spiritual plane, stands between her and the monster. She cries out, "Mr. Fang." The spirit is enraged by his interference. The spirit roars, "Who are you supposed to be?" Fang Yi's hand glows with power. I made the jade amulet that was supposed to send you to the afterlife. The spirit is furious. So that was your doing. You've come at the perfect time. The spirit attacks with its whip. Fang Yi creates a glowing talisman to block it. Die! He catches the whip with his glowing hand. He pulls the spirit off balance, leaps into the air, and kicks it to the ground. Release. Lan Lian, still tied to the cross, is terrified as the spirit monster begins to grow. The spirit roars, growing into a giant shadowy beast. Fang Yi is thrown back by the sheer force. Gra! He hits the ground hard. Arg! The monster roars, looming over him. The giant spirit punches Fang Yi, sending him flying. Wah! Fang Yi crashes to the ground. Realizing the spirit's strength is too great, he wipes blood from his mouth. In that case, I'll just have to finish this all in one go. He stands before the giant, red-eyed shadow monster. He creates a powerful orb of yin-yang energy. Take this, you monster of sin. He slams the orb into the monster's chest, and it explodes in a massive boom. The spiritual plane flashes white, and Lan Lian is left alone, tied to the cross. She looks around, confused and frightened. She suddenly screams as she is pulled back into reality. She gasps, finding herself back in her living room, in Fang Yi's arms. Fang Yi, sweating, holds her and asks, "Director Lan, are you all right?" She whispers, "I'm okay." Fang Yi reassures her, "Don't worry, the vengeful spirit has been completely exorcised." She is overcome with relief. "I'm so glad. I really can't thank you enough." He replies, "It wasn't much." She offers, "If you don't have anything against it, I would be willing to do anything you ask, no matter what it is. Money, my body. All that is mine will be yours to have, Mr. Fang." Fang Yi, blushing, politely declines, quoting a Taoist proverb about not indulging in excess. Besides, exorcising evil spirits is simply one of my duties. He wraps a towel around himself and walks away, leaving her calling after him, Mr. Fang." Fang Yi pauses at the door, clearly flustered, as she thanks him again. He thinks to himself, "I almost lost control of myself there. I still have a long road ahead to reach proper enlightenment." Dressed, he prepares to leave. She asks if he's sure he can't stay for a meal. He starts to decline. "Yes, I'm afraid but stops, feeling a strange sensation. She asks if he's changed his mind. He smiles. "I must have used up more energy than I thought." He says his goodbyes and leaves. Fang Yi walks down the street, feeling drained. He thinks, there's no mistake. That feeling I had just now. It was a sign someone I'm close to is in danger. Fang Yi bursts into the antique shop. Bang! Fatty, Bumpkin, and Manjun are relaxing and drinking tea. Fang Yi, come try some of this tea." Fang Yi demands to know why the door was closed. Fatty explains it's chilly, and they were just having tea. Fang Yi anxiously asks Fatty for his phone, explaining his ran out of battery by the time I was done speaking with my two masters. He frantically dials Chuxia's number. Manjun wonders why he's so anxious. Bumpkin and Fatty joke. Maybe Lan Lian drugged him or something. Hee. Chuxia answers, "Hello? Did you need me for something, Fatty?" Fang Yi blurts out, "Chuxia, it's me." Fang Yi, you're not in any trouble, are you?" Chuxia, sitting in her room, replies, "But what sort of trouble could I ever get into? My biggest problem is that someone seems to have forgotten all about me." Fang Yi is confused. Chuxia gets annoyed. "Why you?" She complains, "I'm supposed to be your girlfriend. How long has it been since I've gotten any screen time?" He apologizes, blaming his trip home and Director Lan. She asks what Director Lan needed. He gets flustered. Nothing much. I helped treat her illness is all." Chuxia gets suspicious. "If that's really all, why are you umming and ahhing so much?" He quickly makes an excuse and hangs up. Chuxia is furious. "Hey? Hey, Fang Yi." He hangs up, relieved she's fine, wondering if his senses have just gotten dull. He then remembers. "That's right. Where's Cunjia? He went to visit his hometown, right?" Fatty says, "But it's already been 2 weeks. Why isn't he back yet?" Fang Yi tries to call him, but the number is outside the coverage area. Fang Yi's eyes narrow. Could it be him? He decides to perform a divination. He performs a finger divination on the table. He looks up, his expression grim. This is bad. Cunjia is in trouble. He tells Fatty and Bumpkin to look after the store. I'm going to go find Cungia. Fatty stops him. Wait. You aren't leaving the two of us behind this time. Bumpkin agrees. If the three of us go together, we'll be able to watch each other's back. Fang Yi smiles and agrees. Okay. Man Jun calls out. Hold on. Fang Yi asks. What? Do you want to come too, Mr. Man? Man Jun waves goodbye. Good luck. I'll be praying for your safe returns. The three friends arrive at Cungia's remote home village in the mountains. They stand outside the simple, stone-walled house. Fatty asks if this is the right place. Fang Yi confirms the address is correct. Fang Yi knocks on the wooden gate. Cungia, are you home? An old man answers the door, asking who they are. Fang Yi explains they are Cungia's colleagues from Jinling, and they're worried about him. The old man is shocked. Are you Mr. Fang from Jinling? Fang Yi is surprised he knows them. The old man grabs Fang Yi's arm, his face full of panic. Quickly, he begs them. You have to go save Cungia. The old man, Cungia's grandfather, leads the group into his yard. Fang Yi asks what happened to Cungia. The grandfather explains that two brothers in our village, Long Long and Longhu, told Cungia there was quick money to be made in mining at the coal capital, Datong. I tried to warn him, but he just wouldn't listen. He must have ran off while I was asleep. Fatty scoffs, saying Cungia is strong as an ox. But the grandfather worries. I'm worried that Long Long and Longhu might have done something to him. Fang Yi and Bumpkin are alarmed. The grandfather explains the brothers are famous for being bullies and tricksters. Last year, they used the same trick on other youngsters who were never heard from again. He fears the worst, as their whereabouts are still unknown. Fang Yi understands and promises, don't worry, sir. The three of us will go to Datong and bring Cungia back to you safe and sound. The old man, whose parents are long gone, tries to kneel and thank them. The friends drive to the modern city of Datong. Fatty is overwhelmed. There are at least 200 coal mining companies here. Where do we even start searching? Fang Yi laments. I used up too much of my spiritual power helping Director Lon. Otherwise, it would have been easy to do a divination. If only I had an antique to recharge my power. They drive through a street with various shops. Fang Yi suddenly stops. There's a strong spiritual aura nearby. He yells, Bumpkin, stop the car. Bumpkin slams on the brakes. Ow. What the heck, Fang Yi? Fang Yi jumps out. There's an antique shop here. I'm going to go have a look. A woman at the shop greets him. Looking for anything in particular, young man? He thanks her and begins to look around. He closes his eyes and scans the shop, but realizes everything on the table is a fake. So where did that strong spiritual aura come from? He spots it. Found it. It's an old coin, a Gongsang Wang charm, hanging from the shopkeeper's neck. Could I take a closer look at that antique coin you have on you? She hands it to him. This one, you mean? He recognizes it as a genuine Ming Dynasty coin, perfect for recharging. He asks if it's for sale. The woman, charmed by the nice young man, agrees to sell it at a discount. He takes the coin and immediately begins absorbing its spiritual power. Excellent. That should be just enough. Let me perform a divination on Cungia's location now. He clenches his fist, focusing his newly restored power. He opens his eyes, a grim smile on his face. So that's where he is. Fang Yi, Fatty, and Bumpkin arrive at the massive industrial complex of the Datong coal mine. Fatty holds the antique coin Fang Yi acquired, questioning if it was really worth 200,000 yuan and 2 jade amulets. Fang Yi explains the coin is a rare 300-year-old Ming dynasty, reward from the King of the West charm, worth over 500,000 yuan. Fatty jokes that the coin's shine makes it look 300 days old, but Fang Yi is simply glad it helped them locate Cungia. Fatty looks out at the huge facility, wondering how they will ever find Cungia inside. Fang Yi smiles, telling Fatty that this time, it's his turn to use his skills to get them in. Fatty looks confused, having no idea what Fang Yi is planning. Inside an office, Bumpkin introduces Fatty as President Wei of the Jinling Manhua Investment Group to the mine manager, Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang nervously asks President Wei what kind of businesses his group has invested in previously. Bumpkin nervously begins to list off antique stores and other assorted businesses. Fatty confidently takes over, name-dropping the Jinling Tianbai Mall, Jinliang Hotel, and antique markets, which visibly surprises Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang laughs, remarking that it's a lucky coincidence, as the main investor for those properties is an old friend of his. The manager's expression turns suspicious as he wonders why his friend, Director Lan, never mentioned transferring ownership. Fatty nervously bluffs that the deal was just settled last month, but Mr. Liang decides to call Director Lan immediately, causing Fatty to panic. Mr. Liang gets Director Lan on the phone, greeting her as Old Liang, while the three friends listen in terror. Fang Yi, Fatty, and Bumpkin are shocked that Mr. Liang is actually calling their powerful acquaintance, Director Lan. Mr. Liang asks Director Lan to confirm if she recently sold her hotel and mall. After a moment, Mr. Liang laughs, accepting her denial and apologizing for bothering her about such a silly rumor. Mr. Liang hangs up the phone and glares menacingly at the trio, stating they have some guts for trying to trick him. As Mr. Liang mocks them, Fang Yi calmly steps forward and asks to speak to Director Lan himself. Fang Yi takes the phone from the bewildered Mr. Liang. Fang Yi greets Director Lan, introducing himself as Mr. Fang, which she immediately recognizes. Mr. Liang is stunned into silence, realizing these brats actually know the powerful Director Lan. Fang Yi calmly asks Director Lan to confirm that President Wei, Fatty, did indeed purchase her properties. She quickly agrees, telling Old Liang she misspoke earlier. Fang Yi smoothly ends the call, telling Director Lan they can schedule a proper meeting later, and hangs up. Mr. Liang, now terrified, profusely apologizes to President Wei. Fatty boasts that one stomp from him could shake all of Jinling. As Fatty boasts, the entire office suddenly begins to rumble violently. Fatty is startled, insisting he hadn't stomped his foot yet. Fatty looks around in confusion and fear. An exterior shot of the mine shows that the shaking is a real earthquake or a mining accident. A mine worker bursts into Mr. Liang's office, yelling that there has been an accident, another cave-in. Mr. Liang curses and runs out. Fang Yi immediately tells his friends to follow, worried that Yuan Jie might be involved. The trio follows Mr. Liang through the industrial facility toward the site of the accident. They arrive to find a group of miners gathered around a body, mourning the death of a young worker. Fang Yi overhears the miners mentioning that the victim was one of the youths brought to the mine by Long Long and Long Hu. Realizing the victim might be their friend, Fang Yi pushes through the crowd in alarm. Mr. Liang stands over the body, which is covered by a sheet, sighing in distress. The manager laments that this is the third death this month. Fang Yi and his friends push past him to see the victim. Fang Yi approaches the body, bracing himself for what he might see. Fang Yi lifts the sheet and is immediately relieved to see that the deceased worker is not Si Yuanjie. Fatty, maintaining their cover, tells Mr. Liang that Secretary Fang Yi, has a medical background and should examine the body. Fang Yi checks the victim's pulse and confirms he is already dead, beyond even spiritual help. As Fang Yi examines the body, he lifts the victim's head, noticing the blood underneath. He inspects the dark pool of blood on the rocky ground. Fang Yi's eyes narrow as he notices a clear indentation on the back of the victim's skull. Fang Yi asks Mr. Liang for the worker's name, and the manager identifies him as Long Xiaola. Fang Yi asks if Long Long and Long Hu also brought him here, which Mr. Liang confirms, noting they were from the same village. Bumpkin observes that this is the third suspicious death and suggests calling the police, but Mr. Liang begs him not to, terrified the mine will be shut down. Fang Yi interjects, telling Bumpkin to respect Mr. Liang's wishes for now, as they don't want to cause more trouble. A dark, ominous view of the mine shaft entrance where the cave-in occurred. Later, Fang Yi tells a confused Bumpkin that they are going down into the mine themselves to find evidence of foul play. Fang Yi praises Bumpkin's sharp eye and suggests they split up to search the tunnel for anything unusual. Bumpkin agrees, and the two friends head into the dark mine. They cautiously explore the rocky, dark mine shaft with their flashlights. After some searching, Bumpkin suddenly spots something and calls out for Fang Yi. Fang Yi quickly runs over to see what his friend has discovered. Bumpkin shines his flashlight on a suspicious object, partially hidden in a crack in the rock wall. Bumpkin pulls the object out and is shocked to realize it's a detonator. He recognizes it as the same kind they used for blast fishing, and Fang Yi confirms this is the evidence of murder they were looking for. Back in the manager's office, Mr. Liang is anxiously praying to a small Buddha statue. He pleads that another accident doesn't happen, clearly worried. Fang Yi and his friends suddenly appear in the office, telling Mr. Liang that Buddha can't help him. The manager is startled by their return. The three friends stand together, ready to confront the manager. Fang Yi holds up the detonator in a cloth, telling Mr. Liang to worry about what they found instead of how they got in. Mr. Liang stares in horror, recognizing the detonator. He panics and asks where they found it. Bumpkin confirms they found it at the site of the cave-in. Mr. Liang is horrified, realizing the implication of their discovery. Fang Yi reveals he also found an indentation on the victim's head, proving it was murder, likely for an insurance fraud scheme. Mr. Liang asks why they didn't call the police. Fang Yi explains he suspected Long Long and Long Hu were still at the scene and didn't want to alert them. Fang Yi confirms his suspicion that the two brothers are still at the facility. Mr. Liang, now suspicious, asks why they are so invested in this. He angrily demands to know their true motive for being there. Fatty steps up, explaining they are looking for their friend, who was also brought to the mine by Long Long and Long Hu. Mr. Liang's expression changes as he realizes they are talking about Si Yuanjia. Fang Yi says he didn't see Yuanjia at the accident. Liang explains Yuanjia works the late shift and should be resting in the dormitories. Fang Yi hands the detonator to Mr. Liang, telling him that now is the time to call the police. Mr. Liang nervously makes the call, whispering to a Commissioner Gu while the trio watches. A man in a dark suit, presumably Commissioner Gu, arrives at the mine. Mr. Liang greets the commissioner as he enters the office. Commissioner Gu wordlessly listens as Mr. Liang explains the situation. The commissioner maintains a calm, professional expression as he takes in the report. Mr. Liang nervously reports that the only fingerprints on the detonator belong to the brothers, confirming Long Xiaola was murdered. Commissioner Gu sternly informs Mr. Liang that he has been harboring murderers at his facility. He then orders the terrified manager to take them to Long Long and Long Hu immediately. Mr. Liang leads the police to the worker dormitories, explaining the brothers should be in room 5. Two armed police officers get into position, ready to breach the door. The police kick the door in, shouting for the occupants to freeze. The officers storm the room, only to find it completely empty. Fang Yi, Fatty, and Commissioner Gu enter another dorm room and are relieved to find Si Yuanjia sitting on his bed. Fatty rushes forward, happy to see him, but Yuanjia looks up with dull eyes, asking where Long Long and Long Hu are. Fang Yi senses a dark aura from Yuanjia and immediately shouts for Fatty to get back. Before Fatty can react, Yuanjia grabs his hand with a sinister smile. Yuanjia yanks Fatty and slams him hard onto the floor. The armed police officers raise their weapons, ordering Yuanjia to stop, while Fatty is stunned by the attack. Fatty, pinned to the ground, yells at Yuanjia for daring to raise a fist against him. Fang Yi lunges forward and grabs Yuanjia's wrist, stopping him just as he's about to punch Fatty. Fang Yi asks Yuanjia if he doesn't recognize his friends, but Yuanjia just stares back with empty, unresponsive eyes. Commissioner Gu is confused by the fight, but Fang Yi apologizes, explaining his friend is out of it, and asks for a private moment. Commissioner Gu agrees, telling Fang Yi to find out where the brothers went, and leads his men out of the room. Now alone, Fang Yi tries to reason with Yuanjia, who is still being held by Fatty. Fang Yi asks again if Yuanjia recognizes them, but gets no response. Yuanjia suddenly lashes out, punching Fang Yi hard in the stomach. The blow connects solidly, catching Fang Yi off guard. Fang Yi stumbles back, realizing Yuanjia's strength is immense, but Yuanjia just stares blankly. Bumpkin anxiously asks if Fang Yi is all right. Yuanjia ignores them, grabbing a nearby chair and breaking off its metal legs to use as weapons. Yuanjia attacks with the pipes, but Fang Yi dodges and delivers a powerful kick to his back. Fang Yi tells his friends that Yuanjia has been drugged and they need to restrain him. Fatty and Bumpkin struggle to hold down the enraged and incredibly strong Yuanjia, who thrashes wildly. Fang Yi gathers his spiritual energy, preparing to perform a purification to flush the drugs from Yuanjia's system. With his hand glowing, Fang Yi strikes Yuanjia's chest to expel the toxins. Yuanjia's eyes widen in shock as the spiritual energy courses through him. Fang Yi senses the drug, noting Yuanjia's blood is completely black and wondering how much he was given. Yuanjia suddenly spasms, throwing both Fatty and Bumpkin off him. He stumbles out of the dorm room and into the dark hallway, trying to escape. Fatty and Bumpkin make a desperate dive, grabbing onto Yuanjia's legs to stop him. Yuanjia, in his drugged rage, kicks Fatty square in the face. Both Fatty and Bumpkin cry out in pain as Yuanjia kicks them repeatedly. Fang Yi steps in and tackles Yuanjia, pinning him to the floor. Fang Yi yells at his friends to hold Yuanjia tight, warning that if he doesn't flush the drug now, Yuanjia will be permanently brain damaged. Fang Yi begins reciting a Taoist chant, gathering his bright blue spiritual energy to perform a purification ritual. He places his glowing hand on Yuanjia's back, forcing the energy into him. A complex, glowing spiritual diagram envelopes them as Fang Yi channels his power to cleanse Yuanjia's body. Yuanjia's eyes are wide with shock as the energy surges through his system. Yuanjia lets out a guttural scream as the toxins are forcibly expelled. He exhales a visible cloud of dark, toxic energy from his mouth. Fang Yi, sweating and exhausted from the ritual, finally finishes. The three friends collapse on the floor, drained. After a moment, Yuanjia begins to stir. Yuanjia groggily looks up and recognizes Fang Yi, calling his name. He clutches his aching head, confused, asking why Fatty and Bumpkin are there. Fatty and Bumpkin confirm they're all right. The scene then shifts to the police station. Yuanjia, looking dazed, is being questioned by Commissioner Gu. Yuanjia holds his head, struggling to remember, and tells the commissioner he doesn't know where Long Long and Long Hu went. Commissioner Gu offers him a glass of water. Yuanjia takes a sip of the water. As he drinks, his eyes flash, and a memory returns. He remembers the brothers in a hidden cave, talking about digging it out and hiding there until the police stop searching. He remembers them giving him a cup of water in the cave, which must have been drugged. Back in the present, Yuanjia confirms he knows the cave's location. Commissioner Gu immediately orders him to lead them there. The group travels to a remote, mountainous, forested area. A view of the dense forest and the rocky cliffs where the cave is hidden. Yuanjia points out the hidden cave entrance to Commissioner Gu and his officers. Commissioner Gu, with Fang Yi behind him, orders his men to move in. Yuanjia urgently stops the police, warning them not to charge in. He explains that Long Long and Long Hu stole a large amount of detonators from the mine and hid them in the cave. Yuanjia warns them of the brothers' threat. If the cave is discovered, they will trigger all the explosives. He stresses that there are enough explosives to bring the entire mountain down. Commissioner Gu grimly remarks that the brothers are desperate. Gu asks if there are any other entrances to the cave, but Yuanjia says he only knows the one. Bumpkin pressures Yuanjia, telling him their capture now depends entirely on him. Yuanjia thinks hard, trying to recall any other details about the cave. He suddenly remembers walking through a tunnel and being able to see the stars, realizing there must be an opening on top of the mountain. The group immediately heads up the mountain to search for the opening. They arrive on the flat, brush-covered top of the mountain. Commissioner Gu orders his officers to spread out and search for any hole or opening. Fatty starts obnoxiously directing the police search. Bumpkin, annoyed, tells him to stand aside and stop causing trouble. Fatty grumbles and wanders off, complaining that his feet are aching and he needs a break. He spots a large, comfortable-looking patch of bushes and decides to lie down. As Fatty relaxes in the bushes, he is startled as the ground beneath him suddenly gives way. The bushes collapse, revealing a dark, hidden shaft, and Fatty screams as he falls in. Fang Yi and Bumpkin turn in horror as they hear Fatty scream. Fatty plummets down the dark, vertical shaft. He lands with a thud on a large, soft pile of straw and branches at the bottom. Fatty sits up, groaning in pain but relieved that the soft landing saved his life. He looks around the dark cave he has fallen into. Fatty is stunned to see the two fugitive brothers, Long Long and Long Hu, staring right back at him. Fatty, terrified, asks how they got in there. Long Hu, equally confused, asks who he is. Fatty, thinking quickly, decides to bluff, claiming that anyone who could enter from above must be an immortal. Long Long and Long Hu stare at Fatty, who is covered in leaves and twigs from his fall. Fatty boldly continues his bluff, claiming to be an immortal from heaven. Long Long scoffs, holding a knife and asking what kind of immortal is so fat. Longhu points out that Zhu Beiji, Pigsy, is also fat, which only makes Long Long angrier. Fatty drops the act and admits he's not an immortal. Long Long suspiciously asks if he's a cop. Fatty denies being a cop and claims he's there on business. He asks if they have a lot of explosives, and Long Long confirms they have enough to destroy the mountain. Fatty says that's perfect because he's here to buy explosives. Longhu asks how he heard about them. Fatty claims Cunjia is his junior and told him. Long Long asks what Fatty needs the explosives for. Fatty boasts that he needs them to deal with enemies who are after his head. Long Long stares at Fatty, quietly considering his story. Long Long, seemingly believing the story, tells Fatty to follow him. Fatty follows the two brothers deeper into their cave hideout. Fatty makes small talk, remarking on how deep and hidden their cave is. They arrive at a massive wall of stacked cardboard boxes, which Long Long confirms are the explosives. As Fatty expresses his excitement, Long Long smirks and raises a wooden club behind his back. Long Long viciously strikes Fatty in the back of the head, knocking him out. Long Long mocks the unconscious Fatty, saying it's too soon for someone like him to try and trick them. Outside the cave, Fang Yi and Bumpkin are at the edge of the hole. Fang Yi suddenly senses that Fatty is in grave danger. Bumpkin, realizing they have to help, prepares to jump down after him. Just then, Cunjia and Commissioner Gu arrive. Yunjia offers to lead a police charge through the front entrance. Fang Yi and Bumpkin slide down the dark shaft to rescue Fatty. They tumble into the dark cave below. They land and quickly get their bearings, spotting Longhu nearby. Longhu is shocked to see them and immediately turns to run. Bumpkin lands and sees Longhu trying to escape. Longhu yells in a panic, telling them to stop. Fang Yi easily trips Longhu, who crashes to the cave floor. Bumpkin grabs the fallen Longhu and angrily demands to know where Fatty is. Cunjia, who has just entered the cave, points them deeper inside. They round a corner and are horrified to see Long Long holding Fatty hostage, with a belt of dynamite strapped to his chest. Fang Yi, Bumpkin, and Cunjia stare in horror at Fatty, who is being held hostage with explosives. Long Long smirks, remarking how convenient it was that this big oaf delivered himself to them as a hostage. Long Long holds up a remote detonator, threatening to blow everyone up if they don't release his brother, Longhu. Fang Yi instinctively yells for him to stop. At that moment, Commissioner Gu and his armed police team arrive, flanking the friends. Fang Yi and Bumpkin are relieved to see the police have arrived. Long Long demands a helicopter. Commissioner Gu flatly refuses, stating they can't get one. Long Long negotiates down to a van, while Fatty cries, terrified he's about to die. The police officers quietly discuss using a sniper, but Commissioner Gu vetoes the idea, as a crash would endanger other civilians. Commissioner Gu is suddenly startled, hearing a voice in his head, and realizes Fang Yi is speaking to him telepathically. Fang Yi mentally tells Gu to stay calm, and that they must first get Fatty out. He instructs the commissioner to follow his lead. Long Long grows impatient, accusing them of stalling and threatening to detonate the bomb and kill them all. He raises the detonator, his thumb on the button. Commissioner Gu yells for him to wait, agreeing to his demand for a van. A shot of the winding mountain roads outside the cave complex. The van speeds down the mountain road, with Long Long driving and Longhu beside him. Fatty is tied up in the back. Fatty complains that it's stuffy, but Long Long angrily refuses to open a window. Long Long explains he's worried about a police sniper. Fatty sarcastically agrees, suggesting they cover the windshield to be even safer. Long Long warns Fatty not to try any tricks. He threatens to kill Fatty himself if he doesn't cooperate, silencing him. Fatty nervously laughs, claiming he was just cracking a joke. Longhu tells his brother to shut up, and Long Long snaps back at him. As the brothers argue, Fang Yi is seen rolling out from underneath the moving van, where he had been clinging. Fang Yi scrambles and pulls himself up onto the roof of the van. Longhu hears a loud bang on the roof and nervously asks his brother if landslides are common in the area. Long Long hears another bang and is startled, yelling at his brother to be quiet. The back window of the van suddenly shatters. Fang Yi's foot smashes through the glass, kicking Long Hu. Fang Yi's kick connects solidly with Long Hu's face, sending him flying forward. Long Long, the driver, yells back, asking what is happening. Long Hu screams to his brother that someone just hit him. Long Long slams on the brakes, and the van screeches to a halt on the dirt road. Long Hu frantically tells his brother that someone is on top of the van. Long Long gets out and looks up, seeing Fang Yi on the roof, and curses. Fatty, still tied to the dynamite, is overjoyed to see Fang Yi. Long Long grabs him as a hostage again. Long Long holds the detonator, threatening to kill them all if Fang Yi tries anything. Fang Yi calmly asks what he proposes. Long Long offers to trade Fatty for the van. Fang Yi simply agrees to the exchange. Long Long is pleased, while Fatty, still tied up, yells for Fang Yi not to trust him. Long Long and Long Hu jump back into the van. The brothers speed away, leaving Fang Yi and Fatty, who is still strapped to the bomb, on the side of the road. Fatty, now panicking, asks Fang Yi if he knows how to defuse bombs. Fang Yi calmly admits he does not. Fatty is horrified, asking why he let them go. Fang Yi points out the brothers would never have defused it anyway. The bomb on Fatty's chest suddenly starts beeping loudly, and a digital timer appears, counting down from 5 minutes. The timer ticks down rapidly as Fatty stares in horror. Fatty screams that Long Long must have activated it remotely, and that he's going to die. As Fatty resigns himself to his fate, he notices Fang Yi is calmly inspecting the bomb. Fang Yi asks if he just needs to throw the dynamite away. Fatty, terrified, screams at him to throw it quickly. Fang Yi calmly holds the bundle of dynamite and prepares to throw it. With a powerful heave, Fang Yi hurls the dynamite high into the air, away from them. In the fleeing van, Long Hu spots something flying through the air. The brothers watch as a massive explosion erupts on a nearby cliff, confirming their remote detonation worked. The two brothers celebrate their escape, believing they have killed Fang Yi and Fatty. As they celebrate, Long Long suddenly slams on the brakes. Long Long screams in terror. He's back. Fang Yi stands calmly in the middle of the narrow road, blocking the van's path. Long Long orders his brother to floor it and run him over. Long Hu, terrified, accelerates the van, aiming directly at Fang Yi. The van speeds toward Fang Yi, who braces for impact. Fang Yi catches the front of the moving van with his bare hands, stopping it instantly with a loud screech. Long Long screams at his brother to step on the gas, but Long Hu cries that he is. The van's wheels spin uselessly, smoking, as Fang Yi holds the vehicle in place. Fang Yi calmly slides his hands under the van's front bumper. The front wheels of the van lift off the ground. Fang Yi strains, his muscles tensing with supernatural power. With a powerful grunt, Fang Yi begins to lift the entire front end of the van. The two brothers are thrown around inside the cabin. They scream in pure terror, realizing he is lifting the whole van and questioning if he's even human. Fang Yi lifts the van completely over his head, preparing to throw it. He slams the van onto its side, crashing it onto the road. The brothers inside are knocked unconscious. Fang Yi calmly makes a phone call, reporting to Commissioner Gu that everything has been settled. Commissioner Gu and his police team arrive on the scene to arrest the two unconscious brothers. Back at the police station, Commissioner Gu is interrogating Long Long. Gu slams his fist on the table, demanding a confession. Long Long smirks, arrogantly confessing only to the murder of Long Xiaola, but denying any involvement in the other 3 deaths. In a separate interrogation room, Long Hu is crying hysterically, claiming he didn't do anything and it was all his brother's idea. Commissioner Gu sternly tells the weeping Long Hu to stop crying, as it won't help him escape the law. Gu steps out of the room and meets Fang Yi in the hallway. Fang Yi asks if the interrogations are going smoothly. Gu explains that Long Hu is an idiot who knows nothing, but Long Long is too tight-lipped, and they can't get a confession for the other 3 murders. A clock on the wall shows it is January 23rd, just before the new year. Commissioner Gu worries that if the brothers don't confess soon, they'll all be stuck at the station through New Year's Eve. That night, the full moon shines outside the station window. Long Long lies awake in his dark holding cell, staring at the ceiling. He smirks, thinking to himself that he'll just make his idiot brother, Long Hu, take the fall for everything. He is suddenly startled by a strange noise in the darkness of his cell. Long Long's eyes go wide with terror. He bolts upright, frantically shouting into the darkness, asking who is there. A ghostly, bloody hand suddenly grabs his face, as a voice asks if he's forgotten him already. Long Long screams in absolute terror as he is confronted by the vengeful ghost of his victim, Long Xiaola. In his dark holding cell, Long Long is confronted by a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes, who asks what he thinks. The figure, a ghostly apparition, slowly claps its hands, terrifying the trapped criminal. The figure summons visions of other gruesome spirits, causing Long Long to scream in terror. Long Long, believing he's being haunted, frantically tries to blame his brother, Longhu, for Long Xiaola's death. The spirit just laughs menacingly as Long Long's eyes roll back in fear. In his terror-induced vision, Long Long sees himself bound in chains by two spectral underworld guards, Heibai Wuchang. Long Long, now bleeding from his head, is completely at the mercy of the spirits. The spirit of Long Xiaola, controlled by Fang Yi, appears and muses about whether to drop Long Long in oil or make him climb a mountain of blades. The ghost of Xiaola tells a terrified Long Long that he doesn't hold a grudge against him for the murder. The ghost explains that because he reported his own killer, King Yama has rewarded him with reincarnation into a wealthy family. Long Long, seeing a chance, desperately bargains for his life, saying the ghost should pay him back by letting him live. The ghost explains that the underworld values results and needs to collect the souls of those who died unnatural deaths. The ghost laments that the two underworld guards alone aren't enough to collect all the wandering souls. Long Long, hearing this, has a sudden, desperate idea to save himself. He tells the ghost that he knows where to find many wandering spirits and demands to speak directly to King Yama. A terrifying, spectral image of King Yama, secretly Fang Yi, appears, demanding who dares enter his palace. Long Long, groveling, tells King Yama that he has a report to submit. He confesses that he knows the burial locations of many victims of unnatural deaths and timidly asks for a small reward in return. One of the spectral guards rebukes Long Long for having the impudence to bargain with the King of Hell. King Yama tells Long Long to reveal his information first, and if it's true, he will be rewarded. Fang Yi, disguised as the ghost of Long Xiaola and holding a recorder, listens intently. Long Long, completely fooled, confesses the locations of all his other victims to King Yama, believing he is securing his own reward. The vision ends, and Long Long is left alone in his cell, profusely thanking the spirits for the opportunity. Fang Yi, now undisguised, stands over the terrified Long Long, holding the digital recorder, and tells him he'll have the police investigate. The next day, Fang Yi hands the recorder to Commissioner Gu, explaining it contains Long Long's confession and the locations of all the bodies. Fang Yi humbly calls his phantom death formation illusion just a few tricks of the eye. Commissioner Gu is relieved, believing they can now find the three victims. Fang Yi shocks the commissioner by correcting him. There weren't only 3 victims, there were 28. Following the confession, police unearth one of the many bodies from the mass grave, confirming the horrifying truth. At the excavation site, a forensics officer confirms to Commissioner Gu over the phone that they have found exactly 28 bodies. The forensics team carefully works to excavate the remains from the mass grave. The officer reports a major problem. The high level of decomposition makes it unlikely they can find any physical evidence linking the bodies to Long Long. Commissioner Gu hangs up, frustrated that they have the confession but lack the forensic evidence for a conviction. Back at the police station, Fang Yi asks what's wrong. Gu explains the problem with the decomposed bodies. Commissioner Gu decides he needs to call in an old friend for specialized help. He makes a phone call to a director Zhang, while Fang Yi listens quietly. While they wait, Fang Yi, Fatty, Bumpkin, and Si Yuanjia play cards in a holding room. Fatty complains about his terrible hand, while Si Yuanjia teases him. Fang Yi sits nearby, meditating. Fatty is suddenly excited as he draws a bomb, for twos, a winning hand. Just as Fatty yells bomb, Fang Yi's eyes snap open, his meditation broken by a sudden, powerful divination. Fang Yi abruptly stands up, sensing something has happened, and frantically tries to make a call. He tries to call by Chu Xia, but her number is unavailable, which only increases his anxiety. Fatty asks what's wrong. Fang Yi, looking pale, says he has a bad feeling about Chuxia. He explains his divination, saying he could sense her starting to fly up, higher and higher. His friends are confused. Fang Yi confirms her phone is off, and he's worried about his vision. Yunjia morbidly asks if fly up means into the heavens, earning him a smack from Bumpkin. Bumpkin provides a logical explanation. Flying up and phone turned off simply means she is on an airplane. Just as Fang Yi sighs in relief, his phone rings, startling him. He's surprised to see the caller is Mr. Man. Mr. Man is at an airport, joking about Fang Yi's surprised tone. Mr. Man reveals he has just landed in Fenghuang City, and he's not alone. Master Sun and Master Yu are with him. Fang Yi is overjoyed and tells his masters he will come to the airport immediately. At the airport, Fang Yi and his friends excitedly greet Mr. Man. Fang Yi sees his two masters, Master Sun and Master Yu, smiling at him. Fang Yi immediately bows respectfully, offering his regards to his masters. Master Sun notes that Fang Yi has lost weight, and he admits it has been a busy few days. Master Yu praises Fang Yi's growth, having heard about his work assisting the police. Mr. Man says it's time to eat, and Fang Yi agrees, saying his friends should have the food ready. As the group turns to leave the airport, Fang Yi suddenly stops, his expression one of complete shock. A pair of polished, formal boots stops in front of the group. Fang Yi stares in disbelief. It's by Chuxia, dressed in a sharp police uniform. He runs up to her, grinning, and asks if she came all this way just to see him. Chuxia, annoyed, tells him not to be so full of himself. She's here as part of the specialist team for the Long case and scolds him for not contacting her. Fang Yi apologizes, explaining he's been busy, just as his masters arrive to greet her. The masters greet Chuxia warmly, and Fang Yi realizes she's still mad at him. Master Sun and Master Yu tease the two, calling it a love no distance can defeat, and invite Chuxia to join their meal. Chuxia, flustered, declines, insisting she is here for work and can't join them. A handsome man in a matching uniform approaches and asks Chuxia if she knows these people. The man walks up, smiling confidently at Chuxia and Fang Yi. He puts his arm around Chuxia's shoulder, asking her to introduce him. Fang Yi's face darkens with jealousy. Fang Yi glares at the man, a dark aura of jealousy forming around him. Fang Yi grabs the man's wrist, telling him to have some respect. The man just looks at him, amused. The man effortlessly counters Fang Yi's grip with a reverse wrist lock. The man pins Fang Yi's arm, mocking him. Enraged, Fang Yi secretly gathers his spiritual energy. The man suddenly cries out, his hand spasming, as Fang Yi's spiritual power takes control of his nerves. The man cries out, "Why have I lost control of my hand?" Chuxia sighs, completely exasperated by the two. Chuxia tells Fang Yi to stop, revealing the man is her older brother. Fang Yi freezes, mortified. Fang Yi immediately apologizes and agrees to release the spiritual lock as his rival struggles. Fang Yi undoes the technique, and Chuxia's brother, Wei, regains control of his hand, relieved. Wei, now amused, introduces himself. Fang Yi bows, apologizing profusely for his impunity. Wei teases Fang Yi, joking that he's just assaulted an officer and he'll have to decide how to report it. Wei offers to keep the incident a secret from their father if Fang Yi teaches him the move, but Chuxia interrupts, telling him to stop. Chuxia's brother warmly greets Master Sun and Master Yu, who he clearly knows. Chuxia teases Fang Yi, "Ooh, protect me, huh?" Fang Yi, blushing, says he just wanted to protect his girlfriend. Chuxia says she's hungry. Fang Yi immediately offers to cook, saying Fatty has ingredients prepared. Fang Yi grandly announces he will cook a feast for everyone, including his masters, Mr. Man, and Wei Bro. The group arrives at the police station canteen, which is large and well-equipped. Fatty and Bumpkin look around the empty kitchen in despair. Fatty laments that because it's the new year, the only food left in the entire storeroom is a small pile of potatoes. The group stands outside by a road, realizing they'll never find an open store on New Year's Day. Fang Yi looks over and spots a large pond nearby. Fatty and Chuxia's brother, Wei, are confused, wondering why he's staring at a pond. Fang Yi grins and asks Fatty and Bumpkin if they've forgotten their old blast fishing skills. Fatty and Bumpkin's eyes light up, realizing his plan is brilliant. As they prepare their explosives, an old man storms over, angrily asking who gave them permission to fish. The man declares he owns the pond. Fang Yi politely apologizes for the intrusion. Fang Yi then offers to buy the fish pond, handing the man a valuable agarwood bracelet. The owner is stunned by the payment. With the owner now paid off, Bumpkin lights the fuse and hurls the explosives, causing a massive boom in the water. The friends successfully gather the fish, and Fang Yi proudly presents a large carp to Chuxia's brother. A shot of the incredible, multi-course New Year's feast Fang Yi has prepared from their catch and the few potatoes. At the canteen, Mr. Man, now bald, tries to be the first to toast the masters, but Master Sun stops him. Master Sun declares their first toast must go to Commissioner Gu, praising him for working on the front line on New Year's Day. Commissioner Gu humbly accepts the toast, stating he is just doing what's expected of him for the people. The entire group, Fang Yi, his masters, his friends, and the police, all raise their glasses in a heartfelt toast to the people's police. As they eat, Fatty reminisces about their first blast fishing trip and boasts about how in 1 year he's bought a house, found a girlfriend, and earned a ton of money. Fatty asks Bumpkin if he's changed, and Bumpkin jokes that he's gotten a lot fatter too. Mr. Man discusses his business plans with Commissioner Gu, intending to open a new branch store in Fengwang City. Master Sun and Master Yu listen to the conversation, smiling. Commissioner Gu and Mr. Man laugh together, as the masters reflect that the kids have all grown up. Master Sun smiles warmly, adding, "Yes, and we've grown old." Chu Xiao's brother, Wei, warmly compliments Fang Yi, saying the food was great. Wei formally gives Fang Yi his family's blessing to marry Chu Xia, joking that his cooking skills will guarantee her a happy future. Chu Xia, blushing, scolds her brother, pointing out that Fang Yi hasn't even proposed. Wei and Fang Yi suggest he should propose right now. Fatty and Bumpkin immediately start chanting propose, propose, egging on a flustered and blushing Fang Yi. Fang Yi, surrounded by his friends, family, and masters, reflects that experiencing the world and finding this joy, must have been his master's true intention.